race fans, and welcome to your coverage of the IVRA Club Cup and Endurance Series here from Oulton Park and what will later, of course, be the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya here on RaceSpotTV. My name is Repo. Ryan Walker joins me up in the commentary box with Ryan Bauer, operator of the camera behind. Operating down behind the cameras for tonight's race. So it is Oulton Park International. You were probably expecting the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya. That, of course, will be coming a little bit later on in tonight's presentation. But for now, we get set to go racing here from Oulton Park International for the support race for this weekend, the IVRA Club Cup. We get set to lock out the fall season here, second to last round. One more at the Virginia International Raceway in just a couple weeks' time, which will be running, of course, when the Club Sport Series makes their outing here, Ryan. And with all of this said and done, it's time to get this championship battle heated up. If drivers want to have a good position going into VIR, this is the race to get it done.
Yeah, absolutely. As the pre-qualifying race is one of those races that I think it's going to be absolutely vital, especially around this track, because there's not many passing opportunities. Trying to make a move is going to be difficult, and I think the only real chance of getting by a driver in front of you is possibly having a good pre-qualifying race and getting the track position for race one.
The big story coming into today is, of course, M-Class leader Rachel Williams for Shipski Racing. You can see 100 points back to Nick Martin in his 962 Boomer entry. But the story for today is, of course, Rachel Williams not present in today's race. In fact, taking the time to sit out and take a visit on over to the Petit Le Mans over at Road Atlanta at the moment. So that goes to show just how crucial of a championship battle it could be for Nick Martin to get a good points outing here tonight from the Oulton Park International Racing Circuit. Nick Martin, of course, is going to be looking to do everything he can, I'd imagine, to punch his ticket through and potentially see if he can score himself a couple of race wins in the AM class later on today. So qualifying is presently underway. Just under 2 minutes remaining. We'll lock thing out for the qualifying race. After which, of course, you have your two main points races with some reversed grids, which should make it for a rather interesting start so far to this overall race. I mean, it's a bit unpredictable, isn't it, with these reverse grids being thrown into the mix? You never quite know what you're going to get in these types of races, and you see Brendan Hawken and Marcelo Pagnan currently running the track, and these are two drivers, right, Ryan, that have proven time and time again that they are able to definitely get it done to the CRC Movano cars. I have a feeling they'll be looking for a good points outing here today as well.
They absolutely will, and as you see at the moment in qualifying, they're working together, slipstreaming each other. But yeah, these two guys have pretty much been the drivers to beat this season, and Brandon Hawken he's one of those drivers that's impressed with this season so far. Even starting at the back of the grid, he's able to get through the rear of the field and get up to the front and win races this season. And yep, I think he's don't be surprised if you see him do the same yet again here around here today, but I think it'll be a lot more difficult due to the tight nature of the track.
Could agree with you more on that one. It'll be a tight run throughout this one, of course, without the Britain's chicane here for this layout of the Oulton Park. Actually could make it a bit of an interesting run, especially with the long draft run all the way up to the Hislop chicane. But for now, qualifying is complete. Let's take a rundown of your qualified order here from race number one. It's Brandon Hawken and Marcelo Pagnan, two SRC Movado course cars up there to lock out the front row. Shipski Racing's Dave Chapman brings it up in third place with Jorge Correa down in fourth. Linus Tech now starts in fifth place with Theo Herman down in sixth. Simon Erpelding rounds out seventh place with Julien Blamont in eighth. Niels Pine is in ninth place with Tom Stanley down in 10th. Hans Polmans is 11th with Simon Esches in 12th. And rounding out the grid is going to be Eric Intilly and Nick Martin for this 14-car grid here from Oulton Park. So as the drivers start to line on up here, Ryan, and we get set to get this 10-minute qualifying race underway, what do you think some of the things to look out for are going to be here today from Oulton Park?
I think the main thing for this track is just going to be about having patience and just taking an opportunity if someone makes a mistake and trying to make a move. But I think some of these drivers, they'll be a little bit more, I wouldn't say cautious, just a little bit more careful and just being wary where to make moves. But I think around here your best passing opportunities is going to be down into turn one into Old Hall Corner, or even heading down to Island Bend, or even that back a back straight run up to the Hislop chicanes, turn 7, turn 8 and turn 9. But yeah, I think this pre-qualifying race is going to be a good one to watch.
Lodge Corner is obviously going to be one thing to watch out for as well. Don't forget the HyperX GT Sprint Series race that we saw here just 1 week ago. We saw many an overtake up into that corner, and of course this is the same layout that is being used in that HyperX GT race, so we are leaving out the Britain's chicane out of the Shell Oils corner, which will make it a very long draft run all the way up to the Hislop chicane. So with 14 miles as a draft being oh so important to these machines, it would definitely not surprise me if we were to see a bit of carnage coming on over into the first couple of corners. So everybody has graded up, just waiting on the iRacing safety car to lead them off and away. So many famous corner names here, and what a history this track has, right? And it's of course famed for club racing such as this. I have a feeling we could be in for a very good race here tonight as the pace car leads them off 2 corners to green.
Yeah, absolutely. Not just famous for club racing, but also hosts the British Touring Car Championship in real life. Which around here it's always been chaotic, but great racing at the same time. But as they come up to the final corner, and soon will be underway. And the 2 teammates up at the front, Hawken and Pagnan, with Dave Chapman, the usual protagonist, in third place. And just about to get underway in a few moments' time.
So coming around through the final corner, we thank everybody for joining us here today for RaceSpotTV for your coverage of the IVRA Club Cup and later on the IVRA Endurance Series. Pace car pulls off. Brandon Hawken holding the race start here until they get to that restart zone. As they enter the starting grid, it is go, go, go. Green flag waves. We're underway for the IVRA Club Cup qualifying race, and Hawken gets away well. Pagna, not a good story for himself. Side by side with Dave Chapman through turn 1. They managed to get themselves single filed out on corner exit. Hands up for Jorge Correa. Lost out on 4th place, trying to get it back from Linus Tech now up into turn 2. That pass doesn't go anywhere though, so it's single file first on back to about the 9th position where they do battle for 10th.
Yep, it looks like everyone's had a clean lap so far. Brandon Hawken taking the advantage into the lead as rider on board with Simon Esses at the moment, heading through Highland Bend, and it looks like he's under attack from a few cars behind him as well, trying to hold him off, and coming around this long cambered hairpin onto this back straight run and heading up to the chicane. Don't be surprised if you see people trying to make moves possibly on lap 1, but Dave Chapman's had a good start as well. 3rd place, riding on board with him, and Marcelo Pagnan in front of him, just going slightly defensive.
And that's going to be a good defensive line. He's going to take all the way through the Hislop chicane. His teammate Brandon Hawken sliding it out just in front of him as Hawken gets set to stretch his legs up there for the race lead. Chapman still trying to hound the SRC Movano duo that currently lead the way up the hill and under the Advent pedestrian bridge. And as they exit Water Tower and fly through Druids Corner, this is one of those very crucial corners to get a good run up, because it could give you a good position to attack from up to the Lodge Corner. The, of course, very important final corner, and it's a good enough run for Chapman to cause Pagnan to go defensive down the straightaway. And as they go hard on the brakes, it will be Brandon Hawken who will be leading the opening lap here from Old Tim Park. And you still see looking to scrap further behind the Jorge Correa under fire, it would look like for Mateo Herman. You see Chapman trying to put one of the Movano drivers under pressure. Pagnan gonna have to be deeper on the brakes and hold that inside line. He's gonna do so nicely. Both drivers off the track, way off the track. Look out, Dave Chapman sliding all over the place, trying to keep it together.
Oh, Chapman, he got really sideways there, and he just done just about enough to hold the car, and I think he tried to do a bit of a switchback from Pagnan, but it was a hold back at the race spot replay. As they head down to turn 1, and it's not just Chapman that blows the turn 1, it looks like there's a few cars behind him as well blow it as well, so maybe some drivers just being distracted ever so slightly as Chapman runs wide ever so slightly, and everyone behind slightly goes off, but Chapman with a great save.
Did a great job there, owing to lose that one spot, right? I mean, Linus Tech now was the only driver that managed to stay through, and Jorge Correa kind of got checked up just in behind him, so it was a great job for him to save that car. And speaking of the battle for 5th and 6th place, I can see Herman maybe making a look up the inside of Jorge Correa up into the hill chicane. Oh, trouble! Oh, it's a big mess up into the chicane, and it's a pile up. You can see guys at Correa dropping down the timing order. It's all falling apart over at the Hislop chicane as they enter through there for the second time today. Not at all the start that they were hoping to see throughout this race. I see Julian Blamon has got a lot of damage. All of this happened right at the apex here, Ryan, as we'll take a look at the race spot replay up and over the hairpin. It was a bit of an opportunistic move for one of these drivers, and unfortunately there was just no place for that move to be made.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Herman was doing there, and Correa and Herman get caught up, and unfortunately another car behind just had nowhere to go but into the back. And as the battle for the lead's going on, and the two teammates going at it, and it looks like a change of the leads happened just before heading down to turn 1, so Marcelo Pagnan into the lead.
So Brandon Hawkins losing out on the race lead to his Starts Movano teammate. Kind of blew the final corner at the Lodge corner, which allowed for Pagnan to get the run and take the race lead. And Hawkins decided not to fight that one out. So as Dave Chapman gets set to potentially mount a charge from behind them, of course, the 444 Shipski Racing Machine still has got some time to try to close on up, potentially steal a race win, but it'll be a tough ask for the two SSC Movano teammates up in front. He's also under fire for Linus Tech now, down for 4th place, just behind them. So with all that mess that happened behind them in the battle for 5th and 6th, it is a 4-car breakaway up in front.
Yeah, absolutely. The top 4 managing to break away now, and after the mayhem behind, and actually the two teammates as well actually pulling away ever so slightly, and maybe working together to try and pull away as well. So not fighting each other too much at the moment. And like I say, this pre-qualifying race is the only thing that really matters is getting the track position for race 1, especially around this track. But at the moment, it's I don't want to jinx it, but it's calmed down ever so slightly.
And just 5 minutes remaining here in this qualifying race here, which will of course set the grid for race number 1, the actual first points race later on today. So we get to see how this whole battle could shake up, and you can see that Dave Chapman is trying to close on up, and he is doing so nicely, right? Closing in ever so slightly up to the back end of course, the 98 machine of Brandon Hawkins. Maybe fancy a look here into turn 1 as we enter lap 4 of this 10-minute qualifying race. Not close enough that time, but I think he probably could have made the move if he really wanted to, but opted to kind of back out instead. I think he might be trying to set him up maybe either toward turn 2 or the Shell Oils corner. Is he looking for the inside? Oh, but clips the grass on entry and has the rest of that car back under control down the straightaway.
Yeah, I thought he was going to lose it there, but they managed to keep control, and the two teammates bump drafting each other ever so slightly. But Marcel Pagnan touched the grass ever so slightly again. It just manages to get away with it as Hawkins goes defensive on the inside to stop Chapman making a move. But this is fantastic racing between the top 4, and Linus Techno is just behind these guys watching what they're up to. If either of these top 3 cars in front of him have any issues, he could take advantage of that.
And now Chapman alongside with Brandon Hawkins in a drag race down the Hislop chicane. This will be battle of the late breakers, and it looks like Hawkins will yield first. Dave Chapman splits the Movado drivers up in a 2nd place now, still trying to run down Marcelo Pagnan for the race lead. Still has the potential of getting a race win here. Estimated 2 laps on the clock with 3 minutes left to go. And Pagnan is going to be under some heavy fire here from Dave Chapman, who has been looking to go on the charge for the start of this race. He started all the way up here in 3rd place, just now picked up 2nd place for his first net gain spot on the day, and he has got Pagnan in his sights. Can he have a run into the Lodge corner? Hawkins looking like he might want to go for it. Chapman defends though, not enough to go for the position, but enough that he can at least keep Hawkins behind him.
Yeah, absolutely. Hawkins loses the position and falls back, but I think he's not really. I don't think he's too bothered about losing a position in this race. I think he's more maybe just happy to sit where he is at the moment. But walking up into 2nd and trying to close down that gap to Pagnan now. But yeah, it's been a great race nevertheless between these top 4 cars, and it's maybe not a big turnout, but the race has been great nevertheless.
I mentioned before this broadcast that it's hard to go wrong with these Mazdas, right? And they can just provide so much good racing, even if you only got like 3 or 4 cars in the train. And we're definitely seeing that here today. Just nothing between these drivers. So Marcelo Pagnan, can he defend against Chapman? Fancy the look of the inside of Shell Oils. nothing doing there as they exit through the banked hairpin and out through the, well, what would have been the British chicane, but of course we straight line that here in this layout. Chapman is close enough to have a look up into the Hislop chicane, looking for the outside line. And once again, it's going to be a game of chicken. Rubbing doors as they enter the braking zone, and Dave Chapman pulls ahead. Oh, gets into the grass, and Panda trying to fight back now around the outside line. The 75 car still holds the bottom. Here comes Hawken. Does he fancy to make it 3 wide for the race lead? He does not, but is going to give the bump trap to his teammate. Up and over the hill we go. Through Clay Hill, through Water Tower, up through Druids. It's still nobody's willing to back out of this one as they start or close in to start the final lap of the race in just a moment here. And it's still neck and neck here, Ryan. Now Hawk is going to make it 3 wide for the race lead. This cannot end well. Up into the launch hairpin, the final corner of the circuit. Hawk is through the race lead. Traffic gets bustled out wide, and Panda's going to have major damage as well as his mirror gets knocked off.
Oh, that was absolutely nuts. I had a feeling that 3 wide was never going to work, but credit to those guys for giving it a go. And the beneficiary out of that was Brandon Hawken from 3rd into the lead as they headed into the final lap. But as you look back at the replay, 3 wide heading down to the final corner, and that was just no. And I'm not sure how to describe that.
And it was just that bit of a contact, and Pagden and Chapman could not get off of each other. The battle is not over, though. This is a loud line. It's 10 now up in the second place, and look at how close he is to the back of Brandon Hawken. The potential for the 13 car to go for the lead is still very much there. This is the final lap now of this qualifying race. So Linus Tech now is going to be trying to pull out all the stops in the back pocket of that number 13 Mazda. Has the drafting run all the way up the hill, over through Britons, and what will be down into the Hislops chicane. Can he look around the outside line of Brandon Hawken? He does, trying to have a go here for the race lead. Hawken breaks earlier. Tech now lunges around the outside line, but he's off the track now. Comes back on, and Hawken has to be muscled down. They make contact for the lead, and Hawken is going to hold on for the time being, but it's not over yet. Linus Tech now with the run as they exit through Knickerbrook and now up the hill, through Clay Hill, and underneath by the Water Tower. Tech now pulls ahead before they can hit Druid's corner. You can see Brandon Hawken stuck on the inside line, trying to hold on to whatever momentum he can. Linus Tech now desperately trying to hold on. Now he has to go defensive up to launch. Can Hawken take it back for the race lead? This is just for a qualifying race, let alone the race proper. Oh my God, and Hawken gets shoved out wide. Chapman's through, Pagnon is through, and Linus Tech now will win the qualifying race here for Walton Park.
Oh, what a final lap! I thought Hawken had that win in the bag, but credit to Linus Techno for not giving up and taking the win in that race. That was just fantastic racing between those guys.
With all this said and done, how about we take a look at the about the results for qualifying. Tech now takes the race lead. Dave Chapman is in 2nd, Pagnon is 3rd, Hawken 4th, Pine 5th, Simon Eschus in 6th, Tom Stanley in 7th, Taylor Herman in 8th, Hans Pullman in 9th, Jorge Correa down in 10th place, and that of course will leave guys like Simon Erpolding, Eric Intilly, Nick Martin, and Julian Blamont 3 laps down in 14th. Now of course with the reverse grid, that of course means that it is Jorge Correa up on pole position as the top 10 are inverted. Hans Pullman's will start 2nd with Mateo Herman in 3rd, Tom Stanley 4th, Simon Eschus in 5th, Pine 6th, Brandon Hawken could have started in 10th. This is actually good news for him, though. He'll start in 7th place now. Less work for him to do, along with Marcelo Pagnon beside him in 8th place on row number 4. Dave Chapman and Linus Tech now 1-2 in the qualifying race. They're starting 9th and 10th. Simon Erpolding in 11th. Eric Intilly down in 12th. Leaving Nick Martin and Julian Blamont 13th and 14th on the grid. So an absolute storm of a qualifying race, and now we get set to do it for 30 more minutes here for race number 1 before we get set for race number 2. Lined up behind the safety car, ready to go.
Yep, absolutely, and yeah, hopefully we get more of the same like we had in the pre-qualifying race, and still trying to catch my breath after that final lap. There was so much going on, but with the reverse grid races like we've seen in previous races so far this season, they always seem to throw up a bit of a spanner in the works, and I think this race will be no exception.
Of course, if you are just joining us, welcome to your coverage of the IVRA Club Cup. We understand you're here for the endurance racing. That will be coming up later on after the Club Cup concludes. This is, of course, the support race frequently being run in these club sport and endurance racing events, typically run before the race starts. So that is why we are at Oulton Park for the time being. We'll be swimming over the 1,000 kilometers of Barcelona in just, about an hour's time, I would say, once this Club Cup broadcast wraps itself on up. We get set to go racing now for Club Cup race number 1. 30 minutes about to get underway. Pace car going to pull down to pit road, and that leaves it up to Jorge Correa, the 29 car, who will start this race. Once again, leaving it long, and now we get underway here for race number 1 of the IVRA Club Cup around number 4. Correa gets away well. Mateo Herman makes his way up a spot, puts Hans Pullman down to third place already. Here's the switchback, though. Trying to go for second place. One driver spins in the background. Look out for Simon Etches, sliding out and spinning into the wall in the background, but doesn't go anybody else, so we keep this one green up in the front of the field. It's still a heads-up battle for second place, but Herman pulls ahead, and this time Pullman can't go for the crossover.
Yeah, I was just unfortunate about the first corner on lap 1, but I think maybe just a bit of a bottleneck effect took place in turn 1, but still it's Carrera still leading from Herman, and Herman, I think he doesn't want to hang around too much, because the likes of Hawken and Pagnan will get through the field quickly, and right on board with Herman at the moment. I think he's got the run on Carrera, but I think Carrera's going to go to the inside and defend possibly as they head down to the chicane. I think Herman might try and throw it up the inside as a bit of a block from Carrera.
Herman giving him a bum draft as well, coming down the hill. So interesting enough, Mateo Herman does not want to go for the spot just yet. Meanwhile, Marcelo Pagnan already up several spots. So is Dave Chapman. Stanley way off it into the grass. He wrestles it back, but that could put him under fire for Dave Chapman to the 444 coming up through Druids. And you're right on board for the back of Tom Stanley. Sure enough, Chapman looking for the inside of Druids. Is he brave enough? That'd be a very bold move to stick one up the inside there in the penultimate corner. Decides against it. And there's still going to be no move up towards Lodge in the battle for the race lead. So we'll stick with this battle right here on board Jorge Correa. And you can see just at the tail end of the field, Chapman makes up a spot as Tom Stanley gets busted out wide in the final corner again. Comes on, nearly takes on Pagnan and Brandon Hawken, but keeps it out of both of them. And Linus Tech now going to make his way past the 961.
Yep, so the usual quick drivers are getting through the field quickly as Tom Stanley gets mustered off wide on the exit turn 1 and slightly nudges the wall.
Yeah, that time definitely did clip the barrier for Tom Stanley. Not at all what he wanted to see. Made contact with the German sim racing machines of Niels Payden, looked like right at the apex of turn 1, and take a ride on board here with Tom Stanley. Meanwhile, Simon Erpolding also had a spin down at turn 2. We'll get back to that in just a moment here. You ride on board at the moment with Tom Stanley coming on up through the first corner. There's the German sim racing machine on the inside of Linus Tech now, and there's Niels Payden, and that pushes him out wide, and a bit of a graze with the wall, but could be a lot worse.
Yeah, he managed to get away with it. Well, kind of got away with it, because he lost his wing mirror, just about his left side mirror, I should say. But watching Simon Erpolding, he spins around onto the grass, but manages to get going again.
360 spin, no harm, no foul, and you can see the limited visibility. That is the sun glaring into the car. It's so difficult to properly judge your movements. I think it was just a misjudgment for the number 14 machine of, by the way, that I believe that would actually be Linus Tech now, or Niels Payden. It would be Niels Payden again. So 2 unfortunate incidents involving the German sim racing machine. And now we look up front to this battle here for the race lead on board with Mateo Herman as he gets set to push his way up into the racing potentially from Jorge Correa. And just behind them, you still got a fierce battle for third place. Hans Pullman's trying to hang on against Dave Chapman and Marcelo Pagnan up into the Lodge corner. The 25 car, though, being put under some serious pressure from your pre-qualifying winners.
Yeah, absolutely. And these guys get through the field really quickly. But I thought it would have been a lot more difficult due to the tight nature of the track. But still, these guys are putting on a great show getting through the field. And yeah, Dave Chapman's in 4th place already after starting in 9th place, and it looks like Pullman's is about to lose the position to Dave Chapman possibly, who tries to stick it around the outside. And
he's still there, had a bit of momentum out of that second corner, out out, of course, from Cascades and through the island bend. Does he stay there? Still going to try to hold, and he's got Marcelo Pagnon on his inside, though. You see the battle for the race lead is on as well. Herman goes through. Jorge Correa can't do anything about it. And the lunge up into Shell Oil, so you're right on board for the back of Mateo Herman now. We'll see how aggressive Jorge Correa will be in this bid to try to take the race lead back. This is some thrilling race that we're seeing here. Bit of a nudge from Jorge Correa. No move being made for the lead, though. Mateo Herman is going to stick with this one here down into the Hislop chicane once again. And this time, look at the train of cars that he has got to manage. First on back to 7th place, all under a blanket.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. And I think Herman, he wanted to try and get by as quickly as possible to try and pull away and build. But he's right on board of Linus Techno at the moment in 7th place. He's right behind Brandon Hopkin, who he took the win from in the pre-qualifying race. But still, I think Techno's maybe just happy to hang back a little bit and just let these guys go at it.
And this is on board for Jorge Correa now. It's a bit of a gap into Mateo Herman. This is at the, I guess he calls the true front of the train, back from 2nd on back to about the 6th or 7th place in the field as they cross the line. Already 5 minutes down, 25 to go. You can see Marcelo Pagnon looking for the inside of Hans Pullmans. That can't go anywhere, though. Gonna try to force the door open in the run down towards Cascades. Could this actually work out for the 75 car? It will. Makes the lunge up the inside. Oh, it's gonna be a bit of contact here on the field. This is gonna happen, though. Marcelo Pagnon now up at a 4th place. That opened up the door for Brandon Hawken, and he's got a bump trap from Linus Tech now up for the island bend. Is he gonna try to make this one work around the outside of the island band? Pullman's trying to hang with that Tech now, trying to maybe find some speed. Pullman's still there for Shell Oils and will hold the inside line for the 98 car, pushing out wide, trying to muscle the 98 car out of the gap, but Brandon Hawkins standing his ground.
He absolutely is, and this is fantastic racing in race 1, and it's why I love these MX-5s. It's close racing, and no matter where you look, there's always close racing throughout the field. It looks like we've got a bit of a team at the front, and Correa runs wide.
Jorge Correa off course will effectively be out of this battle now. What happened to Jorge Correa? I have to feel it was a bit of a contact potentially from either Dave Chapman or up from Mateo Herman for the lead. Take a look at this one now on your race spot replay. On board with Jorge Correa. Oh, had to go wide to avoid hitting Mateo Herman up in front. It's a wise move, I would say. Instead of taking out the race later, he bailed out and decided to kind of let that one slip away from him. Recognizes this race is long. He'll have the time to potentially make that spot up later on.
Yeah, I think it was good. It was good heads-up driving from Jorge Correa, and he slightly tapped the rear of Herman as well, but decided to take the run off and play it safe instead of wiping him out, like you mentioned. But back to life pictures heading into turn 1. It's still Herman leading from Chapman and Pagnon in 3rd place, and I don't think it'll be too long before Chuck. Oh, look at the sun. That sun will be playing havoc with people are maybe using VR in these cars, possibly.
And behind them, you just see Hans Pullman making a run on Brandon Hawk, and battle for the race lead is on as well. Dave Chapman has got the overspeed on Mateo Herman. Delapagne thought about 3 wide, but there's no space for the 75 going to find his nose in there. Oh, has to check a big time to avoid running over Mateo Herman, who tries for the switchback up for the Shell Oils, but Chapman goes defensive. They almost hit again through the apex of the hairpin. Chapman holds the race lead for now. Herman will have the drafting run. Brandon Hawkins still in the battle with Hans Pullman just behind for 4th and 5th place as well. It's all starting to kick off here from Oulton Park. Does Mateo Herman make the look for the race lead, but gives the bump to Dave Chapman instead. Has to kind of back out of this one. Pagnon sticks his nose in there. Hawkins and Pullman's going deep into the field just behind them, up into Hislop's. They single filed it out, and just behind them, that's Jorge Correa, Julian Blamont going for a bit of a battle through Hislop's as well. What a fight, though, we're seeing here in this opening race.
It's absolutely fantastic stuff. It's just so hard to predict who's going to win this first race, but right on board this 6th place man, Linus Techno again, and currently behind the 25 car of Hans Pullmans, and he's got the run. It looks like he's going to make a move into the final corner. Can he get the move done? Can he brake late? And Pullmans brakes later as well at the same time, and I think there's a bit of argy-bargy going on here.
And look at that, Tech now trying to force Hans Pullman off course on the left-hand side, made contact not once but twice, and that means Pullman's can't get the run he needs through turn 1. Tech now is through to 5th. And I think finally Linus Tech can start to breathe a little bit. Brandon Hawken will be trying to reel his way up to Marcelo Pagnan just up the road. You've got Matteo Herman and Dave Chapman still up the road, looking to see if they can give us a good scrap here for your race lead. The triple forward trying to keep the 221 at bay. Matteo Herman looking around every possible scrap of real estate he could possibly find here. So thin between them, these margins, they are so fine. As Matteo Herman almost gives the bumper to Chapman that time by out through the Shell Oils hairpin. Does he fancy a look up into his slouch? But Marcelo Pagnan is there though, and he'll make the look around for second place. Decides, if you're not going to look for the first, I'm going to go for second place and try to make it to Herman. Going to back out from second place, and here comes Pagnan trying for the lead around the outside line of his slouch. That's too deep on the brakes though. Has to back out of that overtake attempt. Yeah,
I think that was a good decision backing out there. It could have ended up in trouble, but Herman at the moment still doing well in the fair play, as Brandon Hawken puts in the fastest lap of the race. But I think he's having a good run and giving these guys a run for their money, and he hasn't fallen back as much as I thought he would, but at the moment, so he's doing well.
And you can see Brandon Hawken now thinking about a look on Matteo Herman for third place now. The former race leader trying to keep the SRC Movano Corsa car at bay. Brandon Hawken has already won so many races this season, and he is trying to take one more, but it's not been an easy run for Brandon Hawken has, and he's been kind of trapped back there in fourth place as we are now halfway through this race, or closing up on halfway at the very least. We got 19 minutes to go, and you can see this is absolutely insane. You do have a bit of AstroTurf, of course, on the outside you can work with here, on that very exit of turn 1, and I believe Cascades as well, but you don't want to go too wide, right? Because that false turf, it doesn't last forever, and then you'll find yourself on real grass, and as you and I can both attest to, Ryan, it's not a place you want to find yourself in a battle like this.
Absolutely not, and if you take too much of that exit as well, sometimes you can go hard of a run, you can clip it and lose grip and possibly end up spinning or making a mistake. But I have to say, no, in this race we've still got about 18 minutes 20 seconds left in this race so far, and this has been an absolutely fantastic one to watch so far. It looks like Hawkins going for the move, he's trying to go for third place, and I think he's going to get the move done into the chicane, but I think Matteo Herman's going to try and break it later as well, but no, he decides to back out of it and let Hawkins go.
And then all that one, you can see Marcelo Pagnan having a fancy for the race lead on Dave Chapman as well, but had to back out, just had no speed coming up through the apex of the his lap chicane, so he was forced to back out. Chapman holds the lead for now. And now we're down to the battle this was at the very start of this broadcast, right? In that qualifying race, Chapman v. Pagnan v. Hawken. Do these two teammates decide to try and work together, see if they can get past Dave Chapman up the road? The Shipsky Racing car going defensive up to the Lodge corner, and he'll come across the line, lead another one, but you wonder for how long. He's got a pair of SRC Movano Corsa cars that are looking hungry behind him for the lead.
They absolutely are, and yeah, they absolutely are, and Chapman leading at the moment, and considering he started ninth, done well to get into the lead at this point in the race, but he's got the two teammates of Pagnan and Hawken behind him, and also Herman behind him as well.
And these are some of the few road cars you can actually bump draft in, right? So I think we might see this here. Look at how close Pagnan gets back to Brandon Hawken. Hawken looking to close in that gap. You right on board the back end of Marcelo Pagnan's machine, and as they dive it in with the Shell Oils hairpin, still no move being made for Dave Chapman. And this is allowing for Matteo Herman as well as Linus Tech now, and in fact Hans Pullman start to work their way back up into the fray. Does Pagnan look for the lead? Absolutely he does. Dave Chapman has to go defensive. Here comes Movano trying for the outside line. Up into his loss. Chapman standing his ground, trying to fend them off into the chicane. Leaves Pagnan with no room to go. And Dave Chapman holds on to the race lead for now.
Yeah, he absolutely does. And Dave Chapman handling the pressure absolutely brilliantly. He could have cracked under the pressure, but he goes defensive yet again. And Pagnan's going to be brave and try and hang on the outside and try and make the move. actually backs out of it and tries to do a bit of a switchback, but I think Chapman's wise to that and defends in the middle of the corner, but he goes to the inside line early and heading down to the final corner. I think Pagnan, don't be surprised if you try and see him hang it on the outside as he tries to do it, as Dave Chapman parks it right in the middle of the corner.
And that man, Dave Chapman, got a bit of a tap around there. Marcelo Pagnan is going to have to see if he can reset, try it again. And already an apology being thrown over to the radio for Pagnan Dave Chapman's way. Was not expecting for Chapman to park it like he did, and unintentional conduit seat for there. Good to show that these guys have some great sportsmanship among themselves here, right? They're able to battle so hard, but they still have so much respect for one another down on the racing service, and we've been able to see that in full force here today. Brandon Hawken close back of Pagnan, and how about that for a bump draft all the way down the long straightaway? That gives the run to the island bend, looking for the inside line. Chapman not expecting it, leaves the door open through island bend and up to the shell oils here. But will it be a lunge on the outside line? Oh, here comes Hawken looking for the inside of his Movado teammate, but he can't go anywhere. Marcelo Pagnan keeps it coming on. Chapman bobbles. This is getting all sorts of intense here. Chapman bobbles through the middle of the shell oils hairpin, out through Brittonton, up and over the hill. Look out, Marcelo Pagnan is on a charge, and he's got Brandon Hawken to help him just behind. Dave Chapman still there on the entry to his slops. Will it be about the late breakers? Oh, contact between Movado teammates. Marcelo Pagnan gets bumped in by his SR's Movado teammate Brandon Hawken, who takes the race lead, but he's off the track. He'll have to give that spot back, surely.
Yeah, Hawken's pulling over. He's got to slow down, and he's letting them go by again, but yeah, he's took a prisoner that's a cone as well, so yeah, it's not been going too well for Hawken after that, but yeah, that rejoin was a bit dangerous for my liking anyway, but it was looked back at the replay. Hawken gets running his teammate, and he tries to go by Chapman into the chicane, and I think Hawken might have just got caught out by the braking point of his teammate and just went too deep.
That was a wise move there. I mean, that's your Movado teammate up the road. It's not good that they made contact as it is, but it could have been so much worse. Watch this here. It just completely unsided. Didn't realize how deep on the brakes they were going to be, and you can see dragging the coat along with them underneath the grill of the Movado car, which I believe was kicked down somewhere out through Knickerbrook from the inside of that number 98 machine. So unfortunate for Brandon Hawken, but the good news is he hasn't lost too much time. You see him just on the left-hand side, down in 6th place, about 1.3 seconds off from Hans Pullmans. Still has some potential here to try and get the pass back. Now, one thing I want to point out here, Ryan, that something I'm going to keep an eye on, but just happened in these cars. Look at those headlights. They have just clicked on here from Moulton Park.
Yeah, I was just about to bring it up as well. The headlights have just came on, so it looks like we'll be racing into the... That's a good question, actually. I'm just checking the time in the session, and in the session at the moment it is 15:59 in game. So yeah, these guys are pretty much going to race into the sunset.
That, of course, means it is 4 o'clock p.m. in sim time. Definitely has some serious potential here for this race to go racing into some darkness, at least, considered to the end of this one. How about Hans Pullmans? He was kind of in a bit of a no man's land early in this race, but throughout all this battle up here in the front, he has been slowly clawing his way up and is now in serious contention for, if not a race win, at least a podium, right? I mean, he's got Linus Tech now just up the road, and if one of these guys up in front takes themselves out, who knows, right? This could all kick off, and you have got, at the moment, 3 different teams battling up there for the race lead. You've got Dave Chapman, a Chipsky Racing driver, up there in the race lead. You got Marcelo Pagnan, of course, a Movado driver that is currently in 2nd place. And then look out for Mateo Herman, the VEC Sim Racing driver. See if he can potentially make up another spot down in 3rd place. And then back and forth, you've still got Linus Tech now, who's definitely going to be looking to see if he can potentially have a good run of this one for the Impulse Racing crew. And then, of course, you got Hans Pullmans in the Veraco machine. So you got all of these different drivers, right? And they're all going to be seeing if they can find some kind of speed here. 5 cars up in the top 5, and all of them are a different team. Brandon Hawken already on the charge. Look for the inside of Hans Pullmans through the island bend. Oh, and Hans Pullmans off the track on the left-hand side of the screens. Comes back on in time for Shell Oils, but that could have been a dangerous place to go off. You and I both know, Ryan, that tire barrier that kind of separates island through Shell Oils, it can be so dangerous. And I think our producer Ryan Bauer just put it perfectly. It doesn't move no matter how hard you hit it.
Yeah,
battle for the lead.
Yeah, absolutely not. This battle for the lead is starting to spice up yet again. It's both of these cars going to the chicane. It looks like Pagnan's going to try and go around. Big contact!
Oh, Chapman gets forced out wide, and he is not going to be a happy camper at all with Marcelo Pagnan about that one. He raced him so clean and then just gets bodied out wide. Not at all the run that Dave Chapman would have wanted. Take a look on board for Dave Chapman up the hill through Britton's and down into Hislop, and you can see Pagnan looking for the outside line, and it just wasn't gonna work. You can't go side by side through the chicane, and just a little hip check sends him out wide, and he is still in a fierce fight with Hans Pullman now for the 5th position. Manages to hang on to that one, but we'll look back up to the battle of the race as Matteo Herman closes up on your now race leader Marcelo Pagnan. VEC versus Movano. Which one of these drivers will come out on top with 10 minutes to go?
It's so hard to predict who's going to come out on top, but at the moment it's Pagnan in the lead, still feeling that pressure from Herman, and it looks like a bit of contact between Herman and Techno ever so slightly, and Brandon Hotkin has managed to drag himself back up to this lead battle.
Yeah, great charge for Brandon Hawken, but of course we know he has got race-winning pace. He just needs to find the speed to potentially have a run. Does Herman? Fancy look at the Shell Oils, thought about it. Has to take the outside though, as Marcelo Pagnan have that inside cover through the 180-degree hairpin. The bank quarter keeps Marcelo Pagnan out in front. Right aboard Brandon Hawken, who has got a front row seat of the battle for the race lead. Oh, it's Linus Tech now. Flirted a little bit with the grass on the right-hand side. Herman looking right, looking back left, trying to go for the lead. Pagnan parks it in the middle of the track, and no room for Herman to even attempt to overtake that time into his slops.
Yeah, that chicane is so difficult to make a move there, because you're basically, if you get a run and you go for the move, you've got to commit to it, but you've got to try and get the car stopped at the same time. But as you're right on board with Herman at the moment, it's still these 4 cars battling for the lead, and I think if I was Brandon Hopkin, I think maybe just wait a little while, wait a little bit, and maybe see how it pans out. But I think towards the end, you've got to start making the moves.
So with 8.5 minutes left on the clock, Matteo Herman has got to be thinking at this point, what can he do to get past Marcelo Pagnan? Because we've seen when Movano gets up there, it can be almost impossible to get back around them. So it's going to take everything in the VC Sim Racing Mazda to get past the SC Movano Corsa driver just up the road. Don't discount Impulse Racing's Linus Tech now as well, though. He has had some good results recently, and he is going to be looking to see if he can pick up another one with at least a podium finish. But I imagine he wants to be finishing higher than the last step on the podium. And Brandon Hawken, he could be a desperate man as well. He, of course, was up in contention for a podium, if not a race win earlier on. Kind of got bodied out by his teammate, had to take the run at his slots. He is now looking to see if he can potentially reel his way back up and contend for a race win. But he's got 2 cars separating himself and his teammate that is going to have to navigate first. Out through Shell Oil's hairpin. There's still a run up from Marcelo Pagnan. Does Herman fancy a look at his slops?
Yeah, I think he might be, but I don't think he's close enough to make a move. But he's getting closer and closer in the slipstream, heading down to the chicane. Pagnan's going to go defensive, goes to the defensive in the middle of the road to stop Herman getting a run up the inside.
Oh no! Brandon Hawken, what on earth are you thinking, my friend? Just sent it into his slops and only cost himself. What in the world was that? You talk about an overtake attempt. How about attempted murder?
Yeah, well, as we would say in Scotland, there's been a murder as they head into the chicane, and yeah, that was a bit optimistic from Hopkin there. I think the only way I could describe that, Nolan, was a bit of a yeet.
What on earth? I did not think that something like that would be a mistake Brandon Hawken would make. He's been so consistent so far throughout this season. I didn't think I would see the day. Oh, a big bump from Linus Tech out of the back of Matteo Herman. The battle rages on for second meanwhile, and all that has allowed Marcelo Pagnan to break well clear now of the battle for first. You got Herman and Linus Tech now just in behind now. Still see that they can scrap away for the final steps on the podium.
Yeah, I have to agree with you regarding Brandon Hawken. That's not a mistake that we would normally see from him. Normally, he's a cool, calm, and collected in those kind of situations. And I don't know if he maybe just carried too much speed and just got caught out under braking. But yeah, that was just a mistake you don't normally see. But still at the front, it's Marcel Pagnan leading at the moment from Herman and Techno, and Techno up into third place. He's got the run, and Herman heading down to chicane. I think he might try and go around the outside and maybe get the move done, but nope, not going for the move right away.
I have a feeling there he was kind of thinking about where he wanted to go, but since Herman was parked in the middle of the track, there really just wasn't a good place for him to be able to make that move right. I mean, you talk about how this track is so narrow. You could barely fit 3 cars abreast here, unlike tracks, at Phillip Island we've seen in the past. We could easily fit 3, even 4 wide at points, throughout the race. We even saw that in those races as well. But this is such a tight facility. You park your car in the middle of the track. It's like the Nürburgring, right? It's almost impossible to see if they can find a reliable way through. You might be able to find your way through if you take one line and commit to it, but at a much higher risk of running yourself or the other driver off the track, which is obviously not something you want to see. So parking it in the middle of the track, typically your best bet here, especially in that run down to his slops, to keep a guy behind you.
Yeah, absolutely. But heading down to turn 1, it's Herman's feeling the pressure from Techno. And I think Techno might just be waiting to see if he can get a run hit on that back straight heading down to the chicane. Oh, Chapman just about runs into the back of another car in the exit of turn 1.
Jorge Correa tried to look up the inside of Hans Polmans, didn't have a go at it though, so he had to kind of back out. That allowed Chapman up and through instead in the battle for 5th place. How about a bump trap there up to 2nd place, getting real up close. We want to see what a front grille of a Global Miles MX5 Cup looked like. Well, there you go. That's a perfect shot for you. Right there. On his set now, all over the back now. I would say Herman trying to keep nice and tight with the. Think he might have gotten a better run out of the Shell Oils hairpin that last time by. 4 minutes to go here in race number 1. And Tech now has got the overspeed on Matteo Herman. Look further back. This is Dave Chapman trying to regain lost time. Hans Polman's going to have to be on defense here. The 444 Shipsky Racing Machine going to take this one around the outside of his slops. Will this end good for these drivers? Whoa! Huge crash! Polman up and over and stuck on his side. What on earth? Talk about a movie moment. That is something you would see in Hollywood, folks. And even then, I would say with the special effects they have nowadays, Hollywood couldn't do it better than that.
Yeah, as I look back at the race spot replay, and it looks like Chapman gets the run. Polman's goes to the inside line to defend. And I think he might have just got, he was really close to the tyres, and
my God.
Yeah, he just turned in too early.
That has got to be one of the wildest wrecks I think I've ever seen in my life in a Mazda. And look at the guy right in behind him as the 25er gets kicked up and over. I think that is the 29 to Jorge Correa. I want to take a look at Jorge's perspective of this, to be honest with you. That would be a real sight to see. And on top of it all, you get stuck on your side? I've heard on your roof, I've seen on your wheels. Didn't think it was even possible. Take a look at Jorge Correa's point of view from this one, and you're going to watch here as it's going to be a look around the outside line, and Polmans has the inside, and hang on, folks, this is a wild sight you'll never get to see again. Holy cow.
Well, I don't know about Hans Polman's how he feels after that. I think he'll be needing a change of underwear after that.
My goodness, just when you think it can't get any more crazy than this, you get a sight like that. I mean, this race has had everything so far, and it's not even the end, right? You got another 30 minutes that's coming up in just short order here. Jorge Correa still looking to do battle with Dave Chapman, by the way, just in behind them up to his slops as we watch line stat now with Matteo Herman trying to tango as well, and there was a bit of a swap there for 4th and 5th place, but that didn't go too much as well, so the battle for 2nd will rage on. You still got 4th, 5th, and 6th in a bit of a train of their own behind them, but 7th place also in the mix. Right aboard back with Matteo Herman here, 1 minute and 37 seconds to go. And who knows, right? You still got this battle deeper in the field. Here is Jorge Correa, and there's Niels Pines. The German Sim Racing Machine had a couple of incidents earlier on, and Julian Blamont trying to fight it out just behind him. This is battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th. You see Jorge Correa having to go defensive from Niels Pine from Julian Blamont just in the field. Oh, it's a lunge around the outside, a launch from Niels Pine. That doesn't go anywhere, though, and that opened it up the door wide for Blamont to find his way up the inside.
Yeah, Blamon's got the run as they head over the line and heading down to turn 1. I think, I thought he was going to throw it up the inside, but he actually decides to back out of it. Maybe thinking of trying to get a run in that back straight. Back straight possibly. It's Pine, it runs wide ever so slightly. Yeah, that was basically a rally cross wide.
And of course, this is the final lap now of this race. So if there's ever going to be a move for any of these positions, it will be on this lap. So in that case, let's turn our heads back up in the battle for second place. Tech now has been looking so aggressive to try to get around Mateo Herman for the last couple of laps. And I would say up into his slops, probably one of the last chances he's going to have here properly if he can get a good drafting run. They've been closing their way up to Marcelo Pagden ever so slightly, but it is not going to be enough to go for a race win. Linus Techno's got to accept now second place is the best he can do and see if he can fight it out for the second step on the podium. Closing on up to the bottom of his slops. Backs out though. I think might try to set him up here for launch.
Looks like it indeed, as Techno gets a great exit and he just needs to try and get close enough. As Herman gets a little bit sideways there, and yep, here we go. Techno looks like he's getting slipstream and he's getting closer, and it looks like don't be surprised if you see him trying to make a move into the final corner.
Out through Druids. Linus Tech now has the run, has the overspeed that he needs to get this pass done. Side by side, Herman goes defensive. Tech now gets blocked to the right-hand side of the racetrack, up through Lodge. Linus Tech now still going to be head-to-head with Mateo Herman. Out of the final corner, bit of a touch. Marcelo Pagden will win the race as they climb for second place in a heads-up drag race. Pagden wins. Here comes the drag for second place, so Tech now wins it out in the end in a very physical altercation coming across the line.
Yeah, and the rest of the cars coming across the line now to finish, round out the results, and wow, what a race.
What an absolutely intense run that we've seen. Just waiting on the last couple of drivers to come across the line, but the last one of them will be coming on up over through the Hillside chicane. No hope for Nick Martin to work his way up. So we'll take a look at your official post-race results here. Marcelo Pagden, your race winner after 17 laps. Linus Tech now down in second place at a heads-up drag race with VC Sim Racing's Mateo Herman for third. Dave Chapman is in fourth. You got Jorge Correa down in fifth, Niels Pine in sixth, Julian Blamont seventh, Simon Erpolding in eighth, Brandon Hawken in ninth, Eric Intilly in 10th. And then, of course, you have got Nick Martin in 11th place with Hans Pullman 12th, Tom Stanley and Simon Esches round out the 14-car field from race number 1. But we get set to do it all again in race number 2. What an absolutely intense run, though, throughout the first of this race for the first 30 minutes. And there's still another 30 minutes coming on up here, Ryan.
Yeah, we've still got another 30-minute race to go, and even though we've not got a big turnout today for Club Cup, it's still been fantastic racing, not just at the front, but in the further back in the pack as well. And race 2, I think, will be more of the same. And some of those moments in that race, the previous race, was just wow.
You really only need about 6 cars really to have a fantastic race in the Mazdas, right? Everything on top of that, it's an extra bonus. That's kind of how I like to look at these types of races, and that has certainly been the case here today. I mean, even with these lower field sizes, I mean, you talk about the first season of Club Cup, 1 year ago, right, where you had 20, 30 car grids easily on the regular, down to about 16 to 18 or so this year. But hey, the racing has been absolutely phenomenal. I mean, it's still not completely overdone, and we'll take a look at the standing now. This was, of course, before race 1 coming into this race. We'll get the updates for all of that before the season finale in a couple weeks' time. Brandon Hawken, you see, came into this race up in first place, and he's not been a good run for him, has he? Dave Chapman has had a barnstormer of a time so far, much more so than Brandon Hawken, who finished all the way down in 10th place in this first race. So Hawken is not going to be having a very easy run for himself to try to hold on to that championship fight. Brandon Hawken could potentially mount a charge, especially since Mateo Herman is down in third.
He possibly could. As you see, they see on the screen right now, the schedule for the remaining rounds as well is after this round we've got VIR, and VIR is a track I'm looking forward to, especially with its cars, and I think with the tight nature of that track as well, and the high speed corridors, I think with these cars that's going to be an absolutely awesome race.
And of course, they are going to be having their run over at the Virginia International Raceway, America's motorsports playground, as it's sometimes said. That'll be coming on up here with the Club Sports Series at the end of the month in November on the 27th. So you should definitely pop on over and join us for that, because I haven't seen many races at VIR, right? But for what I've seen, they can have some absolutely fantastic races there, as well. As you see, warm-up is currently underway. A couple of drivers kind of going out there, having a little bit of fun for themselves. Usually we get out at the odd driver to give us a chat or so here, during this warm-up period, but that has not been the case today, and I can't say I blame them. I think a lot of these guys are more kind of just wanting to settle in and focus up on what this race could hold for the next 30 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. This last this last race is probably the one where everyone just goes all out and just goes for it, and it's sort of like the real life MX5 series. You get close racing throughout the field, not just at the front, but further back in the pack as well. And I think you don't have to set it as much up in this car as well. But it's kind of one of those cars that you can just jump in and go racing.
It's by far got to be one of the easiest cars a driver can pick up and learn on the iRacing service, which makes it, honestly, probably the best possible sports series you can get here for the, IVRA Endurance and the Club Sports Series. And I do want to remind everybody that I know that a lot of you are probably here, of course, for the 1,000 kilometers of Barcelona at the Circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya. That is going to be coming on up here in about 35 minutes here. This is, of course, the IVRA Club Cup you are watching, the sports series here for all IVRA events, most notably the Endurance and the Club Sports Series. We've already completed race 1, just 30 more minutes of racing action left, and we'll be tossing things over to our endurance crew for the 1,000-kilometer endurance race, which will, of course, feature cars like the LMP2s, the GT3s, and so on. So it'll be a fantastic race, I would imagine, coming on up here. I mean, the other races in the endurance series, right, they have just been absolutely thrills to watch. But I mean, hey, we've been seeing some phenomenal racing that we've been treated to here in this Club Cup as well. Should make it for a very entertaining race coming on up here for not just our race, but also the endurance race in Barcelona in about 35-40 minutes time.
Yeah, the endurance series, there's been great races so far this season, and I think today with Barcelona as well, and the nature of that track, I think it'll be a close race in each class. And yeah, I think it's going to be unpredictable, but it's a race that I'm looking forward to.
Of course, for those that are unfamiliar with how the Club Cup works, you have, of course, a qualifying race that we went through earlier today. Then, of course, you had race 1 where the top 10 were inverted. Now you have the feature, well, not necessarily the feature race, but race number 2, you could say, where it's a full inverted grid. So Marcelo Pagna, the guy that won this last race in race number 1, he will be starting all the way down in 16th place, or 14th place, excuse me, and it will be Simon Esches who will be starting up there on the pole. And with warm-up complete for this final 30-minute race, we'll take a rundown of your starting grid and how things shake up. The last place driver for is Simon Esches. He'll be starting up there in pole position on the front row, and Tom Stanley, who went for a bit of a ride himself, it'll be a lock for those two drivers up on the front row. And then you're going to have, of course, Hans Pullman down in 3rd place, with Nick Martin all the way back there down in 4th to start this race off. Brett Hawken will be just behind them with Eric Intilli. Then you got Simon Erpelding and Julian Blamont. It's Niels Payne and Jorge Correa just in behind them. Brett Hawken had his own struggles. He's looking to go on and improve a little bit throughout the course of this race. After Correa, it is Dave Chapman with Matteo Herman just down the field. And then, of course, you have your drivers that finished 1-2 in the previous race. Linus Tech now and Marcelo Pagnan bringing up the rear of the grid. So everybody gridded up. We're ready to go, and I have a feeling these drivers are itching to go here, as this time we'll be racing in darkness for the first time, really, all Club Cup season here, as the sun continues to set.
Yeah, I think this will make it an interesting challenge, and I think it's probably these drivers are going to have to be a lot more heads up as well with heading into the darkness and maybe having to adjust stuff like braking points. But still, it should be a great race, and the likes of Pagnan and Chapman and Techno and Hawken as well getting through the field. How quickly they can get through the field is another question.
And the pace car gets set to roll. Simon Esches and Tom Stanley will be leading the way, and we do want to thank everybody for taking the time to join us here on this beautiful Saturday morning or afternoon or evening, wherever you happen to be in your part of the world. But as we get set to go racing for this final 30 minutes. My name is Bill Redfield. I've been bringing you all the coverage here from this Club Cup race with Ryan Walker doing an excellent job assignment as always, with our wonderful Ryan Bauer behind the cameras here for tonight's Club Cup presentation, and he'll be with you again for the endurance series after the conclusion here of race number 2. Coming around through the lodge corner for the final time behind a safety car before we get this second race underway. Simon Etches going to be under fire for Tom Stanley as we get set to go racing. Green flag will wave, and we are go, go, go here in race number 2, and already fanning out 3 wide of the field. What a launch from Dave Chapman, making it 3 wide, picking up 2 already on the initial start as we throttle away down to turn number 1. The top 3 break away. Oh, Nick Martin getting all sorts of crossed up. There goes Chapman through, Blamont's through. Here comes Correa and Mathieu Herman deeper in the field. It's complete pandemonium in the back portion of the field as Dave Chapman makes his way up 5 spots on just the opening corner alone. Martin goes wide and he's off into the grass, but it's just one driver, so everybody else going to keep it with it. Still 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 deeper in the field. Here goes Brandon Hawken making the charge for 3rd place up the inside. He's got Dave Chapman just behind him, just clears from Hans Pullmans, and already Hawken is going here from 7th up to 3rd at the and he's going to get turned by Hans Pullmans. Brandon Hawken dumped by Hans Pullmans. No better way to put that. Hawken's hopes of a win have been completely dashed here, and another car off into the barriers. That's Marcelo Pagnan, so both Movado cars off at the Shell Oils hairpin, Ryan.
Yeah, look at the replay of Pagnan as well, and
wow!
He just got tagged at high speed.
Who was that? I think that was actually Nils Pine that ran over him, a driver that has so many struggles earlier in the race, and we're going to see what happened to Brandon Hawken here as well. I am absolutely stunned at what we have seen. I mean, complete pandemonium, and the 2 title favorites could be out of a fight for a race win, and there you can see, I mean, and there's no better way to put that. Hans Pullman did Brandon Hawken dirty there.
Yeah, it's just the nature of these close races as well. Everyone's so bunched up together, and Hans Pullmans just blew the corner, and pretty much, like you said, Roland, and our director as well just mentioned that he just pretty much just got dumped.
And still chaos going further up throughout the grid as well. I know Linus Tent now just went off the track, saw some yellow flags being waved over at the Lodge hairpin, so it's just complete chaos everywhere you look at the field. Just all sorts of split apart and crossed up. Not the civilized racing that we saw in race number 1 here. You're right on board with Tom Stanley trying to run down Simon Etches, and you can see over on the left-hand side of your screen after Simon Etches, it is about another 2 seconds or so back to the 3rd place driver, Dave Chapman. I mean, that is just absolutely unreal what we've been seeing, and you still got guys trying to go rallycross racing deeper in the field as well. But Taylor Herman went off track a little bit, and it's at this point where do you look at it, right? I mean, there's just been so much chaos going on throughout this opening lap here of race number 2. You don't know quite where to look, so it's Tom Stanley going to continue to try to work with Simon Etches, and here is Julian Blamont kind of in the middle of a big gaggle of cars. He's got Simon Derpilding in front of him, and Linus Tech now, who went off in the Lodge corner at the end of the first lap, just behind him.
Absolutely. Excuse me, the 2 leaders come up to the chicane now. It's still Essie's leading from Tom Stanley, and Dave Chapman. He started in 13th, he's up 10 positions now into third place, so a great early stages from him, and pretty much not messing around at the moment. And Dave Chapman pretty much the beneficiary of the lap one mayhem.
And look back on poor driver's eye view with Julian Blamont for the Arrows Racing Team deeper in the field. This is the battle for 6th place at the moment on track, and Simon Erpelding will think about going defensive. Looks like he's going to opt to stick with it here in the Shipski Racing machine. Now Linus Tech down with Taylor Herman, 2 drivers that are racing really aggressively at the end of race 1, just in behind them. So there's a couple of names to keep an eye out for in this little bit of a battle. Does Blamont opt to make the look? Doesn't look like he'll go forward. You see on board for the back of Simon Etches, though, Tom Stanley has been steadily closing in for the race lead, and there is Dave Chapman in the 444, a driver who's wanted to get as big of a run up on Brandon Hawken as he possibly can coming over into this race, and might be able to get him here, going to have a run around Tom Stanley, trying to go for 2nd place on the outside of the island bend. That is always a risky move to try to make, and I think Dave Chapman takes the wise move there and back it out, especially since Tom Stanley kind of comes back across the track. Would have run him off, I'd imagine, if he stayed there. Chapman's going to hold 3rd for now, maybe into the Hislop chicane.
Yeah, I think that's what Chapman was doing there. He's just waiting to set up the move and get the run. But further back, riding on board with 9th place man at the moment, hit Matteo Herman behind Linus Techno and Brandon Hopkins. I think pretty much the rest of the race for him is just about trying to salvage the best result possible. But the leaders up at the front, there's no contact.
Oh no! Contact between all 3 leaders. They're 3 abreast, and here comes Pullman getting all 3 of them. And it's still an argy-bargy between Tom Stanley and poor Dave Chapman. It's just falling apart here in race 2. I mean, what happened to the civilized racing that we saw just what we could go? Nobody's able to let another guy breathe here. Take another look at the whole incident. It'll be from start to finish here. You're going to watch. There's the overtaking attempt for the outside of Tom Stanley having a run here up on Simon Esches. And there's the punt. And Dave Chapman tried to sneak up the inside, but there's no room. Stanley didn't let him through. And Hans Pullman just said, oh, thank you very much. I'll take 3 for 3.
Yeah, pretty much. Took the opportunity to take the lead, and then when the top 3 were holding each other up, and yeah, the championship contenders are all having issues, and it's pretty much everyone's just pretty much lost their mind, if you like. I know it sounds bad to say, but still, at the moment, it's Pullman's leading from the S's, and Jorge Correa has actually benefited from that mayhem to move up into 3rd place now, and he's closed the top 2 down in front of him.
I'm at a bit of a loss for words, right, about what we're seeing here. I mean, the first race was so unbelievably exciting. You had exciting battles, you had close racing. This has been exciting, right? But I feel for all the wrong reasons, right? Because it seems like all these battles are ending in somebody getting shoved off the track, which is not what you want to see, right? I mean, you want to see those guys being able to battle side by side. It seems like, the guys that are further in the field are trying to work their way to the front, and it's just not going too well for them. So we see Hans Pullman's up in the lead now. Simon Esches and Jorge Correa potentially having a go at it. Does Esches go for the lead? Oh, he's going to have a dive with the Hislopes. That's a risky move. Oh, and there we go again. Pullman's goes wide off the track altogether. Simon Esches going to be down in 2nd place. Does Pullman's have a slowdown penalty from that? It kind of just proving my point there, right, Ryan?
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone just... I understand they want to try and get to the up to the front, and you're eager to get into the lead and have a possible chance of taking the win, but some of the driving standards in this race have been a bit, questionable.
And you see the hit big time there, and Hans Pullman did have to give the lead up, had a slowed-up penalty that he has just served up to Lodge, but all of this chaos has condensed the field once again. 1st place, and looking back all the way to 10th in one long train. This is about to all kick off. You're on board with Tech now, right in the thick of it, trying to run up to Jorge Correa. There is the very long train of Mazda Miatas trying to work their way through. This should be a bit of an interesting scrap here, especially this continues to play out the way it has. Simon Erpolding is waiting in the field with Matteo Herman just in behind, seeing if we can maybe make up a look for another position throughout this field. How patient do you be if you're a guy that's further down in this field, right? I mean, you've still got 22 minutes to go on the clock. You have time to make these moves up. You don't need to make every single look, matter when it's now. You can always afford to wait a little bit, wait for drivers to kind of knock themselves out further in front of you, and then have a potential go at these positions, maybe within 10 to go, right?
Yeah, I think if you're in this pack and you're further back, say, round about, say, Brandon Hopkins, he's down in 10th position at the moment, I think. He managed to close back up to the lead pack, but back up at the front, they might be having a chance of the lead heading into the chicane, as it looks like Chapman's trying to go on the outside of Esses. Esses is not giving up without a fight, and Chapman goes wide and has to take the runoff.
And there's another cone trapped underneath the 444 machine, and a wounded mirror as well for Dave Chapman as well. I mean, this has just been completely out there. And as well as that, by the way, Tom Stanley also got punted off as he made a huge lunge on Matteo Herman up into the chicane as well around the same time. We can maybe get a shot at that, hopefully, on this replay as well. We're right aboard with Dave Chapman here first, though. Coming on down into the chicane. I think he realized that Simon Esches just wasn't going to be able to get that thing stopped in time, so he just bailed out wide, realized he was not making that chicane, and there he is, Herman getting sent around by one driver further down in the order. It's a bit of an interesting one, isn't it? Because we have seen that already a couple of the times throughout the course of the day, haven't we? I mean, this has not been a very pleasant run for a lot of these drivers out there in the field.
Yeah, pleasant's not the word that I would use. I think it's been pretty much surprising that some of these drivers have been making silly mistakes, having silly issues, and I don't know if it's maybe some drivers just been caught out by maybe having to readjust their braking points in the dark, but just I think some of these drivers just need maybe a sit down and by the stewards and maybe need a talking to.
And the battle on for the race lead again. Tech now up the inside of Simon Esches into the island bend. That's a risky place to make it work, but Tech now is going to go for it and makes that pass work. Beautiful overtake for the race lead there. That's the kind of battle we want to see. So Simon Esches is going to be able to fall back to second place. Jorge Correa try to make a look around for second. Going to have to stick with third, though, for the time being. You still got Erpelding in the mix of this as well, along with Julian Blamon, and Simon Esches not going to be able to make the run for the race lead because here comes Jorge Correa looking around the outside line, up and over the hill and back down for the Hislop chicane. Battle of the late breakers. Look out, Esches closing up, and now it's Jorge Correa that has to bail out over through the chicane. He'll rejoin in front of the race leaders, and he'll back out and go off track to serve a slowdown penalty. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about a rejoin from Correa. I think he should have stopped and he should have stopped, let the cars go by. But just so many silly mistakes in this race by some of these drivers. It's just we've never seen anything like this. But still, it's Techno leading up at the front, but the battle for second is still going on at the moment with Esses and Blamont and well, a few drivers in this pack anyways. It looks like Blamont's got the run heading across the line and just doesn't go for the move straight away. He's just...
Well, he can. He's got Chapman on the inside.
Yeah, I was going to say he can't make a move because Chapman's up the inside.
And Dave Chapman going to make another spot up. That'll be for fourth place out there. Chapman thinking about making a move on his teammate Simon Erpelding. Would have been the first time we've seen these chip ski teammates swap positions just so far this race. And all of this with Simon Esches having to, kind of hold this pack up. You can see Linus Tech now starting to kind of set sail and take off with the lead up the road from them. You got guys like Simon Esches that are going to be deeper in the field here. And I can tell you right now, Simon Esches is the one that's holding these guys up as Erpelding misses the corner by a country mile. That lets Chapman through, and it also allows for Blamont to get up the inside line. So they're going to be in a bit of a drag race now. Up, out through Britain's and up down towards Hislops. You have to wonder, will we be seeing another bailout of the chicane from Simon Erpelding? It would be the first time we've seen that so far today. Deeper on the brakes. Blamont backs out for the defensive overtake.
Yeah, Blamont being sensible there. He didn't try and force the issue. He backs out of it and slips in behind. But I agree, seems to be the person that's causing this bit of a train. And Chapman, I think he's getting really close now, and I think if he gets a good exit here, he'll make the run into the final corner.
Speaker runs up to the final corner. Look out, Dave Chapman up the inside of Simon Esches. Got a great run out through Druids. He will be able to potentially look up the inside for Lodge. Braking at exact even points. Chapman trying to hold the inside. You got Esches around the outside, though. And not clear for Dave Chapman. They're still going to battle out across the start-finish line. Can Simon Esches potentially take that spot back around the outside of turn one? Still gonna be there. It's gonna be a drag race now down towards Cascades of turn two. This time though, Esches will be the one that will have the optimal line. It'll be Chapman who will try to have to fight the momentum. Dave Chapman trying to find his way around the outside. They're still gonna be side by side. Erpelding just behind the train as well, trying to find a way through. Look out, Julian Blamon trying to find us some speed as well. And now going to be side by side through Island and up into Shell Oils Bend. They've been side by side for almost half a lap now. Can Esches still pull out that position at Shell Oils though? Finally, Chapman pulls ahead.
Yeah, Chapman managed to get the move done, but as they're heading up to the chicane now, I think Esses has got to run in the selection, but I don't think it's going to try anything silly. But Chapman goes to the inside line to defend, heading down to the chicane. As Esses is going to try and go around the outside, he's going for it. Can he make it through in one piece, and Chapman just holds onto the position.
Oh boy, so finally Chapman is able to kind of settle himself down, and maybe he can start to set sail. Let's see if he can catch Linus Tech now up the road from him. You got Simon Erpelding just down the field, looking for the inside through Druids, and now back to the outside. Esches leaving no room for Erpelding to have a run. closing up already on halfway through this race. 15.5 minutes to go in a 30-minute race. You got Erpelding still trying to find the inside lineup for Lodge, but nothing doing that time around. Simon Etches doing a great job on holding that position. Shipski Racing Triple One gonna have to reset and have to maybe focus up and find another way. Don't forget that you got Julian Blamont of the Arrows Racing Team 38 that is still looking to see if he can potentially find a run around in the 36 car just behind. We got Brandon Hawkins just at the tail end of this train as well. He has been steadily reeling his way up after getting punted in the opening lap. He was all the way up in 4th place, remember, through the Shellways hairpin on lap 1, and he got dumped around by, actually it was that of, Hans Bowman just up the road, and that caused him to fall all the way back. He is slowly working his way back up, and he is now up in 7th place. Has potential to go for 6th here, looking for the outside of Mateo Herman through Shell Oils, but you really cannot make an overtake around the outside line of Shell Oils, can you? There's just you can't get a good enough run because of the banking on that hairpin.
Pretty much, and trying to get a good exit or a good run in the exit of that corner is absolutely difficult. You've got to be real close to the car. As a bit behind Chapman, we've got a battle for 3rd place with Esses and Elperdin and Blamont and Herman and Hopkin going on as well. It looks like someone's around.
Oh, it's Hawkins again off and into the grass. Hawkins' day goes from bad to worse. This time to bail out to avoid running over with Taylor Herman just up the road. And now you can see Simon Erpelding trying to get into a bit of a scrap here with Simon Etches. We'll see the look for Brandon Hawkins. Too deep on the brakes, having to bail out around the outside line. That was a wise move for Hawkins to juke it into the left-hand side. It was either that or you're cleaning out the guy in front of you, and most likely yourself as well. Simon Erpelding looking for 3rd on Simon Etches up into Lodge corner. And Dave Chapman has broken away now from this train, but he has not been able to close up to Linus Tech now. Might need some struggles to follow Technow's way to properly get that battle kicked on off. Herman, though, see if he can maybe mount a charge on Julian Blamont deeper in this train of about 5 cars from 3rd on back to 7th.
Yeah, pretty much. Chapman's broken away from his battle, and Esses is pretty much holding these guys up now. I think he's slightly slower than these guys behind. But so unfortunate for Brandon Hopkin. It's not been the round that he wanted to have, and around here it's always predictable when it comes to incidents happening. Unfortunately, he's been caught up in some of them, but still this battle for 3rd between Esses and Elperdin and Blamont and a few other guys is absolutely fantastic. And it's been great racing considering the issues we had in the early stages.
Let's keep with this big battle here going on. I just want to quickly give a shout out to Eric Intley, working his way up into the top 10 from Nick Martin, but we'll keep our eyes on this battle now for 5th, 4th, 3rd, and just behind for 6th and 7th as well. Blamont looking left, looking right. But Taylor Herman even thought about a look up the inside that time by into his slops. Oh, and Erpelding wide through the middle of his slops. That opens up the door for Blamont, but interesting enough, the 36 car doesn't try to capitalize on that one. Instead, stuck it in line and actually checked up Herman a little bit. That allows Herman to get up his inside in the run up through the water tower and potentially up towards Druids. Is he actually going to throw it up the inside? No, he's not. Going to tuck it back in line instead. Wise move, I thought, but he's trying it again to get a run out of Druids up towards Lodge.
Yeah, absolutely. Excuse me. Yeah, it looks like there's going to be a change of position there, but it looks like these drivers are just being slightly sensible at the moment. But as we come into just about the final 10 minutes of the race, yeah, it looks like it'll probably kick off, but that's like that. But Blamont says pulling out, showing his nose there, but decides not to make a move.
Yeah, opted not to go for it that time around, but he's definitely showing Simon Erpelding that he is there and he can potentially make a lunge whenever he wants. Simon Etches has been able to kind of stretch his legs a little bit up the way from these guys. He'll be trying to see if he can maybe pull away with the 3rd place finish. And here comes Julian Blamont up the inside of Simon Erpelding up for the island bend. Herman's going to capitalize on this as well and also go through. So Shipski's 111 entry loses 2 in one corner and is now under fire from Jorge Correa just in behind him. On board now with Jorge Correa coming up through the Britain's chicane. And he's got a front row seat of the battle just on the road between Julian Blamont and Mateo Herman, going side by side in the run towards his slops. And it will be a 2 abreast, the 2-2-1. Gonna get the spot up. Blamon falls back into the 4th position, or the 5th position, excuse me. Erpelding running wide on the exit of Knickerbrook. He thought about trying to make a pass up on Julian Blamon to retake his 4th place, but it just wasn't happening that time around.
Yeah, absolutely not. And yeah, Blamon, it's fair play to him. He's been keeping up at the front and not falling back too far. So yeah, having a good race is Blamon, and I think if he keeps going where he is at the moment, it'll be a great result for him.
Oh, how about Jorge Correa? You saw him try to find the inside line, but that didn't necessarily go anywhere for the number 29. Trying to find the inside of Lodge, and I thought for a moment he was going to be blocked off the track by Simon Erpelding. That ended up not being the case, which is obviously good news for the 29, because it allowed him to have at least an attempt at it. There's now under 10 minutes to go. We are basically racing under almost complete darkness now here from Moulton Park. You see the headlights, definitely the only real light source on the track at the moment. How about Matteo Herman trying to close up to Simon Esches up the road, has the run on the number 5. Bit of a bump that time into the island bend. Does he have a look into Shell Oils? Would not surprise me, but can I actually stick that one in line? I think he's trying to set him up for Hislops here.
Yeah, good decision that, and yeah, he's right on board with the S's at the moment, still holding on to 3rd place, and he's been handling this pressure really well. As it looks like Herman's got the run. He's gone up the inside, heading down to Ken, and I'm surprised that Essie's never tried to go to the inside line to defend, but Herman's up the inside, and is it getting...
They touched once in the braking zone, but Esches loses the spot. Herman goes through up to 3rd. Look out, Julian Blamon gonna be hungry for Simon Esches. Gonna be looking to see if he can take that 4th place away up through Druids here, the 36 car. Looking around for the right side, maybe. Tucks that one in line. You can see Simon Erpelding kind of checked up just a little bit. Esches misses both apexes through Druids, and that could put him under 5 or Lodge if Julian Blamon decides to have a run from that far back, though. I don't think it's going to be happening, and sure enough, Officer tucked that one in line still. You're not going to make a pass with that far back. Oh, you're going to get it here, though. So Esches goes off course. That loses out to Blamon, and here comes Erpelding as well, who's going to go through. Jorge Correa could potentially have a run as well as Esches gets squeezed out to the left-hand side. Oh, and it comes in and hits Correa and goes up the track. That time did that to himself as Brandon Hawkins throws his half back into the ring. He'll look at the inside of Jorge Correa up for Cascades, and he'll make up another spot as we throw to a race spot replay.
Yep, so right on board the S's, and he runs wide on the exit of the final corner, and he loses a few places, and maybe just carried too much speed into the final corner, but still maybe just being caught out by the braking points in the dark as well. But still, it's been a great race for this pack as well. Oh, as he gets the slight bars wide ever so slightly as well. Oh, manages to hold it on the exit.
It turned in on him, it looked like, from turn 1, just really cut in. I mean, it goes to show, you know, it's not a good situation for Simon Esches at the moment. I mean, that just made it bad to worse for him. When you one mistake, it could put you in a very compromising position in this race. And you still see Brandon Hawkins up there looking potentially do battle for spots in the top 5 now. Going for the over-under here on Simon Erpelding through the Hislop chicane. Now out through Knickerbrook, can potentially get the run. Oh my gosh, all over the backhand. Bump trapped it through corner exit. That allows him up the outside line, up the hill through Water Tower. And Simon Erpelding under fire. Here comes Correa trying to make a run up as well. Hawkins clear, and Jorge Correa not so much. Has to find the outside line through Druids. Heads up, Marcelo Bagnan. Haven't talked about the 75 car much. He got sent into the tires early on. He is trying to make up a spot. Forces Erpelding to back off as he punched him over basically to the right-hand side. And you still see Simon Esches looking for the inside as well. It's all kicking off. There's under 10 minutes to go. If there's ever a point when you wanted to go for a move and go for a battle, this is that time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's basically covered up to about just about 5 minutes remaining in this race as all these guys run wide ever so slightly on the exit of turn 1. But yeah, a great recovery from Brandon Hawkins, considering he got spun around on lap 1 and then spun around halfway through this race as well into the chicane, and someone goes right off in the grass there.
That was Jorge Correa, went off into the grass at the exit of the Cascades. That leaves him under 5 for Marcelo Pagno, who tries to find the inside of Island Bend. He's going to force the issue here. up the inside. That puts him offline for Shell Oils, though, and Jorge Correa will be able to hold that position as Pagden forced to back out. And so we'll be able to watch this battle as it comes up and over the rise, out through Britons and up over Hilltop as they get set to bomb their way back down to the Hislop's chicane. And there is the look to the left-hand side of Marcelo Pagden. We haven't seen this play out too often from Movado. This time, though, Correa's going to back out as Pagden goes too deep and overshoots the chicane big time. Wasn't ever going to make that corner. I was wondering why Correa's backing out so early. Well, now we know it wasn't him backing out early. It was Pagden missing the breaking point.
Yeah, surprised. Well, his teammate made a mistake into that chicane. Now Pagden's made a mistake into that chicane, and yeah, so many people have ran wide that chicane and just went through the runoff, and it's very surprised, but still, on the other hand, it's gave us a bit of a mix-up up at the front in the top three with Techno leading and Chapman second, and Herman sitting in the top three with Blamont having a great run in fourth.
It's such an interesting race this has turned out to be, right? I mean, it's all falling apart for SRC Movado. Linus Tetnow and Dave Chapman have the potential here to get a serious points gap run down to Brandon Hawken, who is still fighting it out for 5th place. You're right on board, or you were right on the board there for a moment with Julian Blamond as Mateo Herman tries to fend up the road. Here is Brandon Hawken, 5th place. Best he can make at the moment is going to be 3rd place. No way are we on your way all the way up to guys like Dave Chapman and Linus Tetnow before this race concludes, right? I mean, this has just been a phenomenal battle. It's been a great recovery effort from Hawken, but at best, he's getting 3rd.
Yeah, absolutely. Excuse me. Herman in 3rd at the moment, and still, as a comment, we're in the just about final 3.5 minutes of this race, but this battle for 3rd place between Herman, Blamont and Hawken and Carrera is still going on. It's absolutely fantastic stuff to watch, because it looks like we might have a change of position into the chicane. Herman manages just to hold on to the position, but Blamont absolutely is just not giving up, and Hawken, don't be surprised if you see him get a run heading down to the final corner and possibly make a move up the inside of Blamont.
Well, yellow flags be way to the Hislop chicane, and I saw Simon Etches topple down the timing boards. What's happened to the number 5 car? Apparent issues for himself, and I think it might be race done, as still has not just now exited Knickerbrook. You ride on board with Brandon Hawken looking for the inside on Julian Blamont, trying to find the inside of the number 36 car for Lodge. Not happening this time around, though, potentially in a run up to turn 1.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, Essie's there just made a mistake in the chicane by the looks of it, and they just watching the replay now of Simon heading down to the chicane. I wonder if he turned in too early and just clipped the tyres. Yep, he clips the tyres.
Wow, ripped the right front tire clean off. Look at that, completely destroyed the suspension. That's gonna be a race ender for Esches. There you heard it. That is not a pleasant sound to hear, and completely destroyed right front. Sparks were flying, and well, that'll do it. That'll be an unfortunate end to Simon Esches's day. The battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th rages on. Hawken tried to find the outside of Julian Blamont for oil shells. Didn't work, so he instead switched it up, tried to go for the crossover. This time, out through Britons and up to Hilltop. He might be able to have a solid run. Up for Julian Blamont, up and over the rise. And down for the Hislop chicane, looking on board for the back end of Mateo Herman in this drag race down the hill. Advantage, Brandon Hawken on the brakes. Is it too deep? This time gets it stopped in time, and that'll be a pass up for 4th.
Yeah, and Mateo Herman possibly might have clipped the inside tyres ever so slightly. Might have just rubbed them, but still managing to keep going. And Blamont lost the position to Hawken, but still sitting in P5 at the moment, having a great race. And Hawken, I think he's pretty much just pushing like crazy now to try and close that gap down to Herman. And I think if he gets close enough, he'll try and make a move in that run up to the back straight chicane.
You can now see here Matteo Herman will continue to try to get a pass done here. I believe this is going to be the final lap now of this race. So this is where you have to get desperate. You have to start to get your hands dirty here. Brandon Hawken wants a third place, needs a third place to maintain the massive points gap he currently has coming into VIR, so he can be potentially safe in his bid for a championship. Herman swinging out wide. Here comes Hawken trying to mount the charge up for the island bend. I don't think it'll happen around here to the island bend. He might try to force the issue there. Nope, thinks better of it. Stucks it in behind the VC sim racing driver. That is a very wise move for Brandon Hawken. Set him up for his laps. You've been good there throughout today. Get the run there. And you saw Herman running wide. This is the popcorn seat to watch from Julian Blamont. Front row seat, front row tickets that he didn't even ask for. Trying to watch this battle for third place develop. You see Matteo Herman still trying to defend, looking left, looking right. Brandon Hawken will have to make this one around the outside line, up to the Hislops chicane, deeper on the brakes. The battle of the lane bringers is on. Hawken too deep into the grass, maybe with two tires, just gets that thing stopped. Herman's got the run though, out through Knickerbrook, trying to see if he can defend against the 98. This could prove to be a heads-up grudge match. Here comes Blamont trying to find some speed as well in the battle for third on the final lap of the race. This is going to get all sorts of tighter out through Druids. And can the 221 mount the charge on Brandon Hawken coming into the final corner? So close. The gap between these two thinner than the air at the top of Mount Everest. Linus Tech now going to win the race out of the final corner. Crosses the finish line. Conrad made for third. Up into the battle for launch. And it's still going to be a fierce fight between the two drivers. Brandon Hawken still holds the outside line. Has got the inside up the hill. It's a drag race to the line for third. But Herman's going to hold on.
Oh, what fun. That was a fantastic battle in the final lap between those two, and that could have ended up worse than it looked with them getting so close, but still a great battle between those two guys, and congratulations to Linus Techno taking a well-deserved win.
What an absolutely phenomenal battle for a third place finish. What a way to end the race here from Oulton Park. Take a look now at your post-race results. You got Tech now winning the race by 4 seconds over Dave Chapman. Took the lead early and set sail. Did exactly what he needed to do to take a win tonight. I believe his first win of the season, as a matter of fact. Theo Herman down in third place with Brandon Hawken in 4th. Julian Blamont in 5th with Jorge Correa down in 6th. Simon Erpelding, who rounded his race out in 7th place. Marcelo Pagnan, what could have been for the SSC Movano Corsa driver. So many misfortunes on race 2, season finish in 8th. Ergin Tilly is in 9th. Nick Martin, the last driver on the lead lap, down in 10th place. Hans Pullman down in 11th place then, and Simon Eschus in 12th. Tom Stanley and Nils Pine rounding out the 14-car field here from Oulton Park for the final time today. What an absolute barnstormer of a battle, though.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a great race between Hawken and Herman on the final lap, and I thought Hawken might have had that possibly, but still Herman never gave up and he managed to hold on, and yeah, fantastic stuff.
So just wait and see if these drivers will opt to pop on up here to the commentary booth, potentially give us a bit of a chit chat here at the end of what was an absolutely insane race from Oulton Park. And it's not over, right? I mean, this is by far only the start of racing action throughout the course of the night. You still got the 1,000 kilometers of Barcelona that is going to be having a solid run for themselves out throughout the course of the day. Remember, I mean, you got yourself that 1,000-kilometer race coming up in just a few moments' time, and that could be an entertaining race in of its own right. Multi-class race, of course, and it's the race I think a lot of people are going to be excited for. So this will be, it should be an entertaining race, and a whole about 6-7 hours of race coming on up. Plenty for everybody to look forward to.
Yeah, absolutely. This would be a great race, and there's plenty of passing opportunities around Barcelona, but with multi-class racing as well, I think drivers will have to be very, very careful as well. But it's yeah, like you say, 7 hours of racing coming up, and it should be great racing.
Should be some phenomenal racing coming on up here in just a few moments' time. So as we get set to close things out here from the IVRA Club Cup here at Oulton Park, course, it is going to be an intense championship battle coming on up for the Club Sport Series coming up in just a couple of weeks' time on November 27th for the season finale. For now, though, it is time to say farewell from Old Tim Park here. I'm Manola Repo with Ryan Walker beside me in the commentary box. Ryan Bauer behind the cameras for the Club Cup. We'll be behind the cameras as well for the endurance race. That's coming up in just a few moments, so stick with us and don't go away. 1,000 kilometers coming up for you in just a moment.
Welcome to the IVRA Endurance Series 1000 kilometres of Barcelona. My name is Peter Mackay, and joining me today on this RaceSpotTV broadcast is Lorenzo Bonder and special guest Ryan Walker. Your producer today is Ryan Bauer, using the excellent track cameras provided by the ever-talented Dougie Beard. Lorenzo, I should bring you in first. We are well into this IVRA Endurance Series. We had an absolute thriller at the Red Bull Ring a couple of weeks ago, and your expectations for this round today?
Well, so first and foremost, let me just mention we are using the best layout of Barcelona. It's not the one with the dreadful chicane. It's the one that uses the old little right-hand turn after you are gone into the third to last right-hand corner of the track. Going to be an interesting one to watch. Traffic should be key here, like we saw at Red Bull Ring, but I think it makes it easier because you don't have the chicane, so you don't have that big attrition that you would normally have coming down to the final sector.
So we've got three different classes of car here in the IVRA Endurance Series, headed up by the Lara P217 prototype. Nearly 600 horsepower, carbon fibre construction and huge aerodynamic grip as well. Watch for some really quick lap times from that class. Then we have the GTEs, the soon-to-be defunct GTE category in the global world of motor racing. We have the big BMW M8, which is bowing out at Petit Le Mans as we speak. The Chevrolet Corvette C8R and the ever-wonderful Porsche 911 RSR, the 4-litre flat six musical instrument. Then we have the GT3, where we have the brand new BMW M4, which will be making its debut stateside next week at the 24 Hours of Sebring. The now what seems like a part of the furniture, the Lamborghini Huracan Evo, the Mercedes AMG, the big monster from Afterback, and the Porsche 911 GT3R. So whatever fan you are of whichever brand of car, it's likely that we will have it here for you. At the moment, Apex Tech Racing, they sit on top of the standings with 251 points, with Pure Sim Esports not too far behind in second. VRS Satellite Racing, Impulse Racing and Alpine Stars Geodesic round out your top five, but pretty close there in the midfield. But Apex Tech in control at the moment after a thrilling 1,000 kilometres of the Red Bull Ring. In GTE, well, it's Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing who lead by just 9 points from Maniti Racing. Team RSO are in third, Apex Tech in fourth, and RSR by G Performance, they round out your top five in the GTE category. Finally, in the GT3 standings, again, it's Alpine Stars Geodesic. They hold a tiny advantage, just 9 points from Maniti Racing. Pure Sims Esports sit in third with their Lamborghini. Fiercely Forward are in fourth, and Hell Racers, the Scandinavian Hell Racers, they are in fifth position at the moment in the GT standings. So what to expect today then? 1,000 kilometres around this Catalunya circuit, but we'll finally look at our GT3 Pro standings. Archer Brothers leading the way in that championship by 21 points, with Sim Republic in third, 49 Motorsports fourth, and Maniti Racing sitting back in the fifth position at the moment. So why don't we bring in, gives me a lot of joy, bring in the other half of Double Scotch, and everyone watching on RaceSpotTV today, do send your very best wishes to Lorenzo Bonder because he's stuck with two Scotsmen. Ryan Walker, welcome to the programme.
Thanks very much. That was a great welcome to bring me in. But yeah, it's a pleasure to be alongside you, Peter. I know we've commentated on broadcasts before and other series, but looking forward to this one. Looking forward to watching this series today, and with three classes on the track, it's going to be hectic, that's for sure.
And the question is, Ryan, how many gallons of Scotch are we going to drink watching Petit Le Mans later?
Well, I'm being sensible for once and not drinking, so you're on your own, pal. But I think you'll probably get through a lot.
Yes, that means I'll probably have to have double Scotch in your absence.
Yeah,
well, yes, we of course promote responsible.
You guys were more of a bourbon.
yeah, we're not as insular as people think we are in Scotland. We're actually very open-minded, Lorenzo. You'll find that, yes, indeed. Well, we're about just 7.5 minutes from the end of the critical LMP2 qualifying session, and at the moment, what are the times looking like, Lorenzo?
There's going to be an interesting one because now the time is within, I think, in the LMP field are very, very, very close. So you guys are going to see basically, I think it is 0.7 of a second that separates the entire LMP2 field. There's a little bit of a separation in the GTEs, more than a second. I think 1.5 seconds separates the GTE field from first to last. And Gen GT3 Pro is going to be very interesting because it is a little bit of a mix-up. There are a few cars from the GT3M involved in it, so it's going to be a very interesting race for the GT3s because you don't have a clear favorite right there.
No, it's extraordinary looking at the timing tower. Some of the gaps separated by thousandths of a second rather than hundredths. Incredible around this very technical challenge of Grand Prix circuit. I mean, Ryan, you watch endurance racing from all over the world. Catalunya is a circuit that's been used in European Le Mans Series in the past, the Le Mans Series as it was called about 10 or 15 years ago, but if there's a reason why so many teams go testing here, because it tests every part of a car's performance.
Yeah, absolutely does. And like you said, we've had racing here and before, like the old Le Mans Series, you say, and also the European Le Mans Series, and not just the European Le Mans Series, but we've had GT racing here, GT Open and GT World Challenge, and yes, absolutely provided great racing. And like you say, some teams use this track for testing and testing stuff like reliability, speed, that sort of thing, and it's a track that's quite used formally for other series as well. But today it will be hosted the IVRA series, and it should be close racing in every class.
Now, of course, if my memory serves me correct, this is where Max Verstappen scored his first Formula One win. Yep. Am I? Yes. But of course, Dad Jos won here as well. He won with Peter van Merkstein in the 2008 Le Mans Series in my favourite car, the Porsche RS Spider. And Jos the boss was so much faster in that car than everybody else, showing that despite being out the cockpit for a few years, Jos the boss still had it.
Yeah, it was a pleasure to see. I think Max won with the age of 18 years old. I think he was just recently turned 18 in comparison to some other people. But seeing him and his dad win is going to be an interesting one, as we probably going to have our grid lined up for everybody to take a look at.
Okay, let's see how they start then for this 1,000 kilometres of Barcelona here at the Circuit de Catalunya. Daniel Kraft on pole position for Pure Sims Esports by just over 1/10 of a second from the very, very quick number 56 Impulse Racing crew led by Timo Hayden. Delatraz Alexandra will start third for Delta Sport with AJ Lawal for Apex Tech rounding out row 2. And row 3 will be Paul Darling and Cedric Nebelsiek for VRA Satellite Racing and Team RSO. Element Sim Racing Fire will start 7th alongside private label Team Hype on row 4. Row 5 will be Alpine Stars Geodesic with Hell Racers Tershine rounding out the top 10. And row 6 will be Johnny Waters and Maximilian Fritz for Quasar Sim Racing and 5-Star Motorsport. 0.7 of a second covering the top dozen. Incredible. Christoph Mons for Phoenix Racing will start from 13th, followed by Luke Krause for Fiercely Forward, and rounding out the 15-car LMP2 grid, Fabio Iotti for PND Racing. In the GTEs, well, it's Porsche on top of Porsche 1, 2, 3, GSR by Hetzner, Tobias Ogorodnik on pole position with RSR by G Performance in second, Kirill Kolobuksov for Apex Tech in third, and Ruben Bonga, Manatee Racing BMW in fourth. Niels Carstensen for RSO by V-Rig will start from 5th with Joey Petrick in the 6th position. So lots of Porsches in that top group. Bo Rieger for Alpine Stars Geodesic will start 7th with Dennis Geressen in the BMW for Virtual Motorsport, followed by Phoenix Racing Porsche, not an Audi, Porsche, in 9th with Samba Racing Team 10th, and the first of the Corvettes actually I should say, in 11th, Team Heusingveld, 1.8 seconds off the pace, so difficult start to the day for Corvette. GT3, well, it's all Porsches again. 1-2. Tim Matska for Manatee Racing on pole by 0.3 of a second from Manuel Vigo for Alpine Stars Geodesic. Stain Ledger for Pure Sims and Maxime Marriott for Fiercely Forward are your second row, with Impulse Racing locking out row 3 with their very colourful Lamborghini Huracans. And the last few then, 5-star Motorsport, Lamborghini and Archer Brothers BMW start on row 4, with Vector by RSR and VRS Satellite Racing rounding out row 5. Last few then, Magnus Wahlström starting from 13, Florian Hohn, Zach Schaller as well, and the last few circling through lots of cars in GT3, our biggest category. We're coming to the green flag, ready to go racing for 1,000 kilometres in the Catalan sun. Green, green, green. We are racing here at Catalunya, and Pure Sims will lead us away. Aha, a little bit caught me out there. Pure Sims Racing finally lead us away. There we go, green, green, green. And Daniel Kraft leads it down towards turn 1. Very tricky braking zone here. Got to lean on the brakes as Impulse Racing, Timo Hayden having a little bit of a look there, but can't quite get it done into turn 1. But the prototypes, oh, big stack up. Big old stack up as well, and a number of cars off there, Lorenzo.
Yeah, lots of cars. I count at least 3 or 4 LMPs involved in this as well, as GTs are about to get into it, so it's going to be a little bit of an interesting one, but there's no cars in the surroundings. But everybody getting clean and unscathed as we are now watching the GT3 starts.
Yeah, GT3 guys showing how it's done there at the moment. GTE, sorry. Yeah, GTE in the middle class, and good start for the Porsche 911 RSR there of German Sim Racing Tobias Ogorodnik. So the 911 RSR getting hit with quite a big balance of performance adjustment, but no such problem on qualifying pace. But Maniti BMW up into second position as well. Watch out for the straight line speed of the big BMW M8, the Munich missile. But the GT3s will be getting started as well. A big field of those GT3 cars as well, hoping to get through clean.
So far, so good for the GT3s. And you were mentioning about the Porsches getting that BOP. Mainly due to the reason that the Mercedes kind of struggles in this track, despite being a big block V8 car and is in the front wheel, but it has its struggles in this current moment of the season with BOP as it is. So it needed something to bring the balance back with the GT3s.
That it does, yeah. There's, of course, we'll talk about balance of performance as we get through the few opening laps. We're riding on board with the BMW M4 Stain Ledger in the Pure Sims machine. And interesting, actually, Ryan, to see Pure Sims making the switch to the BMW. They've been very much advocates of the Lamborghini Huracan of late, and got a lot of setup data for that car, but making the switch over to BMW.
Yeah, I was quite surprised by that, considering that they've been racing, or they raced the Lamborghini in the World GT Championship, and they're making the switch to the BMW, like you mentioned, Peter. But at the moment, it doesn't seem to be hindering them too much because they're right up there.
No, definitely not. Definitely no problem at all for Pure Sims. Of course, a very, very impressive outfit owned by 3-time British touring car champion Ash Sutton. To ride on board the driver's eye view of Kirill Kotlobuksov at the moment. He's driving the Porsche 911 RSR, sitting in 4th at the moment, so just dropped back 1 spot from his qualifying position. But Lorenzo, so far Porsche is looking very strong in the GTE category.
Yeah, looking really strong at the start of the race, but let me just mention, there is when we were talking about the BMW being right in the mix of that, I didn't expect the Bonga train to have such a really good start and go from P4 all the way up to P2. But it's a track that I think kind of favors the Porsche, especially with the drag coming down the long straight here. So it's a track that I think for Bonga, he needs to be more into a mental game and a strategy game than anything else to try to get away from those Porsches, even though they're struggling on the first few corners.
Yeah, of course, these GTE machines are really quite aero sensitive. They really rely on the aerodynamic grip, so sometimes it's easy to pick up a bit of dirty air from the cars in front. Back at the front in LMP2, we've got a big breakaway at the front after that stack up early on. The prototype machines, Pearson's Esports Daniel Kraft leads the way with Timo Hayden right behind, but already 2.5 seconds back to the third place car, private label team hype Connor Harrington at the wheel of that machine. We will have a look for you in a moment of what happened at the start, because it looked a heck of a mess, Ryan, and normally we don't normally see that in the early stages with the top prototype guys.
You're absolutely not, and yeah, it just looked like from what I was, from my end anyway, looking at the replay, it just looks like there was a bit of a bottleneck effect into turn 1, and everyone just got bunched up, and unfortunately several drivers that are involved got spun out or had contact. But as I look at the replay heading down to turn 1, it looks to be under braking. It seems to all kick off or in the middle of turn 1 and turn 2, but looking at it from above, it looks like the Pure Sims Esport car just had slight contact and it kicked off.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think it might have been the Delta Sport car was definitely involved. A little bit of innocent bystander, I would say, Lorenzo there. Now, forgive me, was that the Apex Tech car that spun?
Yeah, the Apex car made contact during the transition from 1 to 2 with one of the cars and immediately spun around. I think that was making contact with the Impulse Racing. Once it made a contact, it started spinning around. Delta Sport was the first one and then bottlenecked everything.
Yeah, and it's said that it's so difficult through there because it's just all one line, and yeah, very easy. If one car goes broadside, it's quite a long car as well in LMP2, so when it's broadside it covers a lot of the circuit. And yeah, it's Impulse Racing getting off there quite lightly. They just got tagged from the back, and yeah, it looks like they've got through it without damage. But great view here, thanks to our producer Ryan Bauer and our cameraman Dougie Beard. You see the level of information that you see of the Porsche 911 RSR, and this isn't even the latest model. This is the RSR 17, which is a 4-litre engine. The RSR 19 goes up to a 4.2. But yeah, you've got everything you need there. You've got the fuel usage per lap, you've got tyre pressure, you've got tyre temperature, even fuel use, fuel left. It's a very, very clever system, and yeah, it gives the driver everything that they need. And I believe that the RSR 19, Ryan, was actually designed by, the ergonomics were designed by Nick Tandy, but then he went off to go and drive for somebody else.
Yep, I heard that story as well, and yeah, that was a bit of a funny time, and you could say to go off and join Corvette, but still, it's still a clever system nevertheless, and I take my hat off to him.
Yeah, one of the best GT drivers, I think, in endurance history, actually, Nick Tandy. I think that wouldn't be an outrageous suggestion. So back in the GT3s, it's very much follow the leader, and Manatee Racing lead the way. Tim Matske at the top of the order at the moment, leading by about 1.5 seconds from Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Gold. Miguel Vigo with Stain Ledger in the Pure Sims BMW in third, and Manatee in a Porsche. So used to say Manatee BMW, but Tim Matske leading the way in this beautiful 911 GT3R. Of course, Carl's had a lot of success this year, winning the Nürburgring 24 Hours in the hands of Kevin Esch, Matteo Cairoli and Michael Christensen, and winner of the Sebring 12 Hours also. Can it win today at Petit Le Mans? Whoa, we're riding on board with Vladimir Podomenko. Oh, dearie me. Well, it's I think we'll listen, Lorenzo, to the song of the Lamborghini rather than my song, because 5.2 litre V10 in the back of this machine, it's a proper animal.
It's a proper animal, as we're going to look at the board to return number 8. It makes a great noise. This is one of the things I like about, I think, this current state of I'm probably going to say motoring of sorts, Peter, because right now I don't think you can find a dull engine.
Oh, it's getting very heavy there for P1 in the LMP2 category. Look, here comes Timo Hayden trying to get through on the Pure Sims car of Daniel Craft. And I think he's going to get this done in the stadium section. Very difficult to pass through here, but I think he has. Yep, he has indeed used the traffic to his advantage. So Timo Hayden, but he's going to get blocked here by the Mercedes, minding its own business. And here comes Daniel Craft again. It's an absolute drag race down towards turn 1. Oh, Lorenzo. Oh. Dear, oh dear. This is absolutely extraordinary stuff. Lorenzo, this is not what we're used to seeing. It's normally very calm at this stage.
Yeah, but I'm quite surprised to see them catching very, very early on the GT3 AM traffic. So you can see them navigate through the Team 11, 911 GT3R. They just passed. The one that got blocked by Timo was actually the Torque Freak AMG. And now everything gets a little bit closer because now you have a sea of M4s, G911 GT3Rs to overtake. So it can get a little bit closer, but you can see the security out of Timo Hayden to, you know, I'm going to lose a few seconds, but I want to do this as safe and soundly as possible.
I have to say, Timo Hayden is making the difference here as well, as the traffic is, yeah, very, very tight indeed. But Daniel Craft is hanging.
I mentioned about Timo and he killed the GT3.
Oh dear. Well, we'll get a look. We'll get a look at that for you. Here we go then. Great work from our producer Ryan Bauer. So we're riding on board on the nose of Timo Hayden. Look at this. This is proper hornet's nest trying to get through here. Makes a clean run through, and then up towards the Lacacia hairpin. Now you can see Daniel Craft getting away. Is this maybe a little bit of desperation? Locks it up in the brakes, doesn't make his mind up. And that's just a late decision there, Ryan, and that's always dangerous to do that.
Yeah, excuse me, that's the thing with lapping the GT traffic as well. It's kind of, if you're going to lap GT traffic, you've got to commit, or you can't kind of like hesitate. You've kind of just got to commit or back up, not do anything silly. But at the moment, I think Timo will be getting slightly frustrated losing time in the traffic, but we've still got a long way in this race to go. But the top two in the LMP class are treating it like a sprint.
Yeah, well, this is modern day endurance racing, isn't it? You can't afford to give any quarter, because look at the Pure Sims car of Daniel Craft. He's bolting away, and Hayden's just trying to pick his way through. The thing was there that was looked at the footage again, and just this, it was a very light tap there, but it was enough to send the GT3 car around, riding on board with the private label machine. And all I can think of, Ryan, here with private label is like it just sounds like they've got a Scotch sponsor.
Yeah, pretty much. I was going to let you say it rather than me, but yeah, I was glad you were thinking the same thing. But looking at the battle for 7th in LMP2 as well at the moment, it's the Delta Sport Phoenix Racing, Hales Racers and VRA Satellite Racing, and yeah, it's really close further back in the pack as well. And it's there's been some close calls, but nevertheless, these guys are just keeping it clean.
I have to say, I love this, that we have a Phoenix racing car. The Phoenix racing team, of course, a staple endurance racing team in the real world of motor racing, and they're now embracing the world of virtual motorsport. Now, I think we should have a RaceSpotTV swear jar for every time that, most likely me, but somebody else who says the Phoenix Racing Audi, because they're so synonymous with Audi that it's very, and they run a number 5 as well. I love that they're running their real race number 2. Frank Stippler and Patrick Kolb have been so impressive. Vincent Kolb, my apologies, have been very impressive so far this season in the NLS, but they're actually based, folks, they're actually based just on the right-hand side of the Dottingerhole Straight at the Nordschleife, so they are a proper Nordschleife team through and through. But with the world of endurance racing changing, we are seeing them actually running in prototype in the real world as well. So what will that mean for future? You can put answers on a postcard. This is amazing footage. You see that for the GT cars, it's just so busy all the time. You've got to keep your eyes on the mirrors, keep your eyes ahead, waiting for anything to happen. And of course, Lorenzo, we've got 2 GT classes, GTE and GT3, which causes another problem with traffic.
Yeah, especially for the GT3s, because you're the slower traffic, of course, and you have to kind of like get bullied by the mid-tiers and the GTEs and the LMPs. pretty much on an hourly or lap basis, so it's a little bit tricky how to navigate, especially in a track like this, as we're seeing the Hellraiser Tershine team try to follow down all the straight, which is the Phoenix Racing Esport, and Christopher Mons right ahead of him. And again, you have to kind of navigate and calculate your overtake, especially in a track that has a lot of hairpins, and those hairpins kind of invite for those dives, right? So it's going to be a little bit tricky one for you to time that up properly. So I would say for the start, I think it's going to be more calm than what we saw in the Red Bull Ring, even though we saw a few contacts happen already. But I do believe this might become a big factor whatever the second half of the race comes, because 219 laps, we expect them right around a 7-hour race of sorts. So I think by the second half, where we can see those mistakes be more frequent.
Well, it's good to see the private label team running in third at the moment. Private label team hype driven by Connor Harrington in third position, and quite a famous team boss and team owner, Tommy Milner. Now, we saw Tommy driving for the team in the Sebring 12 Hours virtual a couple of weeks ago, and I doubt we'll see Tommy in the car today, Ryan, because he's a bit busy today.
Yeah, he's a bit busy with racing at Royal Atlanta in the Petit Le Mans event, racing for the Corvette Racing Factory team. So yeah, busy with that, but still it's good to see real life drivers like Tommy getting involved in the virtual world and giving it a go.
Absolutely, and yeah, it could be quite good for him to get a look at this Catalonia circuit.
Can I give it a little bit of a shout out though? Real quick shout
Okay.
out. Shout out to Tyler Maxson, who just got a podium in the TCRs, by the way. Our race spot's on Tyler Maxson, one of our producers. And I think he's racing today as well.
He is. He's racing in the IMSA Prototype Challenge as well for the first time and going super fast. Yeah, Tyler Maxson, if you're watching, folks, and you're going to be tuning in to some of the IMSA action over the weekend, give a cheer on our boy Tyler Maxson, because yeah, he is fast, and it's just annoying, Ryan. He's a fast driver. He's good on the switches in our production booth. I mean, wouldn't it be nice to be able to have so many talents like that?
Yeah, and he's only 17 as well, what makes it even more impressive. So he's multi-talented, you could say.
Yes, absolutely. I got one thing. Yes, one thing we would love. But Hellracers Tershine, Nicholas Helm running in the top 10 at the moment. That's the Phoenix car. Yes, it is. It's the Phoenix prototype just ahead there, trying to make their way through the GTE traffic. And Lorenzo, try and explain to us, to our viewers, I mean, where is the difference in lap time? We can see it quite vividly there, where the LMP2 cars can blow by on the straight, but actually the bigger closing speeds can often come in the high-speed corners normally. I mean, where else should we look out where there's going to be tangles between these different classes?
So we expect to see the big difference, well, first and foremost here on turn 3. I would say also maybe turn 4, depending how you take turn 4, because the wider arc can give you a little bit of a tighter runoff into going to turn number 5, where I think the cars are pretty much equal. The speed difference makes it up, though. They're not the speed, but the acceleration difference makes it up. I think La Caixa might be another corner that for entry might sound a little bit tricky, but on the exit, the LMPs just storm really quickly out of the gate. So you can have an idea. The leading GT3 did a 137.4 on the previous lap, whereas the leading LMP did a 129. So that's right about 8 or 7 seconds and a half differences on the start, and for the GT3s is nearly 10 seconds, 10 to 11 seconds per lap. So it is such a big difference, especially on this final corner though, where the difference, I think, is the biggest one in the whole race.
Yeah, it's interesting looking at the difference in lap times here, where they overlap. There's only 2 or 3 seconds per lap between the GT3 and the GTE machines, and yeah, that can be a tricky one as well, because what are the differences? You think, what on earth is a GTE compared to a GT3? Well, at the moment, we're riding on board with Jesse Jones. He's driving the RSR by G Performance Porsche, the 911 RSR. This is the ultimate GT racing car that Porsche produced. In fact, at this moment in time, it's the ultimate racing car that Porsche produce, and no, the Formula E car doesn't count. You could go and buy one of these if you had an allocation from Porsche Motorsport. They're sold to customers to race around the world. There's the GT3. Now, there's only a few differences between them. As you can see, the bodywork's a little bit different, but the main thing is the ABS. You've got ABS and ABS is something you have on the GT3 car, but not on the GTE, which can sometimes cause some issues, Ryan, in the braking zone in a multi-class race like this, where the GT3s with that ABS, they can really lean on the pedal. Yeah,
they pretty much can. They can brake later as well, just because they've got that ABS to assist them. So when they're being locked by faster class cars like the LMP2, for example, it can cause a bit of a problem. But it's just the nature of multi-class racing. It's a bit of a case of give and take.
Now, Lorenzo, did you see Valentino Rossi, 9-time world champion, who will be racing his final MotoGP race tomorrow at Valencia? Did you see him on iRacing this week? Have you seen this picture?
I have not, but I heard the rumblings.
Yes. So, Ryan, have you seen it?
What was the question, sorry?
So, have you seen Valentino Rossi on iRacing this week?
I have, actually. It's a good point you mentioned that. I was going to bring that up, but I wasn't sure if you guys heard about it already. But that was pretty cool to see, and I think if the rumours are true, he might be looking at possible racing at Le Mans at the not too distant future.
Well, last time he actually got in the car, if I recall correctly, was in a Ferrari, and the last time he actually got into a Ferrari F1 car, wasn't he just right about 2 seconds or a second slower than what the drivers made on practice on the weekend with that car?
Yeah, he's always been pretty quick. I love the story about when he was when he was in his prime, I would say, for motorbike racing, but thought about going across to Formula One and did a test at Fiorano, and he basically put on Michael Schumacher's helmet so that he wouldn't be detected by the Italian press, but they still caught him anyway. And when he got home to Tavuglia, he got a big row from his mother, who said, "Valentino, you look very silly today trying to pretend to be Michael Schumacher." Which I thought was very, very, very funny. But yes, he was not driving a Ferrari on iRacing, he was driving a Porsche. So will we see him in a Weissach machine next year? Oh, I wonder. We shall see. We shall see. Well, let us know who are your picks for the race here at the Circuit de Catalunya in Barcelona, just outside the village of Montmeló, on the outskirts of Barcelona. Let us know who your picks are in each class. I've got a few guesses, so I can see a few familiar faces in our RaceSpotTV chat, so do let us know. Ryan Walker, who are your picks? Who are you looking out for in each class?
So many good teams in each class, but LMP2, I'm going to go for Impulse Racing. I mean, they're one of those teams that are quick. You've got drivers like Timo Hayden in that class and that car, but you also got someone that I really know and that I've raced against in the past in some racing is Lee Morris. So a good driving combination in that car. So that's my pick. But GTE, I would probably go for Maniti Racing, and GT3, I'm going to have to go for Fiercely Forward.
Ooh, yeah, very good call. Very good call indeed. Lorenzo, who are you looking out for?
In each class or in general?
Let's go for each class.
All right, each class. I'm probably going to put my eyes on a private label Team Hype until Joshua Chin makes a mistake on the pit lane. I had to take that shot, otherwise if it wasn't me, if Arjuna was here, that probably would have been Arjuna. I had to listen to my voice and my conscience make a little bit of a pun. GTE's, it's gonna be an interesting one. I'm gonna put my eyes on RSR. I think they're gonna have a really good race over here. And in GT3 Pro and M. Pro, I'm gonna put my eyes on Pure Sims, and M, I'm gonna put my eyes on Archer Brothers. They're doing really good.
Okay, interesting. Who am I going to pick, I wonder? Well, I think I'm going to go with Ryan's call on Impulse. I think Impulse they were so close at the Red Bull ring. I think they're on in LMP. GTE, Manatee, I think, and then Pure Sims in GT3. I'm sure we'll all be wrong.
Yeah, most likely I picked the wrong ones whenever they win, or I have what is called the infamous Lorenzo curse whenever I pick racers. Surely the private label team hype guys will hate the fact that I'm actually picking them again for something, because the last time I picked the private label team hype driver, I actually killed him of sorts in sim, people, by the way, let me just say this. And I had to make a really long letter, not really, to apologize to the driver.
Yes, I thought I'd let you cover up, cover your tracks there, Lorenzo. As you can see, this is a proper dogfight in the LMP2 category. Private label team hype cutting through with Team RSO in hot pursuit here. This is the battle for third overall and in LMP2 as they swoop through the chicane and up towards the Campsa corner and then down towards the La Cascia hairpin, or the hairpin, if you're a MotoGP fan, the hairpin where Jorge Lorenzo took out half the field.
Had to be a Lorenzo.
Yeah, it was a proper bowling ball job there. Well, I think it was Lorenzo. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Lorenzo. Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised because he has Lorenzo in its name.
True. Wrecking Ball Lorenzo. Yeah, different Lorenzo, first name rather than second name. Yeah, absolutely. As you can see, the Manatee Porsche of Tim Matska giving plenty room there for the LMP2 cars to come through. And down towards turn 1 they go. 18 laps in to the 219 laps. Now, we do have the potential, guys, of a safety car intervention. Now, Lorenzo, this is it's a tricky one because it can play huge implications into the strategy for the teams.
Yeah, it does, especially given the fact that I think a good portion of the cars are ending their first stint, so I think showing a yellow flag would kind of like reset everybody in terms of fuel and tires going for the stint. I think an LMPs can take right around, I would say 23 laps more or less in terms of a stint whenever they are on the track, especially with this start. GT3s and GTEs can go a little bit longer, nearby the hours. So it's going to be an interesting one to watch. So it's going to be an interesting one because what we saw in the Red Bull ring, and I'm trying to make a little bit of a different comparisons. On the Red Bull ring, I think we had an early yellow flag of sorts. So that threw a little bit of a wrench in the mix for some of the teams, especially it brought those teams that had the incidents pre-race and lap 1 back, as we see the Vector by RSR in the pit lane. I think that is a not programmed pit stop, but I do think it will become a factor because if I recall correctly, due to those yellow flags and pit stops, it brought the win to Apex Tech Racing, if I recall correctly.
Yes, that was a strategical battle as well as on track, and yeah, Apex Tech and Impulse, that battle for P2 honours was just was stunning. Now, it hasn't been such a good day for the 13 car. AJ Lawal, Apex Tech Racing, down in last in class at the moment, about 44 seconds back from the next car, but has already been in pit lane for 57 seconds in the lane, 36 in the stall. So just taken, that was quite early on in the race, and the majority of that would have been to kind of repair the damage from that early spin. No, I doubt it. That's not very long for repairs, is it?
No, it would need, I think, about 2 minutes or 3 of repairs total.
Well, so they're running wounded. Last lap, 1:29.6. Mind you, they're 1:29.6. They're much faster than those cars ahead of them. So definitely fighting back our Apex Tech, and with 1,000 kilometres to race over, there's plenty of time to go. In fact, we were mentioning that win with Jos the Boss Verstappen and Peter van Merkstein in the RS Spider. That was at the 1,000 kilometres of Catalonia as well. So not only was it the same track, it was exactly the same race as well. I have to say, I did enjoy. I went to the circuit for the MotoGP 3 years ago, and it's Barcelona, very nice city to visit. Either of you chaps been?
I've been to Barcelona, but I've never been to the track. I have heard there's a director in the background boos me, but thanks for that. It's a lovely city, nice people, and I've been to the football stadium, but I've never been to the track. But I've heard good things about it.
Boo!
So wait a minute. So you went to Barcelona, Brian, and you went to watch football instead of motor racing?
No. I went to the football stadium for a tour, but not to watch a match. But yeah, I'll just get back in my little box.
You can hear me. If you can hear my head creaking back and forward, I'm shaking my head right now. It's just terrible. Yeah, terrible.
I can't say anything. I've never been to Barcelona.
Oh, you've got a bit more of an excuse, Lorenzo. It's a bit more of a journey for for you. But it's getting very, very hot and heavy here in the GTEs as they work their way through. You've Bo Rieger in the GTE BMW. A car that, bowing out in the real world today at Petit Le Mans. It's had a limited programme in the IMSA GTE or GTLM category, as it's referred to. It's the same car. Unfortunately, Lorenzo, this car, it didn't get the results it really should have done in WEC. It's been quite successful in IMSA with wins at Daytona, etc. But World Endurance Championship, it was not a successful program.
No, it wasn't. I think when we talk about a hyped up program, when they kind of like say this is going to be the difference maker in GTE racing and things like that, because if I recall correctly, they had a somewhat of a successful car in the Z4, right? And I'm trying to remember what car it was. I think in the between, I'm trying to remember if it was the M3 or what.
It was the M6. They did M6 for a while, for a very short time actually.
Yeah. So seeing the M8, whenever they hyped up the M8 to have strong performance, if I recall correctly, they underperformed in their first race in the Le Mans whenever they made their debut. It was a little bit weird to watch, and they just couldn't bounce back from getting good results. I think they only got like 2 wins, 2-3 wins.
I think only one actually. I seem to remember, maybe even none at all. But it wasn't very many anyway. As our leader Daniel Kraft coming through 3 wide GTEs. To do this for 1,000 kilometres is going to be very mentally taxing. But Ryan, I mean, you watch Le Mans 24 Hours intensely. I mean, why do you think it didn't quite come good?
In my opinion, anyway, I think it was probably a couple of factors, or some factors at least. I think I feel the car was rushed out too quickly. I think they should have spent maybe do what Porsche done with their LMP program when they first came back in 2014, but they spent 2013 or most of it developing the car. I think BMW with the M-Tech organisation just rushed it too quickly, and they just wanted the car on track as quickly as possible. But I think M-Tech they were more used to running the DTM program for BMW, but instead of going with Schnitzer, who's had a load of success in GT racing and also touring car racing, as we know.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. It's who you get to run the car is very, very, very important. That's for sure. So this is, of course, here at Barcelona. It's a lot of high-speed corners, a lot of technical sections as well. Very difficult for multi-class racing, and of course with a lap that's only just over a minute and a half, with a packed grid like we have in the IVRA Endurance, Lorenzo. It's we're going to be watching this. This is going to be a constant conveyor belt of traffic for all of the drivers. I suspect this is going to be the key factor in this race.
I do think so as well. I think It isn't, I think, as convoluted as it was on the Red Bull Ring, where you basically got a car every single set of thought that you probably had around the track. Let's just say, oh, there might be a car in the straight. Yeah, there's a car in the straight. Oh, there might be a car on turn number 1 or turn number 2, which is turn number 3 for whatever reasons there is. Yeah, there's a car right there. So over here, I think we might see a patch of, you know, tranquility for some of these drivers. But I do believe when crunch time comes, I think maybe in the final 40 to 30 laps, whenever those final pit stop approaches, and we have to strategize who's going to be good or not on the fuel, I think will come down to be very, very important to try to cut down time or get away from the competitor driver.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a key thing. It's Kirill Kolobuksov in the Porsche for Apex Tech Racing GT. Just interesting there, Kirill obviously just had a last minute check in the mirror, Ryan, and you actually saw him straighten the wheel up there as the P2 car came through.
I think he went to turn into the final corner and just spotted the LMP car at the last second and just managed to leave enough space. But that's the thing with if you're racing in a GT car, you've got to be on your toes and be very aware, because there's so much going on, and it's just so, like you say, it's so mentally taxing.
Yeah, it certainly is. It certainly is. You can just get an idea, and it doesn't really matter which class you're in. You've got a different job to do. I mean, for the LMP2 cars, it's obviously a bit more obvious here. It's like it's all about getting through it quickly, and you're the one doing all of the passing all of the time. But that obviously has it's you know, it's a little bit more straightforward. You know, get through as quick as you can. But for the GTs, they've got, particularly if you're in the mid-class, Lorenzo, if you're in GTE, you've got cars to overtake. Look at this. This is like downtown Barcelona rush hour. Goodness me. I mean, particularly if you're in GTE, you've got cars to pass and be passed, and being passed quickly is a real skill in itself.
Yeah, and know when to make up the corners to try to make up that time is going to be a guess. But look at the aerial shot provided by Ryan Bauer, and you can see cars everywhere on that final sector, and the drivers try to manage through the traffic, especially that long straight. Or we are still seeing the battle between Team RSL, private label Team Hype, and 5-star not far behind, I think, because of the both cars of the RSL and private label getting clunked up by the traffic. I think bringing in a little bit of a chance to Maximilian Fritz. But now I do have a question, because we saw a small shot of the camera that sits in the back of the cars, right, the GTEs. Of course, iRacing doesn't have that the indicators, right? If the car is coming to the right or coming to the left, which car is coming, like we see in the real cars. Do drivers pay attention to that? Because you probably have more interactions with the drivers than probably me and Ryan does.
You do see the place where you do see it most is the Nordschleife. On the Nordschleife, you will get a very much you'll see that it's a Phoenix Audi coming. There we go. The first one in the jar for Phoenix Audi. No, the Phoenix LMP2 car coming through there as well. But yes, I think you'll see it on the Nordschleife a little bit more. And I think that's where it does play a factor. Of course, in the Nordschleife as well, all the cars do have indicators, whereas the prototypes, they don't. But private label, Connor Harrington coming in, so pit window open, and lots of takers for the LMP2s coming in to take service. Now, Ryan, what do we expect here? Would you bother changing any tyres right now, or just a splash and go?
I think it depends what the tyre wear is. I know during the pit stops, you can, if you're spotting or you're driving, you can check the tyre wear during the pit stops, and I think it depends how the tyre wear is. Barcelona, you've got some straights, but also some high-speed corners, so some teams and drivers might change tyres. Other teams and drivers might try and double stint the tyres if the tyre wear is not that bad. But at the moment, I think it looks like most teams are just taking fuel.
Yeah, it seems like it at the moment. I mean, Lorenzo, is that part of your expectations to see a splash and go at the moment?
Yeah, I do expect to see that. One interesting thing though is that we saw some driver swaps for what it looks like. Pure Sims made a driver swap, so Daniel Kraft leaving the vehicle, and now Nathan Moore is into the car. But one thing we haven't brought up is the track conditions. I think track and weather conditions that are going to be very important over here, and this is a little bit funny to mention. 18 Celsius on the ambient, so it's a cold weather for relative standards. Of course, time in sim is staying sim is the 13th of November, so it is today. So it is supposed to be slightly cold. Track temperature is 23 Celsius. That's the most impressive part, because it is 1:42 p.m. in the sim, and this is where I expect to see the peak conditions in terms of track temperature.
And what effect that has is that is a pretty low track temperature, but not so low that it would kill the grip. But in fact, this is actually fantastic track conditions for some really fast laps, but also really helps to keep the tyre, it gives the tyre much longer life as well, because when the track temperature gets excessively high, dear viewers, it makes the car very, very loose, very, very slippy, very, very slick. The tyre just can't bite into the surface as well as it can when the track is cooler. Also, you know, you've then therefore got more wear when the track is really hot. So we could actually see double stint, maybe even triple stint for the prototypes. We shall see if that cool temperature continues. This is going to be, we're going to see some really hot pace throughout the race. Also for the GT teams, they run for about an hour on a tank. So we should see them go for, I would think, a double stint before putting on some new boots. So got to take the longer view on it. Now we do have a question coming in from Tsuyoshi Yoing. Hello Tsuyoshi, saying, why is GTE much more expensive than a GT3? That's a very, very good point, because that's of course why we're likely to see GTEs being phased out in favour of a GT3 machine. The main thing is that GTE cars, or GTLM as they're referred to in the United States, they're basically been created to be run by full factory works operations. So in the past we had the Ford Chip Ganassi team, we still have obviously Corvette Racing, the Porsche factory team, and so on. So these cars are designed to be run by a works team rather than by a customer team. Therefore, the inherent cost of running with them can be really, really, really much higher, because you'll use more exotic materials, and the parts and things like that are a lot more expensive. Although, Ryan, there is now, I know you're a big Aston Martin fan. I think am I right in saying that the Aston Martin Vantage is one of the few cars that you can convert the same chassis back and forth between a GT3 and a GTE?
Yeah, you absolutely can. I was going to bring that point up. The Aston Martin, the current car that's racing in real life, and GTE and basically GT racing in general, you can convert it from GT3 spec to GTE spec. So, and apparently one of the teams that does that, or has done that in the past, is TS Sport, which is a winner of the Le Mans 24 Hours in GTE AM last season. So they've done it in the past, and they say it's not too difficult, but it does take some time.
And Lorenzo, the prancing horse, Ferrari, you could even do that. That's amazing they can't find an excuse to sell you two cars.
I did not expect.
Did I say that out loud?
No, nobody listened to that, Mr. Bar. Oh, we have a car spun around, by the way. He's reversing back on track on turn number 5 and trying to find which car. The Quasar Sim Racing Hydra is coming back on the track. Let's see if it's going to get a little bit of a mess. No, it doesn't look like it, but I really wanted to get a look on the replay to see what happened. But, we're going to get that replay. Let's take a look at what happened, and then I'll finish up my point of the cars.
Ryan Bauer is just too fast on the draw there. Oh, yeah. There we go. Oh, and a little bump into the wall there. That won't be good for Quasar Sim Racing. I wonder if we'll see them come to pit road, because those walls, that was a concrete wall. That's not good for the wheel damage, suspension. If they get away with that, Quasar Sim Racing, that's a big, big luck. They do have the protective force shield though of the race spot stickers though.
Yeah, that makes up for every tenth of a second, I would say. Because it is a small sticker, I think they're recovering 0.2 of a second per lap. So, and 30 HP brake horsepower. So they're probably going to get that. Going to be very key for them. Paul Darling, we're seeing right now, trying to catch up to the Element Sim Racing, the only car that went 27 laps in the LMPs, which is going to be, I think, key for them. I think Ryan Walker is probably having a little bit of a chuckle seeing that they went longer than everybody else in the field. But you were talking about the Ferraris. I think when they made the 488, I think they made it something with the mind of having a car that is like have those multi-functionalities, you know, multi-racing functionalities, where you can switch from the GT back to the GT3 package without having too much of an issue. Of course, you have to make a few switches, but all in all, makes a little bit of a more cost-effective car.
Yes, it does indeed. It's the only cost-effective thing about it. It's, none of them are cheap.
Well,
but,
whenever they're not catching fire, as well.
Ah, yes, true. Connor Harrington, now 5th in LMP2 for private team label. Looks like, now have we had everybody into pit lane yet? I'm not sure if we have. Yes, we have. So Impulse Racing, that's interesting. Impulse Racing have taken the lead now by 2.6 seconds, although, Ryan, they have, Timo Hayden has stayed on board, whereas Pearsons have made a driver change with Daniel Kraft swapping out for Nathan Moore. Would that add time onto the pit stop, which has made a difference there?
I think if you're not changing drivers in this stage of the race, I think you'll probably save a little bit of time. Maybe some of the teams that have got only 2 drivers for this race will probably try and do a double stint, even maybe try and do a triple stint. But also the other factor of that as well is you've got to remember about the maximum driving time?
Yes, which I believe is 4 hours per driver, if I'm not mistaken. So that is definitely a factor for this motor race.
Boy!
So we're going to get a replay now. This is the Soul Corvette, the little blue, red, and silver Corvette. Doesn't have quite the same ring to it. So we're getting a pass here between 5-star and private label. So private label having to go out wide. Now, does the 5-star car get by? Yes, it does. There it is on the right hand side. So the 5-star car making its way through traffic and taking, oh my word, that's, well, fortune favours the brave, as they say. Maximilian Fritz Lorenzo, that was a big move.
Big move, and taking advantage of the traffic, and Connor just found himself boxed out, as we're now going to look what happened. Possibly Team Hoistingfeld, but now Connor apparently got into another entanglement. Oh, so we can see he got stuck behind traffic. I think trying to find which GT3 that car was, and you can see Fritz just diving down on the inside. A little bit frantic right there.
Yeah, the private label car just got absolutely boxed in there. Connor Harrington, and to be fair to Connor Harrington there, Ryan, that was very patient. He could have got a little bit flustered there and taken a silly risk and got involved in a tangle, but that was really good discipline there from the private label driver. Yeah,
that was good heads-up driving and good discipline as well. And like you say, he could have got flustered and made a silly mistake, but kept his cool, just kept out of trouble and managed to keep out of trouble and keep it in one piece.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Keep the wheels turning. This is always, in any endurance race, always apply the Creedence Clearwater Revival strategy. Proud Mary, big wheels, keep on turning. Just keep those wheels turning. As long as the wheels are turning, you're in the race. But if you're halfway up the fence, well, it's not much can happen from there. So 32 laps in here at Catalunya, and as we're approaching the top of the hour, we should be seeing GT pit stops in the not too distant future, and we'll see who's going to be the first to blink on that side of things. Ruben Bonga, he's up into the lead in the BMW. with Jesse Jones in the Porsche in second and Tobias Ogorodnik in third spot at this moment in time.
By the way, I have a little bit of a breaking news though.
Okay, I like this.
Remember when I said that the Lorenzo cars happened? And I picked the RSR team, which is Jesse Jones driving right now as Connor has to fend off Delatraz. Apparently, the RSR team got a drive-through penalty.
So as soon as you predicted them for the win, straight for a drive-through.
Yeah.
Oh dear. So your leader in Impulse, leading in LMP2, it's Impulse racing by 3.2 seconds. So that gap that they had over Pure Sims Esports, they're starting to build on it. So Timo Hayden really getting into the groove now. And Timo, a super quick driver in that LMP2 machine. Nathan Moore in second for Pure Sims. She said in GTE, Manatee from RSR from German Sim Racing. In GT3, it's Manatee leading in their Porsche, with Tim Matska leading by 7 seconds from the BMW of Pure Sims Esports, driven by Steen Ledger. And then 5.3 seconds further back is the Alpine Star Geodesic Racing Gold. So GT3 nice and steady at the moment. But with this sort of race as well, we don't know how many cautions we will get, if any, and you just never know when, Ryan, when you need a little bit of a strategical play up your sleeve, and the last thing you want at this level is to end up doing one more stop than your rivals, because that could be, well, a nail driven straight in the coffin.
It can indeed, and that's the thing with the cautions as well. With the strategy as well, you might have a strategy before the race all made up, and then if you get a caution, it can kind of go out the window. It's like Le Mans, for example, the Le Mans 24 hours, you can have a strategy, and then with safety cars it just goes out the window, so you've got to kind of like be on your toes, be aware, and kind of like think about what you're going to do if that's the case, and it does happen. Some teams might try and hit and go out the sequence, if you like. Some teams might try and stick to the strategy that they've got and just hope for the best.
Yes, absolutely. You just have to make the best of it. Delta Sport we're riding on board with right now in their Dallara P217. Now this is interesting if you're a fan of IMSA. This Dallara chassis, interestingly, the LMP2 version of this car, the one we're looking at on screen right now, not particularly popular, not particularly successful in LMP2, guys. However, the spine and the chassis of this car provides the basis for the Cadillac DPI car, which is, well, had, to be honest, completely opposite fortunes. It's been incredibly successful, winning multiple championships and big races at Daytona, etc. And of course, Dallara will be providing the chassis for many of the top manufacturers in the new LMDH category. So Dallara never far away from the front of things. But I love the fact that Mr. Gianpaolo Dallara is still at the forefront of the company at the ripe age of 84. But even though the average age of employees at the company is actually 34, because Mr. Dallara is very keen on promoting young engineering talent, both at the company's base in Italy and in Indianapolis as well. And there's nothing like the roar, the rumble of a 6.2 litre Alterbach V8, Ryan.
Absolutely, it has to be one of my favourite engine sounds in GT racing, along with the Lamborghini, and it's just in GT3 racing anyway. It's one of those engines I can just listen to all day, and that BMW engine in GT3 racing, just that BMW engine just sounds like a fart.
Ryan Walker, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. I was more thinking it was more like a wheeze. It's like the.
Can I just mention one thing though? Can I just mention the spot? And I really don't know if it's if it was a Dallara thing that they wanted to for Passas, or if it was a directive order from BMW. You already have the M4 grill, which is hideous in my opinion. And this is going to become a little bit of a rant. It's hideous. why did you have to stretch out the nose of the grill to make it a big grill on the LMDH?
I think that the word they use nowadays in marketing speak is design language. Now we've got one of the, this is maybe a good break, the GTE BMW here going off, one of the GTE BMWs going off the circuit. Dennis Garesin, Virtual Motorsport, just takes a little bit too much curve there, runs out. Is this where it goes wrong? Onto the painted curve. No, coming in underneath the Repsol bridge. Clips that, oh, was there contact there? Did you see anything there, chaps?
Yeah, I was just looking. I don't know if he might have just lost it on turning or cornering. He might have just lost the rear. Odd.
I think what's happened there, now, correct me if I'm wrong, Ryan, do you think that was maybe just a technical failure where his sim actually just kind of checked up on him?
Yeah, possibly. It could be a screen freeze, or if he's using VR, it could have been maybe his VRs went black for a few seconds and then it came back again. But that's a weird one.
Yeah, I remember when I used to race iRacing on my laptop, that used to happen to me quite regularly. You're going around a corner and then it would just go, and the computer would be sort of, well, it was quite good. It meant that I could fry an egg on my computer, which was quite handy, you know, or make some toasties on it. But more 3 wide going down into turn 1 as well. But luckily, the driver involved there, Dennis Garesin, managing to avoid any real issue. So, back at the front, Timo Hayden is just on it at the moment. 3.2 seconds to the good. He's a 129.0 last time by. So Lorenzo, he's just in the groove. And when you've got a driver like this in such a, you know, clearly just in the window, you don't want to change a thing. Just give him fuel, maybe some tyres, and just keep him going until he says, I'm tired.
I keep him going, and I agree 100%. That's the thing, by the way. I just saw on my sim here, and it's the Delta Sport, just before turn number 5. You guys have seen Fritz. Delta Trans is in 6, and he, I think, just rear-ended at GD3. But a really good battle, let's see, for this one, because what I like about this is that the traffic, actually, what it's doing is stretching out the traffic, because from what it looks like, the LMPs are getting those cars, everybody in the wrong positions, literally in the wrong positions. So, and that's causing kind of, I will not say an accordion effect, but it's causing like a blocking effect where you're losing tenths of a second, and those tenths of a second are being very precious towards getting closer to one other driver. Let's just say 2-3 tenths of a second just in one corner.
Yeah, indeed. Well, the gap at the front at the moment in GTE, 4.5 seconds for Ruben Bonga over Jesse Jones. So, now, is that the same car that you think's had a penalty, Lorenzo?
Interesting. All I know is that in terms of penalties, the Kirill Kolobutsov, I'm gonna butcher his name. Thank you. Just got a penalty. The Apex Tech Racing wasn't the GT, the LMP was the GTE who just got a penalty. Okay. For incident number 9, tier 3 minor incident. I'll get you what happened because I got the sheet over here. 133 logs into turn number 5, causing a collision with the 35A.
Okay, and the 199, indeed you were right, the RSR by G Performance Porsche. Jesse Jones has done a drive-through as well. Now, leader in pit lane now. Ruben Bonga has brought the Manatee BMW into the pit lane after 36 laps for the GTEs. And look at this, we've got a pit party on our hands. Everyone's invited. You got a GTE, you got a GT3? No problem. Come and join us at the Catalunya pit party. Ryan, who have we got coming in?
Okay, we've got Maniti Racing in GTE, and then we've got Maniti Racing in GT3 as well. So, yes, loads of, or basically the Maniti Racing car in GT3 just pitted, and it's looks like Tim Matska's taking over at the moment. But yeah, it's pretty hectic in pit lane.
It is, yeah. Tim Matska was in the car before, so carrying on. Kirill Kolobutsov completing his punishment, a drive-through penalty. So yes, very busy at the moment in pit lane. So is he just completing a... Oh no, he's not going to get another penalty. No, that was him serving his penalty. So let's see. We think Kirill Kolobutsov may have served the penalty there and then about to get another one. Not sure on that one, but Kirill certainly not shy, not backwards and coming forwards. Now, on screen, we have there the Team Hoisingveld Corvette CAR. What a wonderful looking car that is. Oh, just fantastic. And it's coming to the UK in right-hand drive. Brian, how can we blag? How can we blag a drive in one of those cars?
Yeah, I could think of a few ideas, but it's probably best not to mention them here.
It would be, some people would say it's the ultimate betrayal from an American brand to do a car on the right-hand side just to fit in within UK standards, because I think, if I recall correctly, whenever they sold the Mustang, initially they didn't want it to come right-hand side, but eventually they made it to the right-hand side.
Just on this current model of Mustang is the first time we've had one officially in right-hand drive for Mustang, and then yeah, Corvette have kind of followed suit as the Corvette in question comes into pit lane. Also, I tell you what, one thing I'm saving up for is the Ollie Gavin Driver Academy in Germany, where they've got a fleet of Corvettes, which looks very fun indeed. But yeah, Hoisingveld Corvette CAR into pit lane. Now,
what makes me happy though is the fact that this Corvette is finally going to have an official GT3 entry.
Yeah, for the first time ever, a proper car you can buy from the factory, I guess, from Pratt & Miller. So yeah, very cool. Now, interestingly here, Ryan, most of the GT runners taking tyres at this first stop, despite the cool track temperatures.
Yes, an interesting call, but maybe some drivers, the drivers that have been doing the first stint, maybe they've started struggling with tyres, the tyres towards the end of their stint and losing grip. So maybe the strategist or race engineer or whatever you want to call it, they've kind of decided together to stick a new set of tyres on.
Yeah, so the full service for most of the GT runners, will there be any drivers or any teams that throw the dice? Ooh, dear me. That's the geodesic Alpine Stars car coming through, and yeah, Phoenix. I wonder if that Phoenix Porsche wanted to come to pit lane there and then found a prototype in the way, but a flash of the lights from the Phoenix Porsche GTE machine. Oh, and this is where it gets very busy here at Catalonia, because the cars come out of the pit lane and spin. Oh dear me, spin for one of the GTE BMWs. I didn't catch the number. Lorenzo, did you see?
Number Racing.
Oh.
140, 158.
Oh dear, well Ryan, we know that Adidas, they need some Adidas Sambas to get for a bit more grip.
Yeah, absolutely. As they look at the replay heading down to turn 1, and it looks like it's a case of cold tyres by the looks of it, as he gets through turn 1, through turn 2, and it looks like, yep, just lost the wheel on cold tyres.
Yeah, very, very easy done. Oh dear, that could have been a whole lot worse, Lorenzo.
Yeah, there could have been a whole lot worse, and you know what it could have caused if it did happen? The first yellow flag, and imagine the yellow flag just after the GT's pit stops. That would have been, I don't know if it would be the best option, but the only car in GT3s who hasn't pitted yet is the Rucci Spatulas, who's due to come to the pit lane anytime soon, as he just got overtaken by the Manini GT3, and that would have been a heartbreak for them in terms of strategies.
Yeah, that's when you know it's just going to be a long day when you go behind a car that's already pitted and you're due to pit. Yeah, not so nice, but yeah, it just shows you that you've got to be careful in that early section. You're immediately asking a lot of the tyre, going right, left. You can see the speed just building up. So coming out of pit lane on cold tyres, very, very easy to lose it there. And it just looked like the rear end just disappeared from that BMW. So of the Samba racing team. Now let's try and analyse the pit stops for the GTEs. Most of the... Now, I wonder... I suspect that the Manatee BMW and indeed the Pure Sims... Sorry, the Manatee Porsche and the Pure Sims BMW in GT3 and also the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Gold car decided not to take tyres, or maybe only took 2, whereas Sim Republic Blake Bottoms, number 318, appears to have definitely not taken any tyres at all. So Ryan, lots of there does appear to be a little bit of change between each driver's strategy.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a bit of variation with strategies, with some teams taking tyres and other teams not taking tyres. So it's a bit of swings and roundabouts with regards to the strategy. But it's it's definitely something I'm keeping an eye on.
Now, interestingly, in the Team RSR by G Performance GTE of Jesse Jones, they've had to throw the dice a little bit. Of course, they did have a drive-through pit lane for a drive-through penalty. However, they have now taken their service stop, if you like, which was about 12 seconds quicker than any of their rivals, which would hint that they've either decided to take 2 tyres rather than 4, or none at all. Hard for us to tell otherwise. Lorenzo, do you think will that be just they've taken 2 tyres or none at all? But definitely a lot less time in the lane, which has brought them back up into the lead battle.
I can give it a proper check, but if I recall correctly, field goes over 35 seconds, something like that. So it's right around expected to for the virtual motorsport. I'm impressed they haven't fixed the front grille, because that does affect the performance out of the car. And Apex Tech, I really want to watch their pit stop, because I do feel there was some tires involved in this. I just want to take a proper look. Yeah, it did go up in the jacks, I think only for the fronts. But the problem is they exceeded the 5-second rule when you ever come to pit lane. You have about 5 seconds from the start of the pit lane into the pit entry on the cones, and they have to serve a DT for now, just out of the pit lane.
So yes, lots more drive-throughs than an out of town retail park there for Kirill Kolobuksov and his team. Used to drive for a team called Wild Animals, but much more refined sounding Apex Tech Racing he drives for now. But yeah, lots of not really what you want to be keeping going through pit lane. And here at Catalunya, it can be quite punishing as well, because you're going very slow and down the pit straight, and your rivals, like I say, right at the top gear, to be right on board with the Samba BMW, but the fiercely forward Bumblebee machine of the LMP2 car. You'll see it around the outside there as well. But this is a battle for 10th spot. Team Heusingveld Corvette up ahead. The one thing I like, Ryan, about that Corvette, obviously a mid-engine car, it's got such good balance. It's so confidence-inspiring to drive, but it seems to have been given the rough end of the stick on balance of performance. It's been given a 14-kilogram addition, whereas the BMW has no addition at all, and had a bit of its fuel capacity taken away. Not as bad as the Porsche. It's been given 20 kilograms in the GTE category, but yeah, it doesn't seem to be quite... Look at that. Look at the drive of the BMW there coming out the slow corner.
Yeah, the Corvette, I'm just watching it now, and it seems to be on corner exit. It just doesn't seem to... Oh, is it an LP2 car? Just runs into the back of the Team Huskenveld car, but it's so chaotic at the moment. But back to the point of the Corvette, it seems to be that out of the corners and corner exit, it just doesn't seem to have that punch.
No, not at all. So Christophe Herbigno into pit lane. Now, Lorenzo, I'm not sure if this is on schedule.
You got me. But it does look like to be on. I'll get that information up to you. Back to you. Give me a sec. Only if it. Oh, wait. I know they got a drive-through for 5 seconds on the pit lane. But have they retired the car?
Yes, they have. It's gone grey on my screen.
No, never mind. It is a program pit stop. and I think they're serving it for a second also stop and go post pit stop.
Okay, right. We'll keep an eye on that one then. For Christophe Herbignot is in the car at the moment. They're still showing in pit lane at the moment. If we can get a look at the number 33 Delta Sport machine. Oh yeah, sitting in pit lane at the moment. Nothing much happening. The time just oozing away. It's just not. There we go. Christophe Herbignot on the go now. So a full service, but I'm not sure if that is really on program.
Well, everybody's is not programmed. I can tell you this much, because everybody bar Apex Tech is on 19-20 laps. So you're due to come to the pit lane in about 5 to 6 laps. 5 laps roughly. So it's going to be an interesting one. Of course, it is an odd number. We have 219 laps total of a 7-hour race, but the way this is going, I think this might be interesting because we haven't had a single yellow flag in the whole race, right? And from the looks of it, I think maybe getting the cut earlier than everybody else could work if you're trying to aim to get to the round numbers towards the end.
Yes, are they playing? Is there a game at afoot here for Team Delta Sport? We shall see. Of course, that's the thing. The level of preparation now for these top sim racing teams now is incredible. How the teams are sometimes putting in the thousands of laps throughout a week, with the number but shared amongst the number of drivers, just getting that set up absolutely perfect. But then also getting the strategy nailed down and figuring out what is the best way to run this 1,000-kilometre race. And you would have to think that most of the top teams have run full race simulations, and this is getting very hot now with Team RSO battling away for third spot. That's 5-Star Motorsport, Maximilian Fritz just ahead, and Cedric Nebelsiak, well, he's on the Fritz, but not in that way.
You stole my pun.
Sorry.
Well, I have another one at the ready though.
Oh, go, yes, go on, fire away.
So remember that Maximilian had a really good race, and his team had a really good race at the Red Bull Ring, really promising. I think they had a top 5 result at one point, but they got punted, I think, on turn number 4, which is turn number 3. Let's be honest, I'm not going to get into the Red Bull Ring numbering stuff. I'm kind of a little bit of a kleptomaniac about that. And I think everybody here agrees with me as well, I hope. His and his entire team race went to the Fritz because of that contact.
I like it. I like it. Pushing your pun game to the max.
Yes.
I like it, yeah. So, what's your favourite racing pun of the day? Share them with us here on RaceSpotTV. Don't leave us be the only ones with some puns. Ryan Walker, I know you've got some.
Yeah, it's probably best I don't say my pun, because it's not very good.
Oh, let's just say he's still walkering the thing.
I like that one.
We're gonna walk through it later on. Yeah. He's just having some shortbread right now. That's a very Scottish one, because Walker's short. No, actually, no, I'm not even gonna try and explain. Dennis Gerritsen, Virtual Motorsport BMW, running in 6th at the moment, just 7/10 of a second back from Robin Hasse up ahead in the Team RSO 197 BMW. And look at that, it's interesting there, Ryan, with the driving style coming into turn 1, using as much curb as possible on the way in to try and open up that corner.
Yeah, absolutely. I've noticed that a few times with some of these drivers, that some of them take it differently. Some prefer to drive round the curbs and drive round those anti-cuts just so they don't get any damage. Other drivers, like you mentioned, will try and take as much curb into turn 1 on the right-hander and the left-hander as much as possible, just to try and not lose too much time.
Yeah, very, very important way to get that time, get that drive up the hill. So we are just about 46 laps into, 49 laps into this race, and of a possible 219, of course, going to the 1,000-kilometre distance. Christophe Mons driving the Phoenix Racing eSport LMP2, and you can see how busy it is behind the wheel for those LMP2 machines. Lots of correction. Look at that big oversteer on the exit of the corner, and then you've really got to lean on all of that huge downforce. And yeah, of course, the proper layout here, historic layout. And oh dear, huge moment there for the Phoenix Dallara LMP2 machine. And then full carbon braking system in these LMP2 machines. It's very, very, very physical to drive these machines in real world, and actually in the sim you've really got to have your mind absolutely switched on as well. I mean, Ryan, it does make me slightly scared that they let gentlemen drivers out in these things.
Yeah, pretty much. But then again, it's like real life. Talking about gentlemen drivers, they've got some good ones out there. You've got the likes in real life. You've got Ben Keaton that drives GT cars, but he also drives an LMP2 cars in the IMSA Championship, and he's racing in the real life Petit Le Mans event. And for me, I think he's one of the quickest and one of the best gentleman drivers out there.
At least nobody is a Vadim Kogai. Imagine Vadim Kogai in an LMP2.
Yeah, it's interesting at Le Mans this year. There was a lot of crashes in practice for lots of cars, but particularly the LMP2 category. And I was speaking to one of the drivers who will remain nameless, who was taking part in that category, and I said, "Why has there been so many crashes?" And he said, "It's the rules package. The car's too heavy. It's running on. It's been given weight. It's running on far too low a downforce configuration, and the tyres are way too hard." So the tyres just when it does break away, there's no warning, and boom, you're in the wall. And when people like one Pablo Montoya can't keep it out of the wall, then how do you expect an amateur driver to be able to handle it? And it's always interesting getting that perspective from the pro drivers. Johnny Verhoef has taken over from Ruben Bonga, so Bonga's gone off to probably play the drums, in his break between stints. But Johnny Verhoef driving the big Beamer, the most bizarre sounding engine. You wouldn't think this is a V8 engine. It sounds very, 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 very unusual. I do remember watching this, Lorenzo, and I know you've been trackside at Daytona before as well, but seeing this car battling through the night against the RSR Porsches, it sounded like an EV compared to the Porsches.
Well, you stole the words right out of my mouth. It's so weird because, well, you had the Corvettes. I think it was the C7s back in the day. It was 2019. Yeah, it was still the C7s back in the day. The Fords and you had the RSR and the BMW. A little bit sketchy for Verhoef, but he managed to get away from the GSR GT3 just in time in the last corner. So it's like the Corvette, you can hear that M8 and the V8 coming from a mile away, right? Because it is loud, and it's a cacophony of noises, and it's really, really loud. The Ford is a little bit more quiet, but you can still hear that, if I recall, it's a V6 coming in, but it's still, you're still coming in. You can still hear that EcoBoost engine. The RSR, you can listen all around the track. Well, normally it's a Porsche, so it has to be loud anywhere in the world. But the M8 is basically a Formula E car.
Formula E.
Yeah. You can hear just, which is the screech of the tires, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, it is kind of unusual. Let's have a listen to this front engine machine. Why don't we go one better, actually, because it might not sound as sonorous as some of the other cars on track, but let's run on board for a few laps with Johnny Verhoef in the leading Manatee Racing BMW. Enjoy. This is one of the best drivers in the world in these GTE cars. Have a look, and this is how it's done. Welcome back to the IVRA 1,000 kilometres of Catalunya, and well, we rejoin in quite a controversial manner. The number 167 Porsche, they're getting in a bit of a tangle, to say the least. Let's try and get another look at it then. That's Dominic Arnst. So we'll get a look about what's happening here. Ryan, what do you spot here?
Yeah, so it looks like it was a 367 VRA satellite racer, and yeah, it was a car that was involved, and it looks like just coming down here as well, it looks like they're side by side, and I think it might just be a case of an LMP car diving up the inside, and it might have went free wide, or maybe I think Dallas might have just outbraked himself slightly, but both of them caught up together, and that was just unfortunate.
That's the team you drive for, isn't it, Ryan?
I wasn't going to say. Yeah, thanks for that, Peter. Thanks for putting.
Sorry, that was an incredibly cheap one. Sorry.
And I thought I would actually make the jab.
But yeah, both of them get caught up with each other, and that's just unfortunate. But again, the nature of multi-class racing. But yeah, thanks for that, Peter. I'm going to go and hide in a box now.
Well, it wasn't your fault. Clearly they get you in the car, Ryan. That would never happen.
Oh, I'm saying nothing.
You should be in politics, Ryan Walker. You just know the right thing to say at the right time. 57 laps into this race, and Vladimir Ponomarenko for Impulse Racing Lamborghini. Did I get that right? Ponomarenko. Impulse Racing number 256. The ever jazzy Impulse Racing machines in 7th spot in GT3 at the moment, as a GTE Porsche makes its way through. PJ Clayson's trying to get through to 11th position, driving for the... now, I have to say, Lorenzo, these Team 11 Porsches look so cool.
Yeah, they do. They do look cool. I cannot disagree. The fact, like, there are some really good-looking cars. I think I talked about Somo, about good-looking cars lately, and not only paints, but how the cars are actually designed. And well, I know you are a Porsche nerd, Peter. But out of the other ones, which one did you have to pick to best looking car in GT3s overall?
Corvette. Oh, GT3s, I was going to say Corvette all day long. I love Corvettes.
Okay, if you say Callaway Corvette, I'll allow it.
Yes.
Okay.
GT3 would be the C7 Callaway Corvette that runs in ADSE. Yes. Definitely. You? So what would it be for you? Any GT3 car? Because have you ever looked at the homologation?
I'm an NSX nerd. I'm a Honda nerd.
Oh, yeah.
GT3 cars, I was thinking about that. I know I'm an Aston Martin fan, but I'm going to go completely different and go a different way. I'm going to say the current Lamborghini, just for that engine noise and the looks.
Whoa. I tell you what.
You know why I was going to say thank God he didn't say the Vantage, because I don't like the vintage GT3. I don't like the GTE look because of the hideous diffuser.
Oh, yeah.
But the GT3 on the Vantage, the diffuser, it looks less hideous, but it still kind of look hideous.
Yeah, well, it's let us know in the RaceSpotTV chat, what would you, if you were to pick any GT3 car, what would it be? And I have to say, if you look at the FIA homologation for GT3 cars, there's some really cool stuff on there of what is actually still eligible. Yeah. Oh, if you could Frankenstein one. Whoa. Now, what do we think, chaps? Perfect. I think chassis-wise, I would go for the... Ooh. Chassis-wise... Yeah, engine-wise, I would go for the C7 Corvette engine, and I would put it in the back of the Porsche.
That
would be bizarre.
I would... Oh, I don't know. You probably shoot me, Peter, but I'm going to say it anyway. I'm going to say the Corvette GT1 car that raced in the American Le Mans series, and I'll stick an Aston Martin I'll say it again, Aston Martin V12. There we go.
Oh yes. Right, so this is the private label car of Philip Kraus trying to carve through the endless stream of GT traffic in a battle with, now I think that, yes it is, it's the Team RSO LMP2, and I have to say the cooperation in some really difficult situations in traffic is really impressive here, Lorenzo, between the prototypes and the GTs, it must be said.
Yeah, it is really cool to see the cooperation between the cars to try to give them the cleaning. The only thing I really don't like is them killing the cones, rip the cones. Why did they have to murder the cones?
Yeah, F and chat for the cones. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, now. Oh, yes, we're getting the chat is going alive. I like this. The Viper. Yes, the Viper is a very good one. What was the 8.4 litre V10 GTLM Viper? That was very cool. I seem to remember.
Man.
It sounded like a diesel dump truck though. That's the only thing. I mean,
It's kind of like 1 liter. It was like 1 lap. You basically wasted half of the fuel.
Talking about GT cars, my favourite GT car from the 90s would have to be the Dodge Viper.
Panos. In Panos.
oh, I remember the Panos Esperante GT2. That was a cool car. Oh, no, actually. The Porsche 911 997 RSR Flying Lizards. Thank you, good night, game set match.
Well,
Good shout.
that's what happens. That is the bias comment because you are the Porsche nerd.
With York Bergmeister and Patrick Long.
Or what? Thinking about GT cars as well, but in the early 2000s, my favourite would have to be the Ferrari 550 and Ferrari 575.
Oh, yes. Oh, Ryan Walker, you wonderful genius. Yes. They, of course.
If we're gonna go that way, we're gonna go that route. I'm trying to find what was the name of the car. Gile. They used to run in the GTs like back in 2004.
Oh, I don't know. There was a ProDrive ran one, and much to the displeasure of Ferrari themselves. And they had, I mean, I don't think there's been a cooler car and driver combination. 550 Maranello GT1 with Colin McRae, Rickard Rydell, and Darren Turner all behind the wheel. I mean, talk about fantasy manager. That's
Colin McRae in race cars.
You talked about fantasy stuff there. What would be your fantasy lineup or your dream lineup to race at Le Mans?
Oh, what in right now? Well, I would have.
It would be a mix of like from the ages ago, like old drivers, right up until now, like current drivers.
Okay, I would go Porsche RS Spider for P2 with Patrick Long,
Yes.
Hurley Haywood, and Kevin Estre.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah.
Sorry, Lorenzo.
Go ahead.
I was going to say mine would be for probably GT racing. My dream lineup would be Darren Turner. Current driver, I would probably say Ross Gunn. Who else? Go back to an old driver, I'd probably say someone like David Brabham.
Good shout with David Brabham. Now we've got, I think it's a Mercedes off at the last corner. Oh no. Ryan, who's gone off here?
Oh no, it's Dallas Pataska in the Mercedes.
The VRS satellite Mercedes. Oh, wait a minute. Was that some friendly fight? Oh no. Ryan, what was the car that made contact with the VRS Mercedes there?
It was the VRS satellite racing LMP2 car by the looks of it. Yeah, I think there's going to be a few curse words after the race and that for that.
There's one thing I can definitely mention about that is that Paul wasn't actually a darling regarding giving space to his
I like
teammate.
that.
Very good. Oh, this is. Oh, that's a darling. Why haven't you taken the rubbish out?
Yeah, Paul wasn't being a darling anymore.
Oh dear. Oh no. Oh, that's what we call, ladies and gentlemen, the awkward turtle. Well, oh dear. I'm doing it right now. You can hear my thumbs going up and down of the awkward turtle. Well, gather it. Let us know, what would your ideal endurance, you might need insurance, endurance lineup. Timo Hayden leads the way. I'm going to brush straight over that one before it gets clipped. Yeah, 5.5 seconds to the good from Pure Sims Esports, Nathan Muir. 5-star Motorsport Blue, Maximilian Fritz in third. Yes, you're going to need some Haggerty insurance for that. But yeah, do let us know what would be your ideal lineup. Lorenzo, what would yours be?
The ideal lineup for endurance. It has to be to non-day drivers or not.
No, it's whoever you want. I mean, Hurley's
historical.
Yeah.
Okay, Jan Magnussen.
Oh, great shout. Yeah.
All right, I'm going something more like GT. Jan Magnussen, Patrick Long, and I'm gonna bring. I have to bring a young shot here, Matt Campbell.
Oh, that's a good shout. That's a very, very good call there, Matt. Yeah, Matt Campbell, very good call. Car.
Oh, all right. I normally would defend like a Honda or something like that if they had GT cars, but it's all going to be GT3. But then again, the Honda underperforms under GT3. If I have to say something, ooh, give me the Nissan GTR GT1.
Ooh, good shout. Yeah, very good shout. That was an absolute battle shout, wasn't it? Oh, yes, I like that. Well, do let us know your choices. We would love to hear them. We've got a bit of Phoenix on Phoenix here. Oh, yes, Hans Stuck and Harley Haywood. That's a good one. You don't need a third driver because they're just that boss. Yeah.
Yeah, just let Hans basically carry the entire. He doesn't know what a backpack is.
Yeah, Hans Stuck. That's a great call. Car. EJ Fulner, we salute you, sir. You can pick the microphone up again and tell us what car, because they're good, but they need something. They need something to do that. Samba Racing Team, not named after the very popular Adidas training shoe. They're back up to 10th place. That little spin out the pit lane, well behind them now. Bart Rowinkle at the wheel of that BMW. Good to see a nice spread of manufacturers as well in the GTE category. We've got Porsches, we've got the BMW in there as well, and we've got a Corvette in there too.
Oh, this man has a good pace.
Yes, the GTO car. Was that not a 90? I thought it was a 90. It's an Audi 90 GTO, but the Camel GT, yeah, the Quattro. Yes, please. That's a very good call. Very good call. Hans Stuck won at Summit Point in that car. Can you imagine driving Summit Point in an Audi 90 Quattro?
You can do that in iRacing.
You can.
Yeah, you can. I mean, and I recommend it because it's an awesome car.
It's for me, it's such an underrated car. I think I drove like this. You guys are gonna call me heresy on this. I know I drove only 3 laps to test it out. I just didn't drive anymore because I didn't find friends, sniffy sniff, to run along with. But it's such a good car. Now we have AR nowadays, but it's such a good car. Technical one, but a really good car if you know how to drive the car.
Yeah, this is there's Adam Lindgren. That's the guy you need to speak to figure out the dark art of driving the understeering Audi. Is Bart Rowinkle up to 9th position now and putting a lot of pressure on the 114 Porsche, the Phoenix Racing machine of Simon Esses, as LMP cars rush through. Hot and heavy in the GTE category. Well, we will have a changeover of commentary team for you. You're probably delighted to hear in about 5 minutes' time, where we have Ewan O'Leary joining the booth, and myself and I think Ryan Walker will be stepping out. Lorenzo Bonder, Mr. Endurance himself, will be carrying on. Lorenzo, what's your caffeine strategy for the rest of the race?
Well, my mom took my first energy drink, and so I only have a Mango Loco Monster. Shout out to David Haynes, by the way. Left in the fridge to survive for the next maybe 3 hours and 45 minutes we have in this racing. So it's gonna be an interesting one. How can I survive with one Monster Energy? But I had a good sleep. Even though my dog slept on my bed nearby beside me, and I had to kind of like sleep in a curl position.
Well, AJ Fulner has just won the internet. He was at that race at Summit Point when Handstuck won, and then now that is cool. Ryan, how can we top that? I mean, even Super Touring at Knock Hill doesn't come close to that.
Absolutely not. I'm trying to think of a way to top that, but really, I'm finding it hard.
Yes, very, very, very tricky indeed. Well, we'll have Ewan O'Leary joining us in the commentary box in just a moment, and he will be here to restore some order because I have lost the classroom with all the hilarity. But your leader at the moment, Impulse Racing, Timo Hayden, continues to stretch the gap in LMP2. 5.5 seconds is the gap at this moment in time. For now, I'll just update my timing screen. 7 seconds is the gap now. In GTE, Manatee Racing, Johnny Verhoef leading by 16.5 seconds at the moment. So dominant in the GTE category. In GT3, yeah, nearly 19 seconds. Manatee Racing, it's all going to plan at the moment, Lorenzo.
Yeah. Gonna be an interesting one because GT3s, I just want to give it a proper check, are due to come to the pit lane maybe in about 10 laps.
Okay, so particularly for the GT cars, it's going to be fascinating to see if any of them decide to try and go for the double stint as the Torque Freak Racing Mercedes of David Bearclaw. Bearclaw. Oh, I could go with Bearclaw right now. That would be tasty. Have it with my coffee. But just the rumble of that Mercedes V8, and that car is 75% engine. How that wouldn't be very easy to park, Ryan, that car.
Yeah, absolutely not. You'll probably have a hard job of parking it, but just looking at it from the outside, not as a nice livery as well to go with a nice car. And David currently in 12th, and I do like this livery as well, I have to say.
Yeah, the guys at Torque Freak Racing really do put together some nice paint schemes. Well, it is time for me, Peter Mackay, to dip out of the commentary box, enjoy the rest of the IVRA 1,000 kilometres of Catalonia, but I shall now hand over to the ever-talented Ewan O'Leary. Ewan, over to you, my friend.
Thanks very much, Peter, and thanks for taking us through the first couple of hours of this race. It's been very entertaining watching along from behind the scenes. I've very much enjoyed it, and I hope you guys at home have been doing so as well. As Peter mentioned, my name's Ewan O'Leary. I'll be alongside Lorenzo Bonza for the final hours of this race and indeed this season, with Ryan Walker here as well. Brian Bauer is behind the cameras that are being provided to you right now as well. We're about 70 laps into this 219 lap race. We've got a lot to talk through and a lot of action going on out there on the circuit. Almost too much for us all to watch all at one time, but that's the beauty of an IVRA Endurance Series race. First of all, Lorenzo, it's good to be commentating with you once again on this wonderful afternoon here at Barcelona. It's a fantastic circuit, I've got to be honest, and I think a lot of these guys are enjoying themselves by the looks of things. It's been a very nice race so far and not too chaotic in terms of incidents. We've not seen too many, which I'm glad about.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many incidents, of course. There have been a few drive-through penalties here and there in between, but it isn't as clustered as it was in the Red Bull Ring. Of course, it is a longer track than Red Bull. This is the funny part, not by long. It is, I think, 600 meters more than the Red Bull Ring kind of offers, but still a very bigger track than the Red Bull Ring, despite being a nutrition track. But still no yellow flags, which is really important at this point of the race, because if you compare to the last round, I think we only had 2 yellow flags at this point of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. There was. It's been a quite good season in terms of that, but there have been yellow flags and so on, but none of that just yet here this time around. And Ryan, we had some real big drama actually at the start of this race with the overall championship leaders in LMP2, Apex Tech Racing, getting involved in that lap 1 incident, and now look at this, 15th position. Chris Barrett can't exactly do a lot from back here. He's over half a minute down on the next competitor, and this is doing some real damage to their championship aspirations. They came in with a 26-point lead, but it's about to all be wiped away by the looks of things.
It pretty much is at the moment, and they're, like you say, they're down in 15th at the moment and not really having any luck. It's pretty much just one of those races as it stands of just trying to salvage as many points back as possible, but the only hope they can have or can hope for to get back up further through the field is possibly a safety car to get the field bunched up again, but at the moment with no safety car. And someone spun around. That's the 349 car of Zach Chiala from 49 Motorsports.
Not the first time we've seen a GT3 around today. Let's have a look at how it happened. Was there any interference with David Barraclough, who was just behind? It doesn't look like it. Just a bit of a rear locking there from the 349 and go for a brief spin there in the GT3, trying to find a safe place to get back going again. But at this blind corner, it is quite difficult. Thankfully, gets away again safely though there, which is a good thing certainly in getting away once again. One more thing I will say on the LMP2 Championship battle is that Impulse Racing and Pure Sims were both right up there at the start of the day. They're both right up there in terms of this race, so they're both ones to watch. But Satellite Racing also got into contact, Lorenzo, in that first round, that first lap, excuse me. So half of the top 4 actually did get involved in the end, and these guys have recovered fairly well. Paul Darling in 7th position at the moment. However, it's still not quite 1 and 2 where their main rivals are, so it really has turned on its head, all at lap 1 as well.
Yeah, everything kind of unraveled on lap 1 with the 4-car pile-up that we had involving Impulse and Apex Tech and Delta Sport, and kind of unraveled how the race would progress. Even Satellite got involved into this as well. I think it was the car that made contact on the side of the Apex Tech and kind of bent the rear end of the Apex team, which is still bent, by the way. If you look at the number 13 car, you're going to see the rear left still slightly bent, a little bit bent up. So they need a yellow flag of sorts to notice that the car still needs a little bit of repair and try to bring it back to the race. So that's the problem they have so far in terms of standings right now, because this is the final round of the fall season, and for them, they need that good result to capitalize, as we are watching PJ Clayson's battle for P8 against the one he looks like to be the Sim Republic, which is doing a really good round out, and not far behind is the Apex team.
Yeah, Sim Republic, I think, might well still be leading the Pro-Am category. No, they're second place, excuse me. The Archer brothers are leading it. But either way, they are having a good day as things stand, and there are the leaders. So that is quite close in Pro-Am, actually, with Jacob O'Reilly, who's currently leading that one. 4th 333 team that came into today with the championship lead also. But that was a good pass by PJ Clayton. We're on board with him now in that Porsche for 9th position, and we have seen some fantastic battling through that final sector. I've got to be honest, Ryan, when I looked at the track map for today and I saw that we're not using the tight hairpin at the end of the straight at turn 10, and we're not using any of the chicanes either, I thought, where's the overtaking going to come from? But actually, we've had some great racing in that final sector.
Yeah, we absolutely have, and when I saw the layout as well, the one that we were using today without that shallow chicane in the last sector and that hairpin like you mentioned, I was quite happy about that, because I just dreaded if we did use it, I just dreaded the amount of carnage we might have possibly had. But at the moment, it's been good racing in every class. Yeah, we've had some little incidents from time to time, but apart from that, the race has been good, and it's been so far so good with no safety cars.
Absolutely, but let's not go on about that too much because we will curse it, as we've already heard. But so we'll just be careful on that one. But what I do want to do just before it all kicks off and changes again in both GT categories, because we're not a million miles away from a pit stop in both of those. I do just want to briefly tell you about GTE and the order in which the cars are running at the moment. With Manitti Racing, there he is, Johnny Verhoff, who's been putting in a fantastic performance today, leading this one by about 12 seconds as things stand, just under at the moment, to RSR by G Performance GTE. That team, we believe, skipped at least some of the tyres, probably all of them, throughout their first pit stop, but they've been holding a good pace. RSO currently third, with Alpine Stars Geodesic in fourth. Apex Tech Racing GT currently in fifth position ahead of GSR by Hetner. Then we've got Phoenix Racing, Samba Racing Team and Huisenveld rounding out your top 10 for that GTE category, Lorenzo. However, I believe we are expecting pit stops in the next 10 laps, maybe less actually, for these cars who have gone about an hour at this point.
Yeah, we're looking right here, right now, with the GT3s, as Manuel Vigo P2 right now has about a 9-second gap, or nearly 10-second gap, to the 5-star, which is the third place car right in the back. You can see the 1-2 of sorts in the Alpine Star Geodesic team, because that's the GT car driven by Bo Rigger, who's about to overlap his sister car or brother car, whatever you want to prefer, his sibling car, in turn number 5. That got a little bit sketchy, but still, what I think it is interesting, 33 laps average for the GTEs and 31 laps average for the GT3s. They do come nearly at the same time, so we expect pit stops maybe in 2 to 3, maybe 4 laps, depending who's saving fuel.
Oh dear, oh goodness, Elements Sim Racing there were very nearly off the road. Niels Hunderhage was very nearly off the road in a big way there. Just had a bit of a twitch through turn 10, the more flowing version of that corner we were just talking about. And this is that shot here once again, Brian. A very scary moment, and we're about to see a lot of wheel work here in the next few moments.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all getting chaotic again now, but as well as the replay now, heading into this long sweeping left-hander, and he just runs wide and there's a lot of wheel work going on, but thankfully manages to get away with it. But yeah, it's that's the thing with multi-class racing, it can be hectic and there's so much going on you've got to be on your toes at all times.
You do indeed, and thankfully the Element Sim Racing car is continuing on the right side of the white lines, thankfully, and not on the outside into the gravel on this occasion, so it can continue going on in the same way. Also, the LMP2s are not too far away from pit stops either. We've reached that point in the race where we're likely to see all 4 categories down on pit lane in the next few moments, and here it starts to kick off here with Apex Tech Racing in their Porsche currently coming into the pit lane. I'm expecting a lot of tyre changes here, Lorenzo, and quite a few maybe skip tyres on the last occasion, not deciding to take any. But are we continuing on with the single stinting that some have been going on for, or are we going to see more double stinting as the race goes on, but track temperatures might not allow for that? What are we expecting in terms of tyres in the next 10 minutes or so? I don't actually think Lorenzo's there. I'm posing that question to him. He's not. Oh, he's there. Go on.
Somehow, someway, believe it or not, I'm still breathing. Anyway, track temperature is on 22 Celsius right now, so it does play out a big difference in the strategies. It's a little bit interesting to see, as you know, guys are seeing the track conditions. 18 ambient, 22 Celsius on the track. It is cloudy, so that helps a little bit in terms of the ambience. Not too humid, about 45% humidity, and the wind's not too strong, about 5 kilometers to the north, which isn't anything major, by the way. What impresses me the most, while we see Timo, what I like to Joe, the god of the LMPs, do the fastest lap of the race with the 28.2, it's the fact that everybody went for tires in the first pit stop. So if we see somebody double stinting, would be a little bit impressive But we're going to see something like the RSR team in P2 right now is going to go for a different strategy. They might put the tires on the back, because they put tires, I think, in the front whenever they came into the pit lane. So that alternating strategy to have different pressures whenever you get out of the pit lane, and then try to equalize them during the stint. Dangerous at first, but it does compensate over the tire tread that you're probably going to lose during the lap.
Yeah, it always, in my head anyway, it's a very abrasive circuit. There's a lot of long corners which can take their toll on your tyres. Yeah, we do have to watch out for that, but a lot of strategy is going to be going on here, and of course one yellow flag situation and one safety car situation, we could well see that all change.
Stop calling the yellow flag.
Sorry, yeah, I'm sorry, I've mentioned it for the third time and I've been here 10 minutes, so I'll park that one for the moment, but there we are. Pit stops are beginning to happen then. Medici Racing and GTE come in for the moment, and we have also seen a couple in LMP2 make their way down into pit lane. So Kazar Sim Racing are into the pit lane 5-star. Motorsport as well have made their way in from the prototype category. Geodesic from GTE, you can just see the BMW pulling up in the background of that shot there. So it is all beginning to happen here, Ryan, and after about 2 hours of racing, you wouldn't be too surprised to see a lot of driver changes happening here as well, because you do have to keep your eye on that drive time limit, which is set at 4 hours, I believe, today.
Yeah, I think this next set of top stops, you'll see teams changing drivers and sticking a fresh driver in, because you've got to remember, like you mentioned, the driver time, so it's something that these teams will be keeping in mind, and especially the LMP2 teams up at the front, don't be surprised if they make a driver change as well.
Now, Geodesic have taken a very short pit stop there, because Medici Racing are still there, unless Medici are having a long one. But either way, Geodesic pulled in behind. We've watched basically this whole Medici stop, and Geodesic have managed to come in and get out again before this man here, Johnny Verhoef, who's stayed aboard that BMW. Ruben Bonga is continuing to play the drums, and he will not be in the car for at least another hour, you would imagine, unless a bit of an unscheduled pit stop has to be taken by the 17A, but let's hope not for their sake. The Pure Sims come into the pit lane from LMP2, and we go back to a bit of a battle that's going on with George Streetley, who's trying to move forward in the 34 car right now, but not able to into turn 1. A bit of traffic up in front might help him out, but not for the moment. They're just following the lead, you might say. Delta Sport, who are just up in front, making their way around the outside of a bit of traffic into turn 4 and then downhill towards turn 5. There's a lot of these little battles going on here, but I think it is interesting that Impulse have been able to go a little bit longer here in LMP2. They've got a big lead now, but that is only because they haven't stopped yet in this particular cycle. It will be interesting to see how that plays out over the race distance, really, because it could really play into their hands. Satellite Racing as well, who've been going quite long on their stints.
Yeah, it's been really interesting, the work done by Timo on his second stint to go an extra lap around the field. The only team who's been doing that on a consistent basis has been Paul Darling and the Satellite team, which usually whenever it gets off the cycle goes back to 7th or 8th place. I would say that the strategy of trying to go at least 2 laps longer than everybody else could actually be a deciding factor, because the Satellite LMP team for some reason have managed, and Ryan can kind of back this up on strategies. Every single race they've gone, they got good placing because either strategies went their way and something like that. So as we're as high and now into the pit lane, this could manage to make them go maybe an extra pit stop last, or maybe a half a pit stop last, and every second that you take it off here in Barcelona, it's going to be important, even though you might not be within the same pace of the leaders, but you might be at least half a second slower, which might be putting you still into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it would be beneficial to save a pit stop around here. If you think these guys are roughly doing 25, 26 laps a stint. That's not quite going to get you to 2:19. You're going to have an odd kind of half stint somewhere, which is going to be a bit awkward. But if you can go that little bit longer than like Satellite are doing now, then you might be able to cut it out. However, even with the Impulse Racing car making a pit stop, you can see they've still come out in the lead ahead of that 64 car, which is very important. Very symbolic, I think, more than important. Timo Hayden stays in the car for another stint here. Paul Darling 2.5 seconds behind there, Ryan. Your team, second place at the moment, doing things a little bit differently by the looks of things, but unfortunately already lost a pit stop. It's not too much of a gap because the pit stops are quite short in LMP2, admittedly, but still, that is quite a symbolic moment in the race.
Yeah, they're doing a decent job at the moment. Yeah, they're probably not at the front like they were hoping to be. But yeah, they're at the front at the moment, but it's mainly down to the pit cycles starting. But nevertheless, they're still doing well inside the top 10. And I think they've got a driver and a strategist like Sayandra, who's due to jump in this car at some point, helping out in that regard. I think they might be able to try and cut out a pit stop possibly, but that's something I'll definitely be keeping an eye on.
Timo Hayden currently drowning in GT traffic, and the gap's come under a second for first time in a good while. Lots of GTs in the pit lane, but we do indeed have a battle for the race lead coming on here. 3 cars. Oh my goodness, Paul Darling tried to get down the inside of some of them as well, but nearly rear-ended the Porsche that was just up in front there, misjudging that one ever so slightly. And now there's going to be a big problem here. We're going to get a replay of that particular moment, but very, very busy part of the racetrack, Lorenzo.
Yeah, very, very busy, as you're going to see now come down the straight. I think what happened is that Paul just kind of like missed a little bit of the braking and couldn't aim properly where the cars were going because they were too slow. There is a nearly second incident with the car just ahead. I think that was the Apex Tech, which nearly brake checks. You see both cars have to slow down just in time. The Apex kind of gave room a little bit there, and Paul got 4 for 1. But that could have gone way much worse right there. And big stuff over here. This is big. And my cursing of team just continues. The 199 RSR by G Performance just got a drive-through because of the pit lane incident of the 5 seconds rule.
That is a real shame for them because they were doing very well on an alternate strategy, and I was looking forward to seeing how it was going to pan out, but unfortunately for RSR, you do have to abide by the rules after all, and they unfortunately haven't, and have gotten a drive-through penalty because of it, so that is a real shame for them as we go on board with RSO. 5th place for Mamo Sudal at the moment. Through the final corner, one of the Impulse Racing GT3 Lamborghinis just up in front and make their way through quite nicely. This is, of course, the battle for 4th position we have going on with 5-Star Motorsport. Pure Sims are quite a long way up the road from these two, so it is a straight fight for 4th position between the two of them. I'll say quite a long way up the road, they're not that far, so either way, focusing on each other for the moment, making it the way around the outside of turn 3, which you can get away with in these prototypes. A lot of downforce for these guys, but at this point in the race, Ryan, it is constant traffic. There's a lot of cars out there. We haven't had many retirements, and they're spread absolutely everywhere. Just look at this going down towards turn 5.
Yeah, it's absolutely chaotic with some of these P2 cars having to get through lots of GT traffic, and you kind of get tempted coming up to a GT car to just throw it up the inside, but the downside is that's got a bit of a risk factor to it. If you do that, you can possibly risk ruining your race and also ruining a GT car's race. So sometimes it's always better to just play it safe, wait, and maybe lose 1 or 2 seconds, or 2 or 3 seconds rather, and still be in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a long race, and so preserving the car is of utmost importance to everybody, really, as we go on board with the Element Sim Racing Porsche right now. This is the Apex Racing GT, Apex Tech Racing GT, excuse me, in front of us right now. This is a GTE battle, I believe. Anyway, it's a GT3 car in front of us. That's not Apex Tech Racing at all, is it? Trying to get through at the moment. They're currently in 4th position as we see some more pit stops going on. Satellite Racing finally coming in, Lorenzo.
finally coming in, and Sai Anja will into the car. Of course, they have Adam Grain registered as well, so I think that Adam might have to do a few laps. But then again, the problem is Adam has a broken wheel. I don't think he's going to be able to drive. He's just acting more like a spotter or engineer for the team. As we're watching Manuel Sedal fend off Max Riedmüller, going into turn number 5 down the hill. They will go, and let's see if Riedmüller is trying to make the move on the inside.
Yeah, absolutely. This has just changed very recently, by the way, with 5-Star Motorsport being displaced from what is 3rd position up the inside into turn 9. The GTs hate it, but you do have to go for it in these prototypes, and towards turn 10 as well. Riedmüller is going to do well to get through on this Porsche, but with a lot lighter of a car, you can brake a little bit later, dive down the inside into this very flowing left-hander. Then around turn 11 as well. I guess this is turn 12 as well, if you count the 2 previous corners as 2 corners. It's really 1, but track says it's 2, so there we are. And these are the final 2 corners as well, Europe car and then Catalunya, turns 13 and 14 to round off what is a 14 corner lap, of which most are very high-speed corners indeed. It's a very go on.
I need to ask you this question. Is this layout the best layout?
Well, before this race, I would have said that I would have had the tighter turn 10, and then the kind of, I know it's a clumsy turn 11, the second left-hander there, but because I thought there was just going to be absolutely no overtaking at all. But it turns out that the racing in the final sector I've been very impressed with, so you might be able to sway me now towards this layout. But before the race, I certainly would have gone with the tighter turn 10. I know you're a fan of this layout, though.
Yes, and I'll defend it with all my heart.
Yeah.
Just needed to know.
Okay, fair enough. Right, which I couldn't quite grasp which you would prefer out of all the layouts. What final sector design would you prefer?
I'm going with Lorenzo. I prefer the old Grand Prix layout without that silly Mickey Mouse chicane. Just because there's a lot more room for GT cars to get lapped, and I think with the other layout with that chicane and the hairpin, I think it just would have been a lot more chaos. But this old layout that we're using is definitely my favourite, so I'm backing Lorenzo. It's
certainly not nicer to drive, I will give you that. It's much more flowing, a lot less clumsy. And so yeah, I can see the drivers definitely more enjoying it.
Yeah, I mean, I know why they made that hideous chicane, and if you talk to an engineer, it makes a whole lot of sense. I have one of my friends is a Porsche Cup racing engineer, and he told me like the reasons why they made it, and it like mechanically it's sound, and I understand. But for us viewers and racing fans, no, nuke that chicane, race it out of existence, and put back the old Europe car, which is the thing the fans want, even though it is a deadly Europe, of course.
Yeah, it is indeed. There's a pass for 4th place in GT3, I believe, with Impulse Racing getting through. Hendrik Augustin making his way up the order. Had a decent run out in the IVRA GT Sprint Series last week. I think getting a few good... Well, he did a good recovery drive in race 1, we'll put it that way, after an early problem. Managed to fight his way back through the field quite nicely, and he's fighting his way through the field once again here today. 4th place in GT3 as we go back to the 5-Star Motorsport LMP2. After being passed by RSO, they've not really been able to reply over the last few moments, unfortunately, here at Lorenzo, so the gap just extends between the two of them, but 5-Star currently consolidating 4th place by the looks of things.
Yeah, and I was talking about Peter about this, is the fact that a good portion of those LMPs, while trying to fight for position, they're getting the cars in the wrong spots, or the worst spots possible. So let's just say the last corner going to Catalunya, you can lose 0.3 of a second to 0.4 of a second how you approach the corner, and what happens is that Sudal is on a whole nother level, and he's clearing the traffic very quickly, and basically cutting that time off and even gaining ground on Riedmüller. But the thing is, on one corner is just as damaging as you can think of, because you're trying to get the car on the apex.
Yeah, absolutely. I do actually have a question for you, Lorenzo. By the way, I don't know if you'll have the answer to it though, as we see this battle for 9th position.
Surely
Now,
not, but I'll try.
yeah, we can at least pass it on to somebody who will have the answer. As we know, half points are awarded at half distance here in these races. As we'll get to that point in about 30 laps time roughly, but our points going to be awarded on lap 109 or 110 because we've got an odd number of laps here today. So which lap is that going to be?
Oh, no, good question. Let me see if there is anything on the rule book. Apparently not.
Because the Red Bull Ring, the last round we did, it was an even number of laps, so it was simple maths to work out, but a little bit of an added complication this time around.
Yeah, it doesn't say anything about the rule book, like in our rule book career of when it will get awarded, but it's gonna be an interesting one. We do expect to be right around lap 110 because you're going over the 50% quota right about one lap 109 to 110. Oh, thank you, Casper the Court. Thank you so much. He listened to our voices. His lap 110.
Thank you. Yes, that is very useful information indeed. So in about 24 laps time, we're going to be seeing points awarded, half points, you understand. So nothing completely race changing is going to happen, but it will set the tone for what we'll see at the end of this one. I'm thinking with regards to Apex Tech Racing and LMP2, etc., with Pure Sims and Impulse picking up either 50 or 45 points by the looks of things, considering they're 1-2 at the moment. They're going to be getting a lot of points, with Apex Tech Racing probably about 10, which is going to be really damaging for them. Their whole championship lead is going to be wiped away pretty much here, Ryan. So it's going to set the tone for what we're going to see a little bit later on. The damage is not completely done in terms of their championship. They can get a yellow at the right point and get back towards the front. However, it's going to set them back certainly, and they might well lose the championship lead by half distance in this race.
Yeah, it's quite possible. I mean, they've not had any yellows so far in this race, so I think if this race goes, hopefully I don't jinx it, but if it does go yellow free,
Jinxed it already. Just go.
Yeah, hopefully they've just basically got to keep going and hope for the best and try and salvage as many points as possible in for the championship.
They've got to just do their best at this point, but they're fighting a losing battle as things stand, but a long way to go in this race.
I think the best example I can name is, like, even though you're in the back, you can still have a fighting chance. And of course, I want to bring back the fact that the VRS satellite on race 1, I think they were more jinxed than Bull Albert and Rallycross nowadays. I had to say it, sorry Bull, but I had to bring it up. It's the fact that they pretty much had incidents the entire race, and I think they were right outside the top 5. I think they were 7th by the way we went into the half of the race, and they managed to get within the top 3 or nearby the top 3. I think it was P4. I think just right outside Delta Sport. They are in top 3 just because of, you know, being able to claw back after situations.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They've not had any outstanding, no-issue performances in either of the races so far, but they have solidly picked up points, which is exactly what you need to do. And Syandra is trying to continue to do that as he is chasing down Apex Tech Racing right now. And yeah, that is an interesting point as well, with Chris Barrett currently inside the top 10. It does depend on, and there he is just in the rear camera shot of Michael Goff right now, trying to get through on Phoenix Racing Esport. We're on board with the 13 championship leaders, but out of position here, Ryan. They're going to pit very shortly. However, can they make it to lap 110 without a pit stop coming up? Yes, they can. If everybody else has to pit in the next few moments, if everybody else has to pit before halfway, then they are going to be at least in the top 10 by the time they pick up points. So that could, the way the pit stop cycle has worked, because they made an early pit stop, the way it's worked, it could play into their hands. But as we mentioned, they are fighting a losing battle, and they were pushing as hard as possible coming into the pit lane on that occasion.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, sorry, Lorenzo.
No, I was just gonna say, if our can get a replay of how close that Apex Tech Racing was towards the inside tire barrier, talking about going as fast as possible, you guys are gonna see really, really close the limits of how you can push into the pit lane.
Yeah, here it is, Ryan. They're up against it, and they were nearly up against the wall here in the last few moments.
Yeah, they pretty much were close to the wall, and we're looking at a replay now from Chris Barrett's onboard, and I think he just didn't want to lose too much time, and he carries loads of speed on the pit exit, and he just about came close to clipping the inside wall. That was a heart and mouth moment.
It was. That's the sign of a man who's practiced his pit entries, though. I've got to say, he definitely looked like he knew what he was doing, going towards that pit entry there. And yeah, makes it in all fine, and that is another advantage, I guess, of not having that chicane, because your pit entry is very, very slow indeed. If you're coming out of that chicane, it's nowhere near as committed as it is as you're coming through the final corner with this particular layout, as we're about to see on board. Excuse me, on board with the Element Sim Racing LMP2 as well, coming through the final corner right now. A lot more of a committed final turn that you do indeed have to think about quite hard as we go on board with Alpine Star's Geodesic Racing, a team that are leading 2 of the 4 championships coming into this one, but not the LMP2s, as the number 3 car has been had a couple of problems throughout the season. They've picked up solid points as well, like Satellite Racing, currently 5th place in the championship, but given they're outside of the top 10 at the moment, they're not really going to feature, you wouldn't say. Chasing down P11 at the moment, Lorenzo.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, they were one of the teams that had some sort of an issue on the first few laps of the race when Christian Araya was actually in the car. A little bit sketchy going through there. Kind of sandwiched between 2 Porsches. Peter Mackay is going to love that shot, by the way. As it's going to be an interesting one how Alpine bounces back from this one, because they are P5 in the standings, and for a team that has its ways going around the championship, has a lot of experience driving around the LMP2s, it's kind of surprising to see them struggle in Barcelona and not being nowhere nearby the top 10.
Absolutely, 12th place for these guys at the moment, but having a good time in GTE, I think it's worth mentioning. Currently leading, however, that is due to a pit stop strategy, and there's a bit of an altercation here with a BMW friend, a GT3 friend of BMW. There they are, going through turn 9 at the moment, and making his way through, but old tyres, the gap's now below 7 seconds, Ryan. Maniti Racing are pushing hard to try and catch them. There's only been about 10 laps of this stint so far, and they're already making deep cuts into the lead being held by this car.
And this is the difference between new tyres and old tyres. The new tyres is pretty much seems to be winning in this battle so far, and I think some teams, from what I've seen so far in this race, some teams are pretty much taking the tyres at every stop, and I think in the last half of the race, or in the closing stages of the race, that might be the best way to go. Yeah, you'll lose time in the pit stop, but you'll be able to close that gap back down like we're seeing at the moment in the last half of the race.
Yeah, well, I would agree. It depends how the track does change over the next 3 hours or so as well, because that's a lot of scope for the track to kind of develop into a way that may not be favourable. So let's wait and see. We've got to hold off for another 3 hours or so to find out the answer to that question, as we're on board with the Phoenix Racing LMP2. Not something that we often get to say. It's a very Audi-based team, and they have been since pretty much since I can remember, really. And they still indeed are, but their eSport team currently running out in 9th place in the LMP2 category at the moment.
Yeah, and I think that is nearby one of their best results this season so far. I just want to get where they're sitting at. Yeah, they were good through the halfway point. I think they were P2 at round 1 whenever they got into the halfway points, but the strategy and some incidents midway through the race kind of bottlenecked them into I think right around P10 or something like that. No, sorry, they were not Oh, never mind. And they were nearby the top 10 by the end of the race. So it wasn't the best result they wanted for a very prospecting race. But it's a race that I think, given the circumstances we are right now, and I want to bring this up in a little bit, it should be very good for them. You know, it should bump up a few spots in the championship. You know how many cars started this race, Ewan?
Well, high 40s, I would imagine.
Yeah, 49.
49.
Cars started this race. So 50 because we did, Dogger Racing didn't take the car into the racing. Anyway, we have 47 cars running. That's the most we've had total at this point of the championship so far.
Yeah, it's busy. It is busy out there at the moment. Only 2 retirements for those doing the maths at home. And I'll just tell you who those are, actually, just to clean up that point entirely. Apex V2R Pro retired from this race after about 4 laps, actually. It was a very short, very early bath for them, I'm afraid. And the VRS Satellite Racing GT3 Pro-Am car also retired. So both GT3s, the most numerous category of them all, have lost 2 entrants, but you're absolutely right, Lorenzo, that is not very many at all.
No, not many at all, and given the fact that this is a track that can get really convoluted, and I was talking about Peter about this. At some point, we might see mists maybe coming into the final third of the race, where I think the crunch time and those moments of trying to get closer and closer and closer to your competition will be necessary. So I do believe more gyro mistakes will happen when we might see maybe a yellow flag here and there, but we are approaching the halfway point of the race. No yellow flags so far in nearly all cars on the track. That is really good for a track that has high attrition. And my voice in the conscience say, yeah, no yellow flags, but whenever I say it, I'm trying to do the reverse jinx, which normally doesn't work anyway. But I have to try.
We can only hope at this stage. We're currently looking at the RSR recovering GTE, by the way. Currently in 7th place, trying to chase down one of the other Porsches in the field. I believe it's Element Sim Racing with Joey Petrick at the wheel right now. The kind of blue or turquoise, white and black Porsche you can just see in this shot right now. 5-Star Motorsport make their way around the outside of them through the penultimate corner, and it does heap a load of pressure onto this car with one of the RSR cars right up behind them. This is the recovering one. Let's not forget, Lorenzo had a drive-through earlier on, and Jesse Jones looking to get through as quickly as possible here, looking to recover and make up for that mistake. Down into turn 1, not quite close enough for a dive at the moment.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that Jesse is trying to go for fuel-saving shenanigans right here. So opening up a wide arc so he can launch himself. You can see now the 5-star car just going into the wide line at turn number 3, which is it has to be a point that we have to talk about this race, which is going to be very important, and it is kind of important right now towards this race. But Jesse trying to find the faster line to overtake the 5-star, but looks like that Porsche right ahead of him is flowing like water, and it's not giving any room whatsoever, putting a massive tidal wave against that RSR to try to swim. Oh, and they have a car off.
There was a car off towards the left-hand side. I couldn't quite catch which car that was. Team 11, very good spot there, Lorenzo. PJ Clayson's off the road, I'm afraid, and getting back onto it, fortunately. So it looks like we are going to stay green. Let's see what happened to them. Oh my goodness, that was a very horrible bounce over the curbs there, Ryan. It looks like they've managed to just stay out of the wall at the very least, but a very bizarre and a very horrible bounce over the curbs.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's remember those yellow curves on the outside as well. If you can't really take them too much of it, or if you take too much, it makes the car bounce, and also you can possibly get front end damage and possible floor damage as well, which is not good when it comes to aerodynamics. It's stuck in the mayhem of traffic.
The Michael Goff-driven Phoenix Racing car currently making its way through a whole heap of traffic at the moment, but negotiates that one all successfully. Hellraiser's Tearshiner, the one's just up in front of them, by the way. So that's who they're chasing down. We've seen over the last few shots, and you see in the background there the 11th placed Satellite Racing LMP2 car, that one that came in 68 points off the championship lead going into today, which sounds like a lot, but given the issues that Apex Tech have had today, they could have been in contention, but they got involved in the very same incident, so it looks like it might not be their season, as that was a very annoying moment for Joey Petrick there. There's nothing more frustrating for a GTE as an LMP2 or just a faster car going down your inside and then slowing up on the exit of a corner there. You can be sure that he almost had to hit the brakes coming out of turn 5, it was so severe. Very, very frustrating as a driver of a slower car. If that indeed has happened to you at home, I'm sure it has to almost everybody. But yeah, it's everybody's managed to get away with that one. As we go on board with the leader, Timo Hayden has been very impressive so far, Lorenzo. He's done he's going to have done almost half of this race completely by himself for Impulse Racing. That means they can't use him very much in the second half, but that he might have to be somewhere. That might be why they're using him up early. But either way, nearly driving out to a 10-second lead over Pearsons, and quite a lot of that gap has come over the last 20 laps or so. He's been extending the margin during this stint.
Yeah, it does show the prowess of Timo, and I know and like I said, I think many times. Oh God! Oh, is that the Hellraiser's third sheet that got into?
Yes.
Is that?
Very good spot once again. They're losing 2 places due to this incident down into turn 10. We're going to see in the next few moments. It looked like a 3-car incident, Ryan, from what we could see up in front. We've seen quite a lot of interactions between the LMP2s and GTs through here. Let's see what happened to them.
So yeah, it looks like he tries to go through the middle and head up to the long left-hander, and he your end. He just carried too much speed, and it was a bit. Well, I think anyway, it was a bit optimistic there.
And that was the GTE leader who he got into the side of there, let's be clear. The geodesic GTE BMW on the outside line, just locking the rear brakes coming into turn 10. And the 162 leading GTE car has gone off as well, as the 2 geodesic cars were going side by side. 2 cars that were championship leaders coming into today, both very nearly getting involved in this Hellraiser's Tearshine incident. Sliding into the side of that BMW, it won't have done. I think the damage has mostly been done in terms of time, and while I've been looking at those replays, they've already lost the race lead. Here is the visual confirmation. Beniti Racing have got to the front, Lorenzo. It's not entirely due to their own overtake there. Bo Rigor is going to be very, very unhappy with how that has turned out.
Yeah, he's going to be very unhappy. I agree 100% on this with the fact that the Hellraiser just went over and tried to go 2 for 1, and that was a 2 for 1 on Alpine Star Geodesic. You can even see the struggles out of Bo Rigor in the car. Doesn't look like there's too much damage in the front splitter of that BMW, so I think he got away just unscathed, or with a little bit of a pride damage, I would say. But thank God it wasn't the Hellraiser's Gluttony car, because then I would have made a punt.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell whether their understeer at the moment is due to the old tyres, or actually they do have some damage, because there was a fair bit of contact to the side of to the front left of the BMW it was, as they try and make their way through on their teammates once again. But I don't know, is that characteristic of really old tyres around here, Lorenzo? Would we expect some really chronic understeer, or is there some damage to that car? As I mentioned, it's hard to tell, but you've got to say that it might be playing a role.
No, I think there might be a little bit of a tire wear effect going into the corner, but then it's such a hot corner. This is the tricky part of turn number 10 at Barcelona, because that turn number 10, regardless if it is the tighter hairpin or the longer hairpin, it is a tricky one. I think the longer is a little bit more trickier than that, because everybody is so used with the short one that you have very short, you shorten up your braking zone by 20-30 meters, and here you kind of lose that spacing effect, because it is such a short runoff and is a wider arc of entry, and the car kind of like loses its rear with the tires being more worn out than usual. That I think Hampu's boss just misjudged the entry of the corner and didn't have any room to work with on the entry.
That is true. If we had the tighter turn 10, then there would be some space for him to kind of run out onto the tarmac there, but not with this layout, as Syandra is making a move on the Phoenix Racing LMP2 down the inside for 8th position, and that is going to be a slam dunk move into turn 1. Not too difficult. Michael Goff just got caught up at Ryan through that final corner with one of the GT cars. These LMP2s are so much faster through that final corner. When you've got some space to open up with, like Syandra did there, you can really take a lot more speed. Michael Goff just caught behind a bit of traffic, and it's cost him 7th place.
Yeah, absolutely. He just got held up ever so slightly, and it allowed the side to get the run on the exit of the final corner and down the home straight, and he took the opportunity, he pounced and gained the position into turn 1. So Syandra as well, apparently is doing a bit of lifting and coasting, so trying to save some fuel and stretch out this stunt as long as possible.
Yeah, we're on board with the new GTE leaders. Johnny Verhoff has gotten back to the front again, and not even halfway through their stint here in GTE at the moment. So lap 99 as things stand. We've got about 10 laps to go until we reach the halfway point in this race here, Ryan. So this will be awarded very shortly. Lap 110, in case you weren't with us earlier, is going to be the moment where we award some points for the championship, half points. But are we going to see any drivers, any teams playing for points here? Are we going to see some strange pit stop strategy? The GTE cars can make it to halfway, by the way, but the LMP2s are going to have to stop again. Are we going to see any strange strategies to try and maximise the amount of points you can get over these next 10 laps or so, or is everybody going to be focusing all on the end of this race?
That's a difficult question. I was thinking about that myself earlier, and I think you'll see some teams maximise the strategy to try and go for points at halfway, and other teams will go basically the whole race and thinking about points at the end of the race. So it's one of those situations. What do you do if you're the team and the driver? I think it's a difficult call to make.
It is, certainly. But we're very interested to see where Apex Tech Racing end up in LMP2, because they could well be, their strategy coming up in the next few moments could well be the difference between 10 points in the championship or not. So we'll wait and see what they decide to do. Currently 15th, but because of their slightly strange pit stop strategy, they can make it to the halfway stage. They had to make an early pit stop, let's not forget, because of damage they sustained around this section of the racetrack on the very first lap of this race. And so they have got themselves a mountain to climb, really, coming up in this race. We go on board with the race leader, Timo Hayden, and you mentioned coming up in the next few moments, this may well be the very last few laps of his stint in the car here. Ryan, he might well be getting out of the car in the next few moments.
Yeah, it's quite possible. I think Timo's been in the car for quite some time since the start of the race. I think he's done about just about 3 stunts, or I think he's in the middle of doing a triple stunt, so this should be his last one. And I think he's on lap 101 as well, so he's just about halfway through a triple stint, I believe. But next driver taking over from him at the next stop, or the upcoming stop, should be Lee Morris, who's also on the server or in the session.
It is his 4th stint in the car in terms of fuel, but not in terms of tyres. I think he has changed tyres halfway through that, thankfully for him. Otherwise he really would be having a hard time. That's nearly 3 hours in terms of driving, so he would be able to jump back in for maybe one stint towards the end, but he won't have that much driving time left. But Lee Morris will be able to go the second half of the race in its entirety if indeed he wants to do that, if indeed the team want him to do that as well. So let's wait and see with regards to what they decide to do with that one. I believe this could be a 3-way battle for 12th position out there at the moment, and indeed it is, with the 34 car fiercely forward, trying to make their way up the order here once again around the outside of turn 5. They're going to get squeezed out just a little bit, but this is a very interesting battle pack indeed. 3 LMP2s all in a very short amount of time. Got PWD Racing, Fiercely Forward, and Element Sim Racing all involved, going up towards turn 9 at the moment. It's getting very close. I could be too close for comfort here, Ryan.
Yeah, that was a bit of a close call there. Some of these GT cars and LMP2 cars got bunched up there, but as we watch the 34th Fiercely Forward car is currently being driven by George Streetley, and a bit of a bit of a random fact as well that George Streetley is part of Fiercely Forward, and also his dad is part of Fiercely Forward as well as a strategist or a race engineer, if you like, Mr. Andrew Streetley as well. So yeah, just a bit of a shout out to him. And Andrew, if you don't follow him on Instagram, he's got his sim setup is absolutely just out of his world. So I would recommend checking it out.
That's a very good fact indeed. Fiercely Forward, a bit of a family involvement going on as we see Kazar Sim Racing kick us off for pit stops here in LMP2. We're just over the 100 lap mark in this race, and Aaron Ackles has gotten into the Kazar Sim Racing car and takes it out of the pit lane here for the 4th time today. Means this run is only a few laps from getting out himself in the next few moments. I believe we're on lap 102. Is maybe a tiny bit early for some of these guys to be pitting, but do expect to see a couple of these guys going a little bit longer as this battle continues. George Streetley is indeed now down the inside of that car. This is now for 11th, and through goes the black and yellow LMP2 in favour of the lighter coloured one, and indeed looks like Element Sim Racing are going to follow them through into turn 9, so very attentive driving indeed to be able to get back up the order, although there may be a bit of a return of serve here. PWD Racing getting back down the inside again and making their way into what is 12th position here, once again PND Racing, excuse me, I've been getting that wrong for a while. Niels Hunderhager tries to get through, but got repassed very briefly there into turn 10 as they go through on Hussenveld. So a nice little battle going on here, and PND Racing not quite willing to give up just for the moment with Ivan Ferrari, who's currently driving this car. They go over the line once again, and this time around Element Sim Racing have got a lot more speed coming towards turn 1. A bit of defence going on, so there might be a bit of an argument here into turn 1, although lifting off coming towards turn 1 and then braking a little bit later around the outside, inside for turn 2. And in the end, that was a very nice move indeed, Lorenzo, around the outside for the inside at turn 2, and he's finally made his way into 12th.
It's a little bit of a textbook overtake right there. Good to see it being done by Niels Hunderhager. Now let's see if I can break away from even Ferrari. Both drivers, especially Ferrari and the PND Racing, having a little bit of an off race of sorts because they got affected by some few drive-through penalties, but of course they can still bounce back more than a half of the race left to go on.
This is the battle for second in GTE because Geodesic Racing are on older tyres and falling through the field ever so slightly. I guess the contacts we saw with Hellracer's Tershine can't be helped, or can't help either. We did indeed see that incident a few months ago round. We're expecting some kind of penalty for them. It was only 10 minutes ago, so I wouldn't expect a penalty this quickly, but we are expecting them to be feeling the effects of some kind of race control action that has been in that incident with Bo Rigour, which is very unfortunate indeed, but at the end of the day, Geodesic Racing is still going to feel the effects of that contact, and they are continuing to do so.
Yeah, they'll be really, really frustrated. I mean, they're still doing well, they're still sitting in second, but yeah, they were leading, and to be basically taken out of the lead by an LP2 car is pretty much really frustrating, and I know I've had that in the past from my experience of doing these races, that it can be frustrating, and I think if Hell Racers do get some sort of penalty, maybe a drive-through or a stop and go, then I think it's justified.
Daniel Kraft into the Pure Sims car as Impulse Racing are building up a very hefty lead indeed here. Pure Sims leave pit lane. How much further are Impulse going to be able to go in terms of their fuel? And indeed Satellite Racing, who just bumped themselves into second position. RSO also lead as well, Mats Torg Husfeldt. There is Timo Heiden, only able to go one lap longer on this occasion. So at the end of 103 laps, Timo Heiden looks like he is going to be getting out of that car. And Lee Morris, we believe, is going to be the new driver for Impulse Racing. Into their box they go. And is Timo Heiden going to be getting out at all? Yes, he is, which is probably good news for his arms and legs, as he's getting a little bit tired out this day. And indeed his brain probably needs a bit of a break. And so Lee Morris is going to provide that for him. And over the next 5 laps, looks like they're going to be able to pick up 50-odd points. But the real question for me, Lorenzo, is can Satellite Racing get to halfway in second place? That really would I don't want to be dramatic and say change the face of the championship, but it might do.
It might do, you know. It's going to be an interesting one. I just have to take a quick look. I would have to take a quick look to see how many laps there are in the stint right now. So I have to grab my live timing to see how many laps there are in. Unfortunately, 22. So they're 22 laps out. They're not making it to 110.
No, they're just going to. Do you think it was their plan to get there to halfway? Because it would be useful. Do you think it's their plan to get to halfway and you know not make this pit stop, or do you think they've just failed a little bit on fuel strategy, or is this just their strategy for the race and they're not really worried about halfway points?
Well, Adam Crane, if you're listening to me right now on this broadcast, please answer me this question. That would make my life easier. But I want to say yes. You know, I really want to say that might have been a go from them to try to make it to 110. Yeah, get awarded those points and then come into the pit lane and see how they would fare off into the second half of the race. Because like I said, that's the second half of the race. The last third is where the heat is going to pick up and we might see some more drama into the track.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a bit of a LMP2 lapping going on here for the race leader. Impulse Racing Lee Morris has been thrown straight into it. There's no time to settle yourself into this stint at all. Straight on it already, because Syandra is challenging him for the lead of this race already. It may be fairly academic because of the pit strategies we have going on, but this is not the way Lee Morris would have wanted to start this stint here, Ryan. He's not able to ease himself in at all. Straight into the action.
Yeah, pretty much thrown into the firing line, if you like. It's not the way he wanted to start his stint, but that's the way these races go, and he's just got to. He just needs to keep cool and not worry about Sai, because Sai, in a way, is not fighting for the win as it stands. But you never know towards the end of the race. This strategy that he's doing might bring him into contention. But he's got the running Morris heading down the home straight. They've got a back marker in front of them. He's heading down to turn 1, and it looks like Andra is going to go into the lead.
Goodness me, nice move, but the lap car didn't exactly help Lee Morris at all there as they went down towards turn 1. I think he was just trying to get out of the way, but inadvertently gave Satellite Racing the perfect leapfrog here, Lorenzo. Gave them some slipstream, actually towed them past the Impulse Racing car, and then I think accidentally got in the way into turn 1 as well. So that was very useful for Satellite Racing, but I don't think it was on purpose by the lap car at all. Impulse Racing have indeed been displaced, but they shouldn't be too worried about it for the moment, as we're going to get a replay of it here. This was, very helpful for Satellite Racing to get that little bit of slipstream on the other side of the road.
Yeah, not only that, I think there's a little bit of a ruling that whoever's coming out of the pit lane, he has the priority over the right-hand side going to turn number 1. So, just trying to take a quick look. The car was coming out of the pit lane. No, he was not out of the pit lane. I think he just messed up his braking zone and caught off Lee Morris by surprise on the apex, and therefore lost a little bit of time. But then again, I don't know if Lee's going to battle way too much, knowing that Syandra is on a fuel saving strat and wants to make it to the end.
Thankfully, Morris was paying attention and didn't get clattered into the side of there. But either way, it could have ended badly. Here's Daniel Kraft trying to make his way through the same traffic. Kazar Sim Racing, by the way, we've been seeing being a lap car over the last few laps. And Kraft wants Aaron Ackles to get out of the way, really. But wasn't able to quite get the racing line towards turn number 1. Either way, he's through now, which is a good thing. And he's been able to make a few inroads into Impulse Racing as well. You can see just a little bit further up the road as we go back to a different battle in this race. Delta Sport and private label Team Hype are battling over 7th position, and the number 7 trying to get back into its rightful place in the order, you might say, into position 7. So Connor Harrington is going to do his best to manage that one, but with a slightly balked run through the final corner, he's not going to be able to just for the moment into turn 1.
Satellite just got into a big issue.
Let's see what happened to them with Impulse Racing suddenly oh, you're absolutely right, yeah, a lot of traffic involved. What happened, Lorenzo?
So just coming out of turn number 3, if you can look on the replay, the Vanini GTS, he got a little bit into a situation. He spins the Jacob O'Reilly in the Archer brothers around outside of turn number 3, going to number 4. You can see it isn't in this lap, but we're gonna go look right there, and it's fully on side because you could have gone and tried to thread the needle, but unfortunately just couldn't make the room in time.
Yeah, let's see what happened here. You mentioned the Archer brothers, which is an interesting one because they at least were leading the Pro-Am category, and certainly our championship leaders coming into today. And of course, Satellite Racing are the ones battling it out with them, Pro-Am. So it would be very helpful for Satellite Racing if indeed the Archer brothers were not doing quite so well, but they are for the moment. Not quite sure where we're going to see this incident indeed, because at this particular moment they're still behind Impulse by the looks of things. This is with Kazar. This is the Archer brothers. Is it? No, that's a GTE car, quite possibly. Don't quite know. But we're trying to find the incident anyway about what went on over the last few moments. But either way, they're certainly under a lot of pressure now at Satellite Racing after that little problem. This looks like it's more like a BMW GT3, quite possibly. This is Jacob O'Reilly. And where's the Satellite Racing car is the next question. Nowhere near. So I don't know. Lorenzo is the only person on this planet who looks like he's seen it. So there we are. We'll have to take your word for it. As we see Satellite Racing into the pit lane, Impulse Racing all of a sudden under quite a lot of pressure from Pure Sims Esports. This is now the battle for the lead. 2 laps to go until halfway round. There's 5 points on the line here, and both of these 2 cars are very much in with a shout of a championship.
Yeah, they pretty much are, and that's the thing they've got to think about as well. As a championship, think of the long game, but on the other hand, you've got points at halfway, and I think all 3 of these cars are pretty much thinking about points at halfway now. It's with them being all close together. I think Satellite, just thinking about it, might be in the box seat here for getting points at halfway.
Yeah, absolutely. They could well be, but although they have just pitted, so that's not helpful for them. But either way, this is going to be the fight going on. We go on to lap 110 at the end of this, and at the end of that lap we are going to be awarding half points because we're halfway through this race. Not been with us so far, then Apex Tech Racing Championship leaders, currently 8th position because of the problems they had earlier on in the day. And that means that these 2 all of a sudden have got a big chance at indeed possibly winning this one. My name's Ewan O'Leary. You've just heard from Ryan Walker and Lorenzo Bonda also, who's with us here in the commentary booth here for the final part of this fall season in the IVRA Endurance Series for 2021. Ryan Barrett is behind the cameras for us here this evening, and it's going to be a very exciting final half to this race. The 1,000 kilometres of Barcelona, we've nearly completed 500 of those 1,000 kilometres, and there's a battle for the lead going on. Satellite Racing are also under pressure in terms of this championship, but this is the battle we all want to see. Impulse versus Pure Sims, Lorenzo. There's a fair amount of pressure on both of these drivers, particularly Lee Morris, to get this right over the next lap.
Yeah, he needs to get it done with that lead right on the next lap, because every point they need right now on this halfway part of the race, they're gonna need it to try to cut the difference they have on Pure Sims. Right now the difference is what, 225 for Pure Sims, 192 for the team of Impulse. So there's 33 points. So those 50 points right now are gonna make a big difference.
That was very close with the Archer Brothers GT3 as they went through turn 8 and now through 9. Bit of a defence into turn 10 as well from Lee Morris there in the Impulse car, trying to hold back Daniel Craft, who's trying to make this work, trying to get through here at the halfway mark. On board with the number 16 at the moment, who come into today 33 points better off than Impulse. So if this were to stay as it is, and it looks like it will do, over the halfway distance, that will be reduced to 28. Look at how much Lee Morris slowed down through the final corner there. And there's a big gain for Daniel Craft. He's not quite going to get there towards the line, is he? They're side by side. It's a photo finish for the points. As there's a halfway caution Goodness me, that was very close. Daniel Kraft had a run. It looked like he was going to take the race lead there, Lorenzo, but the safety car comes out. We're not quite sure what it is for just yet. We can see a car off at turn 2 and LMP2 off. So the points are now awarded, but Daniel Kraft's going to be a little bit frustrated because he had a run to possibly take the race lead there.
It's insane. You got to see the defense now coming in from Lee Morris, going to the Lakasha hairpin. Yeah, that's the, by the way, we're going to go into that really soon. But look at the offensive that both cars are going to go on the lower traffic. Going to your up car, now down into Catalunya. There is the Manini GT3, looks like really close to one another. And look at both cars as the yellow flag gets activated and Lee beats by literally the punch the Pure Sims car going to the start finish line. And then you can see now Jan Volmers struggling with the car. Apparently the car is done for the day. Beaches in the sand trap, and it came out a little bit of a smoke in the car, but that was from the wheel spin, not the car actually catching fire like the team name is. So fortunately for them, they can come back to the pit lane, try to repair that. And most importantly, it brings Apex Tech into this race. Finally, the yellow flag they needed rather later than never for them.
Yeah, and it is absolutely perfect timing for them here, Ryan, because they're coming towards the end of their stint anyway. They were going to need that fuel and tyres. Everybody else didn't need to pit, so they were going to find themselves a lap down again. But this safety car literally perfect for them. This is how it happened, how the safety car happened. And the suspension there has taken a lot of damage, Ryan, and that is exactly how we've got our first caution of the day.
Yeah, and it's like you say, it's pretty much brought the Apex team back into it, and I think maybe they were trying to do a fuel save and try and go as long as possible. And I think this caution is absolutely just brought in some luck and brought them back into it. So yeah, a slice of luck, you could say.
You could certainly say that because things have gone their way on this occasion. They haven't been so far today, but they have just gone their way on this occasion, which is very good news for them indeed. Trying to do a lot of championship maths at the moment and trying to figure out who's quite where in this one, but the wave around is happening at the moment, by the way, here right now. So in a moment, Lorenzo, everybody's going to be coming down pit lane. You would say in LMP2, which everybody's going to be coming in. Surely, I don't think there's going to be a lot of tyres coming off and on here, but I think there will be a fair amount of people pitting. If you're a GT car, I would say coming towards the end of your stint, so it's going to be a yes. It's going to be busy down in pit lane.
Yeah, whenever they come down to pit lane, I think kind of resets everybody on fuel strategy. We're all at 112, so I'm just doing mathematics right here. If they do the pit stop right now, I would say if it opens up in this lap, it's going to be an interesting one because it is 25 per stint. 4 stints, they 112 plus 20 plus 100. That would be on 212. They would have 7 laps. They would have probably saved the 27 whenever they come to the restart. They have to maybe fuel save on this lap. Go to maybe something around 17 or go maybe 3-4 laps extra and then try to save at least a lap first then to get towards the end. Oh, this is interesting. I like it.
It is very, very interesting indeed as we're coming up towards turn 9 at the moment. There's not many laps on some of these car stints, so that isn't helpful. But even if Apex Tech are the only ones to come down pit lane here, it is still a beneficial safety car for them. Yeah, fair play. They've managed to get themselves back involved. As I'm trying to look down for the people who was where at the end of that particular stint here at the moment. I think I found everybody, at least everybody who's in championship contention, for what points they're going to be picking up over the next few moments, which is certainly a good thing, and we'll do the adding up and whatever in the next few moments. However, the pit stops are going to happen here in a couple of moments. Couple of corners time anyway. Impulse Racing going to lead the field around. That's Pure Sims who are just behind them. RSO have got Kazar Sim Racing who are just in behind, so I think Aaron Ackles is going to be hoping that the top two actually come into pit lane, because then he'll be able to take a wave around and get back towards the lead lap again, which will be very helpful for them. Let's see, is there going to be any filling up of fuel here, or is there going to be a lot of faking going down towards pit lane? Impulse Racing are going to stay out, so do Pure Sims, but Apex Tech, and so does everybody actually. Apex Tech Racing may well be the only ones here, Ryan.
Yeah, it's not really a surprise. It's only them that's dived in. Maybe they just thinking about it. Maybe they've dived in now just to.
They stay on track.
Wow.
Well, that's a surprise.
That is a bizarre one, because I would have said that is perfect timing for them. They've been given a gift, basically. There's no... I believe the GTs can come down pit lane at this point as well.
Yep.
And nobody's decided to.
Lead GT in pit lane, by the way.
Well, Maniti have come down pit lane, but where's everybody else? Because they're near the end of their pit stop cycles and just nobody's coming in. So unless these people who've come on pit lane now have made a terrible mistake because it's one lap too early, which is possible, because sometimes in iRacing the game, the sim will let you come down pit lane maybe a little bit earlier than race control for IVRA will. So they may have made a mistake, but I don't want to jump the gun on that one at all, because they were the GTE race leaders either way. Maniti Racing are in, but I mean, is there any logical explanation for Apex Tech Racing why they haven't come in here, Lorenzo? Because I'm struggling right now.
I want to say maybe track position, or they're simply not feeling the effects of that damage back in the left hand side. The pace might be good for them. I'm just as curious as you are.
Yeah, I don't
Alright, here we go.
Come on.
Pit entrance open this time by, so I think we might be able to see the pit lanes come. No, sorry, the pit lanes, but the prototypes come down this time by.
Well, in that case, either it was an emergency pit stop for Maniti, or they've made a terrible mistake and they're going to get a penalty. So the race leaders in GTE, Ryan, may well be in a lot of trouble, basically because they haven't quite followed the instructions or read the rule book, or both, quite possibly. And if that is the case, then they're going to be in a bit of trouble with race control.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, they might be in trouble from race control. They might get a possible penalty for that, maybe like a drive-through, for example. So I'm keeping an eye on that. But yeah, maybe some. As the director mentioned in the background as well, it could be emergency repairs as well. But still, I don't think you're allowed to do that when the pit lane is closed.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure what the rules are surrounding emergency service. I must be honest. Go on, Lorenzo. What are you allowed to do?
If the current safety car procedure, if the current safety car safety SCP will be a short SCP, when the pit lane entrance is open, until this announcement, the entrance is closed regardless of what iRacing says. Once the pit lane entrance is open, it will remain open for the remainder of the safety caution procedure. When it's open, the exit is open. Every lap iRacing will close the pit exit as safety car approaches it. It will remain closed until race control opens it manually, regardless of what iRacing says. It will remain open until iRacing closes it again. So it's gonna be an interesting one, because now we can see a definitely busy pit lane because everybody is coming in.
Well, quite a lot of people are coming in, yes, but I can see one of the leaders there. Impulse and Pure Sims have decided to stay out, but it's so busy at the moment. Maniti Racing in GT3 leaders on to pit lane. I think I can see the Archer brothers, the leaders in Pro-Am, and they've got a humongous lead in the Pro-Am Championship now, by the way, after I think it's closing on 70 points, actually, the lead that they've got. So they just need to get to the finish, basically, in a fairly decent position, inside the top 10 or so, and they'll be okay. But this is almost everybody coming in. Apex Tech Racing will definitely be in here. Very, very busy indeed. Goodness me, a bit of backing up there from 49 Motorsports in their BMW, and of course, Ryan, some people sharing pit boxes, which is not always easy to find when there's somebody already there. It can be very confusing at this stage.
Yeah, sometimes the pit box can be hard to find as well when you're stuck behind another car, so it's kind of, you've got to be on your toes and make sure you don't miss your pit box. So loads of cars in the pits, and it makes it rather tricky as a few cars are coming out now. One of the Torque Freak Racing GT3 Mercedes coming out, and the Torque Freak Racing, another Torque Freak racing car coming out as well. So it's all chaotic in the pits at the moment.
It certainly is. And so everybody tries to leave just for now. RSO in their Porsche that made their way out. That's RSR in one of the other Porsches. Geodesic Racing, who are now tied in the lead of the championship with Maniti Racing, 317 points apiece as we go into the final 500 kilometres of this season. They're absolutely tied neck and neck at those two right now. Satellite Racing in the LMP2 finally make their way out with a fairly lengthy stop for them. One of the last LMP2s to lead. Wood Sim Racing, you see there the Pro-Am car leading. The Pro GT3 Maniti Racing car, after really quite a long stop, after leading everybody on pit lane, have left nearly last of everybody there. So they've had a lot of service, and then Hell Racers Tearshine, maybe a little bit of a damage repair for them after the contact they made with Geodesic. Caution, as good a time as any to make those kind of changes. So the final wave rounds are going to happen here, Lorenzo, but we see a massive shaking up of the order in most of these categories. It's going to take a lot of figuring out over the next laps or so when we get back racing again. What on earth has happened to this field? It's completely blown apart.
Yeah, it's gonna be insane thinking about how the racing will be at this point right now, because it is still very, I'm not gonna say undecided, but it's gonna be a question mark of sorts. Maybe not in the LMPs, but the problem with the LMPs right now is this: it's cold tires, and we know how infamous, and we saw the lap 1 incident, it was related to cold tires a little bit. So how the LMPs will negotiate with the braking zone and the tires, so it's gonna be a very, very interesting aspect to observe for the LMPs. Maybe not the GT3s and GTs.
Now then,
Here we go, and the blind penalties coming.
yeah, absolutely, into the pit lane for a couple of others as well. But while we've got another safety car lap here, I've been able to at least tot up what the championship standings are at the halfway stage, so that we can have a little look at this. First of all, let's go to LMP2, Ryan, where we have Apex Tech Racing still leading this championship remarkably because of this well-timed strategy that they've managed to pull off. 8th place points at the last particular at the break, I guess you could say. 24 points gained for them. So second place for Pure Sims means that they're only 5 points behind Apex Tech Racing. They've really closed that margin down from the 26 they had at the start of the day, with Impulse Racing now 33 points behind Apex Tech. So only 5 points separating the top two in LMP2. That is a tasty prospect. And with Apex Tech now on the same strategy as everybody else, they're now involved with everybody else, yet they're on the lead lap. So things are starting to turn into their favour again.
Absolutely is, and yeah, with the caution as well, and the strategy Apex Tech Racing have been using, they've pretty much played a blinder.
Yes, they absolutely have. And I want to clump the next two categories into one here, Lorenzo, because they're equally close. Alpine Stars, Geodesic Racing and Maniti Racing in GTE. No points between them at all. They are tied at 317 at this halfway stage. Alpine Stars, Geodesic Racing and Maniti Racing in GT3 Pro tied. 0 points between them at the moment. 192 292 apiece at this halfway stage. Geodesic were third in both occasions. Geodesic were third at the halfway. Maniti won the category at the halfway stage in both of those. So we've got two teams at the absolute peak of their powers, absolutely tied on points at the halfway stage. Less than 500 kilometres to go in the season. It's going to be all out for the championship to the end of this race.
Yeah, all out for the fall championship over here. And remember when I said the last third of the race would be very dramatic?
You're looking very smart.
Yeah, well, this is not the last third. This is the second half. We're barely into the second third of the race. We're gonna go green this lap, so expect to see the yellow flag coming in once again as we're gonna go single file. So the pace car will go lights out in a little bit. So, all right, boys. Here's the thing. Second half will be highly dramatic. Expect a very frenzied restart right here.
Yes, it's going to be absolutely chaotic indeed. Thankfully, we've got the LMP2 leaders at the front, so they're going to be taking the green flag first, which is a good thing. But there's about 4 stints to the end of the race for some of these guys. I think for the people who pitted under the last safety car, there's 4 stints to the end of the race and 3 stops. However, for the likes of Impulse and Pure Sims who didn't pit then, there could well be 4 stops and 3 normal ones and a bit of a splash towards the end. So that could change the race a little bit. The pace car stays on the road, so we are going to get another pace car lap here. So I do want to just clean up the championships finally with the GT3 Pro-Am category. I wasn't intending on talking about it, but because we've got another safety car lap ride, we might as well. Archer Brothers currently leading this one, having already won one race this season at the Red Bull Ring and picked up second place halfway points. So managed to pick up the full 50 at lap 110 on this occasion, and so their lead is now 71 points. Pretty remarkable stuff. They only need a top 11 place finish to clinch this championship, and in a category that doesn't have I don't think there's even that many cars running in it. There's only 13 entries for a start, so they are looking exceptionally good now, the Archer Brothers, for a championship here in GT3 Pro-Am.
Yep, absolutely. It's just I was having a quick look at the points as well, and I think I have to agree with you as well. They just need to finish in the top 11, and they've got this championship wrapped up. But we've still got a bit in this race to go, and I think anything can happen, especially with the restart being so bunched up together. As Kai Askey is giving it a bit of a wiggle.
It was indeed the RSR by G Performance GTE Porsche. Yes, just give it a little bit of heat there. I believe most of the GTE cars are actually in the same positions they were before. RSR in front of Geodesic. I think Maniti are still leading GTE. Team RSO are in third in the LMP2 category as well. It's Kazar Sim Racing who are third in the train, but they are a lap down. I'm not sure why we are still under safety car at the moment. There must be somebody out of position or somebody.
It was a little bit of a mistake from race control, but it was corrected right immediately. So lights are off. We're gonna go off this lap. So get ready.
Yes, we are indeed certainly ready for another start to this wonderful race that we have had so far. And it's going to be a fantastic finish indeed. The last 100 laps or so of the fall season in the IVRA Endurance Series here at Barcelona. We've already been to the Red Bull Ring for the second round. We went to the Nürburgring to start us off. We've come across to Spain to Barcelona for the final round in this championship. Thankfully on this occasion, most of the LMP2s are at the front here, Ryan, so there's not going to be too much traffic in it straight away, but we are going to see it build up very, very quickly as this race continues on. They're going to catch the back of the train, and it's going to be very, very busy indeed.
Absolutely, and the LMP2 leader, Lee Morris, he needs to keep his cool before this restart and just get back into that focus, get into that rhythm. But I did notice at the start of his stint, he was struggling a little bit, and it allowed the Pure Sims car behind him to close up massively. But I think Lee, he needs to try and not bunch the field up, but just to close the field up a little bit as much as possible, and then try and get a jump heading down to turn, or basically heading into the final corner and heading down the home straight, so he doesn't get under attack.
So 103 laps to go in the 1,000 kilometres of Barcelona. It's the third and final round of the IVRA Endurance Series here in the fall season. And through the final corner goes Lee Morris in control of the field once again. The safety car pulls in. The first and hopefully only safety car period of this race has now ended. Lee Morris is in control of the field. He backs the field right up, so much so that there's contact in the background. He finally releases everybody, and the accordion effect is released as well. They all stretch out like a big elastic band and down towards turn number 1. 5-star Motorsport under a lot of pressure. Down the inside trying to get there was, believed, Delta Sport quite possibly making up some positions early on in this one. Kazar Sim Racing trying to stay out the way of everybody because they are a lap down. You can see just in the background there one of the BMW GTEs who are currently leading this one, but it's the private label Team Hype who are fourth position at the moment, trying to stay in front of the likes of 5-star Motorsport and so on and so forth. It's a good start though, Lorenzo, for Lee Morris, who really was in control of the field. It wasn't helpful for some of those a little bit further back, it must be said, as we have a bit of contact further back.
Yeah, or Quasar Sim Racing on the private label Team Hype, as Quasar just lost the braking coming out of the turn number 4. You're gonna see that on the replay, and Connor just trying to deviate and just couldn't get away with it right at the end. And you're gonna see the locking of the brakes happen in about 2 seconds.
Oh, they were off the road.
Oh, there was contact.
There was, and they were off the road then, locking the brakes, and oh dear, it's such a shame for them. A lot of contact there between the two of them. Let's see what happened. Who is that in front is the question, but because I got knocked off Aaron Ackles.
Geodesic team.
Yeah, I thought it was Geodesic, and there's a lot there. There's all the contact between the two of them. Just locking in the brakes. Yeah, that was a strange moment really, because it was a bit unnecessary, it has to be said. But Kazar Sim Racing are now all the way at the back of the field. Geodesic Racing, this is how they got into the back of Aaron Ackles. It's actually a battle for position, I believe, because this car is also a lap down. Kazar got loose on their own, and then Geodesic got into the back of them, and then there was a lock in the rear brakes. Can we put that one down to cold tyres, Ryan, or is it just a bit of a mistake through turn 3?
I think it's a bit of both cold tyres, but also trying to fight the car when it got loose, and unfortunately it all went downhill and it just went wrong. But it just unfortunately spun around. But Lee Morris, he's had an absolutely great restart. He's managed to pull away from the Pure Sims car behind in second place and pulled up the gap to about 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, considering the pressure he was under just before that safety car, I am surprised, but at the very same time, impressed with that opening lap from Lee Morris, or opening 2 laps as we go on board with Kayaski now for RSR by G Performance GTE. Not a championship contender, but they are amongst contenders, since they are just in front of Geodesic Racing, and if they want to win this one, they're going to have to probably get past Maniti Racing, who you'll see in the background of this shot in the next few moments. Well, you can see the GT3 already, but in the background, the GTE Maniti car will be here as well. It's all changed here in GTE here, Lorenzo. 5-second lead for GSR by the looks of things. Different strategies at play in this category, as there are in all 4 actually.
Yeah, everybody on a different strategy. I was looking at Manini right here, 25 seconds of the pit lane. Whenever they came down to pit lane, then Kai Aski was a little bit of an advantageous position, I think, when he came down to pit lane. So 1 minute and 5, just 46 seconds. I think went for 2 tires on the strategy on the RSR. Kind of natural to see the Porsche team do that. So let's see where they are, because they're still in a relatively fighting position to Team RSO, and since everybody, bar the German Sim Racing team, who got that wave around and is trying to break away as fast as they can, because I think they're on a very different strategy than all the teams behind.
I think they are indeed. RSO have been the only team pretty much in the entire GTE field to be where they were at the pre-safety car lap, which was lap 109, 110 kind of region. because they were second at the break, and now they are still second, but pretty much the only team in the field who are where they were before. This is Impulse Racing, who are leading GT3. Oh, sorry, this is the second of those two cars, but Impulse Racing are leading GT3 with their other car. This is Hendrik Augustin, who's on the back of one of the Geodesic GT3s at the moment, which is tied as the championship leader. This is the race leader, and this is Miguel Vigo, who's trying to win a championship here. Maniti Racing fell back just a little bit. I'm trying to find them in the order, actually, but I can't quite, just for the moment. They've made a pit stop under that last safety car. We saw them, and we saw they were in there for quite a long time. So I believe they may have dropped back a fair amount. Just trying to see where they are in the order. 6th position for them in GT3. So at the moment, Geodesic, the ball is in their court, right? But it won't be for long. It's going to swing around over these last 100 laps. And the first challenger they have at Impulse Racing, just trying to get a 1-2, which would be magnificent for them.
Yeah, it'd be a great result for them, and yes, currently second at the moment in that class is the Impulse Racing car, like you say, and yeah, just needs to try and stay in touch. And yeah, if you can't get by, it's not always a bad thing. You can stay behind and use that slipstream, do some lifting and coasting, and do some fuel saving, and try and maybe jump them in the pit stops. But at the moment, currently stuck behind that Geodesic car in front of them.
Yeah, just for the moment, the Porsche is pretty wide by the looks of things, as Rusty Spatulas in 12th position look to make their way through on Wood Sim Racing, who are just up in front. This is an all BMW battle with a BMW in the rear view mirror as well. Can't say it's a rear view mirror, really, can you? It's a rear view camera that you can just see on the right hand side of your picture for the moment. But as I mentioned, the Pro-Am Championship is pretty settled at the moment, so we better just enjoy, and that is the car that's trying to take it. But we could just enjoy the battle for the race win, really, in that category throughout the last remaining moments in this race, as Daniel Kraft showing that he is pretty quick indeed, Lorenzo. 28.1 for him, new fastest lap of the entire race for him. So while Lee Morris has got off to a flying start, Daniel Kraft is just responding.
Yeah, and this is the impressive thing. Even though Daniel Kraft went faster than Lee, the gap that he went faster was just 1/10 of a second, literally 1/10, like 0.105. So it's literally nothing. Though both cars are on edge, driving fast and pushing to the very brink of the limit to try to get away from each other or close to each other, depending on who you're looking right now. So really good chase for the lead right now.
Impulse Racing have come into the pit lane, and maybe in GT3 they're certainly dropped. Yes, they have. So didn't pit under the last safety car for some reason, and now all of a sudden there's a battle for the lead. That was very, very chaotic indeed, with Maniti in the GTE car. Don't know quite what they're doing, but Impulse Racing versus Geodesic is certainly happening for the lead in GT3 at the moment. That was a strange moment into turn 1 there, Ryan. No idea really what was going on, but a bit of confusion between everybody.
Yeah, so just looking at the replay from onboard Miguel Vigo at the moment, heading down to turn 1. It looks like the Maniti GTE car was up the inside, and he just moved across ever so slightly and got nudged off. But I think if I was in charge of race control, I would put the blame on that to Maniti Racing, because they did move across ever so slightly after braking.
I would certainly agree.
This.
Yeah, we're all in agreement there. That won't happen too often, but I'm glad it has this time, because yeah, they just didn't give all that much space really, Lorenzo. Maybe they thought they were clear, but they just didn't give certainly didn't give enough space on the outside line there as Satellite Racing get through a lapped LMP2.
Yeah, the problem with that is we're looking to side trying to catch up to AG Lawal. Is that I think Vigo, no sorry, whoever it was in the Maniti car, I think it was Johnny Verhoeven, thought that Vigo would actually lift out. The problem is Vigo is battling for position against an Augustine coming to turn number 1, so not lifting off from Vigo. I would say it's kind of like the right choice, because the GT would have made the corner if he had gone a little bit to the inner part. He would have lost way too much time. But anyway, it's those driver bright things that you want to do and try to maximize time loss or minimize time loss in here.
Well, he's not just fighting for any old position, it's the lead in GT3, which is even more reason why he won't be lifting off coming into turn 1. So, yeah, it was a bit of a misjudgment there from Johnny Hucklehoff, who is confirmed as still driving that BMW on board once again with Vigo, who is under pressure from Hendrik Augustin, really applying that at the moment in this Lamborghini. It does look stronger at this stage in the race here, Ryan, and wants to try and get through as quickly as possible. It's not easy to overtake in one of these cars at Barcelona, particularly when traffic isn't flying past, as we've seen throughout most of the race so far. We've got a brief moment of calm for these guys in terms of traffic after the safety car.
We have, and I think Hendrik, he's showing the nose in some of these corners, and it looks like he's not trying anything too silly. He's not dive bombing or anything like that, but he's got the run. He's got the run on the Vigo heading down to this long sweeping left-hander, and Hendrik tries to go to the outside and maybe try and do a bit of switch, but he's going to go on the outside. He's going to try and attempt it.
Very good effort indeed, but is he going to just get pulled back a little bit going towards turn 12? Oh, cut off at the nose, and he's got a little bit out of shape going through the right-hander there. Just a bit of a wayward moment, and all of a sudden Yellow Walters is involved here for 5-Star Motorsports. So all of a sudden we've got a 3-car battle at the front here in GT3. Lorenzo Beniti Racing GT3 might well be here as well. We've got 4, maybe 5 in the background. It's getting very, very good here.
Yeah, that's really good. Don't put Maxime Marion out of this battle as well. He's the first car a little bit back, I would say right about 2 seconds back from Manuel Vigo, but everybody's close to one another within the draft ranges. We're looking through Luka Vuc, trying to maximize the run out of turn number 1 and 2, but Yellow Volter's just putting up really good fights in defense against the Maniti car. But if Vuc wants to make an overtake or try to go for a dive, he has to be on turn number 4. He has to do it cleanly, because both Augustine and Vigo, despite battling, they're getting away a little bit more swiftly with both drivers.
Yeah, this is absolutely fantastic racing at the front of GT3. Beniti Racing involved in the fight for a championship here. They want to get towards Geodesic to try and beat them because they're tied on points at the moment. So the mathematics between the two is very simple. Whichever one beats the other is going to be champion. And now the traffic begins. The race leaders come through nose to tail. Lee Morris and Daniel Kraft make their way through this GT3 leading battle while they're in an LMP2 overall leading battle of their own. Goodness gracious, Daniel Kraft is playing slalom down the back straight there towards turn 10 and now in towards turn 12. Going to try and get down the inside of one of the impulse cars, which is not going to be too helpful for the Pure Sims because obviously they want to help their teammates in any way that they can. Up the inside into the penultimate corner as well for Kraft. He manages to make his way through on the GT3 leaders. This is such good racing at the moment with less than 100 laps to go in this race. Bit of weaving around from Lee Morris, who tries to break the slipstream for Kraft, who's really gaining here from the toe that he's getting, although not going to be able to make the move into turn 1 there. That was a very high pressure moment for both of these guys there, right? But they've negotiated the first run through traffic quite well.
Yep, absolutely. And it seems to be that Morris is maybe just doesn't feel as confident through the traffic, and I think Kraft is pretty much just he seems to have more confidence in the traffic, and he seems to have just a little bit more pace in general at the moment as Lee, no, the way at the restart, but he's just been closed down ever so really quickly, and I think it's just a matter of time possibly before Kraft makes a move and takes the lead.
Speaking of making a move, Beniti Racing on the outside line for 5-Star Motorsport, but not able to get through just there. That Porsche is looking very good at the moment on the back of Yellow Volters, who I believe is driving 5-Star Motorsport car. We go to GTE, where there's a battle going on for second place. RSO versus RSR. Kayaski is trying to make his way through at the moment, coming through the final couple of corners. So this is another interesting battle going on for podium positions. So I believe in all 4 categories we've got at least if not a battle for the lead, a battle for a podium position going on in all of these guys. I know we've just had a safety car and that has helped us out, but this is very, very exciting stuff. Lorenzo down the inside for RSO, letting them through there.
Yeah, really good battle between RSO and RSR. It's easy to confuse the name, so I have to try to mind my wording right here, as both now RSO and the Alpine Star Geodesic go through Europe car in Catalunya, as both cars got a little bit of an off track, but but off tracks are only seen at turn number 13 at the exit of a Europe car going to the last corner at turn number 3 by race control. And you can see the car's just diving down, and oh, there's a little bit of contact in front.
Oh, goodness me. Vigo goes to the inside to avoid. So does Augustin, and they all make it through. Oh, my word. So in the LMP2, that's going to bump Apex Tech Racing up a position. Let's see what happened to them here going towards turn number 1. It looks like an issue possibly with Delta Sport, maybe? I'm not sure. Geodesic are just up in front. That's who they're going to go for a move on. And the door gets closed. They spin around in front of everybody. Vigo, how did he avoid that LMP2 there? I've no idea, because he was very, very close indeed. And then it was all on between everybody, really. This is what happened on board. I don't think Mats Torkhutvö was really far enough alongside here, Ryan. He goes for a spin, and then everybody, look at Vigo, how close he gets there. Goodness gracious. Everybody manages to avoid, and then you can only imagine what that pack was like as they came through turn 3 and into 4, and what happened after that, Lorenzo, because it was so close between everybody.
Yeah, because right after that, the LMPs and some GTs caught up and right in the middle of the mix. 5-star went for the dive on turn number 4 on the impulse, then made contact sideways and got a little bit of a cluster in traffic. So more drama in the GT3s.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's try and get a grasp as to who is where now in GT3. Is Henrik Augustin 6th place confirmed to us there? Got involved with 5-star Motorsport, so Vigo still leads there. Maniti Racing now being straight behind them. So not only have Impulse spun out of contention, or at least out of the leading battle, but also Maniti were able to get up in front of the 5-star Motorsport car that was involved in that incident. And now we've got a battle for the lead of GT3 and the championship all at the very same time. So this is getting very exciting indeed. Here is the battle that we all want to see. Luca Wunst right on the back of the Porsche up in front. Miguel Vigo has got a big job on his hands here. There's still 93 laps to go in this race, let's not forget. So long way to go here, Ryan, but high pressure situations for both of these guys.
Absolutely is, and some of these drivers are definitely starting to feel the pressure now, and just some mistakes starting to creep in, and some silly moves starting to be made as well. But still, this battle for the lead is going on between Geodesic and Maniti Racing, and I think Maniti Racing at the moment seem to be, or look to be, the quicker car at the moment, as Maniti Racing. I think if they can get a good run heading onto the home straight, they might be able to make a move into turn 1 as the Maniti Racing car just misses the corner ever so slightly.
Not quite the 5-car leading battle that we had a few moments ago, but it is still a very good one into the final corner. Maniti Racing are just going to be halted ever so slightly there, coming through there. And so Wunsch is not going to be able to go for a move into turn 1, you wouldn't imagine, unless there's a real burst of speed down the front straight here, and there isn't going to be. So now this is just a battling pair. I guess this makes it a lot easier for everybody. It certainly makes Miguel Vigo's job a bit easier, I would say, Lorenzo, because he's not defending from 4 cars anymore, just the one. It just happens to be that the one car he is defending from is probably, other than themselves, the best car in the field so far this season and in this race. These two have been, I don't want to say head and shoulders above the rest, because that would be inaccurate. However, they're 1 and 2 in the championship for a reason. I've lost Lorenzo, unless he's just forgotten that he's on mute. No, there he is.
They've been the cream of the crop this season. I'm still here, Anton.
Yes, good.
Don't worry. I'm not sleeping. I got my energy drink here with me. They've been the cream of the crop this season. What is going to be, for me, really interesting is the fact that this battle can continue on for ages, but I don't think they should be battling way too much, because the gap they have for Fiercely 4 in the GSR green car isn't big, so it is right about 3 seconds total. They have the 3rd car and the 4th car in this train of sorts. So if they continue battling, it definitely brings Maxime Marion into this, and he's actually getting closer and closer because of this marking and this battling between the drivers. So we can definitely see fiercely coming into this top 3 battle.
Nice. Yeah, nice. Battle going on. It's really on now for Miguel Vigo, who's having to defend quite fiercely. Down the inside, down the pit exit. Oh, goodness! The door gets slammed in their face. Beniti have to go to the outside line, and it doesn't look like they're going to go for it on this occasion. Trying to take a tighter line out of turn 3 eventually for a pop into 4, quite possibly. Look at the sweeping line in and the exit, but Vigo stays to the inside line to make sure that Beniti can't go for the inside line into 4 themselves. And so that was good, very preemptive defending from Vigo, who now gets a hit to the back from the Porsche behind, and goodness me, they run it right out on the exit as well, down towards turn 5. Luca Brooks on board with him as he tries to make this move. He had a good attempt there, I guess, there, Ryan. He was aiming for the tight line out of turn 3, but Vigo was certainly waiting for it. He knew it was coming.
He did indeed, and Vigo slowed up there so slightly to stop Luca getting the run. But these guys need to be careful though, because third place is not too far behind them. The 234 fiercely forward car of Maxime Maria is not too far behind them. So if either of these two guys get caught up in each other,
goodness me, tries to go for it into 11 and into 12 they go. There's not much space here between these two. You can barely fit a piece of paper between them at any given point. They go through the final couple of corners. The 2 Porsches are about to become 3 Porsches for the lead with still 90 to go in this race. Beniti applying all kinds of pressure to Miguel Vigo in the Alpine Stars geodesic racing car, and we go on board with fiercely forward Maxime Marriott, who's now involved, watching from afar. Beniti racing with a good draft into turn 1. Outside line gives them the inside for 2. They might try and stick it out this time, although the door is shut in their face there. Lorenzo Vigo was not allowing him through.
Yeah, not one single room given. I'm not going to say room given. There was room given, but
Lucas got the run.
Bit wide through turn 3, and now there's another opportunity into 4, and here comes the fiercely forward car involved as well. This is 1, 2, 3 in the effective championship, 1, 2, 3 in the race, in the correct order indeed as well, as they go towards 5. Now Luca Boots has to be careful here, Ryan, because Beniti Racing, while they were able to do weird lines before to try and get the run, if they take a wide line now to try and get a run off the corner, the fiercely forward car is going to fill that void.
They absolutely are, and they've got an LP2 car to make things.
Oh, Jesus.
Vigo, I have to say, Vigo's been. I can understand why he's defended so hard, but it's almost it's getting to that edge of coming close to broken. It's looking close to the outside, and can he hold it?
Oh, he might do it this time.
He might get the run.
He might have the run this time through 10, 11. Oh, Vigo shuts the door again into 12, and he's forced to the outside line once more in the Beniti Racing Porsche. Tries to get the run off of the corner once again into the penultimate one, which is not really an overtaking spot, and neither is the final corner, although he could get desperate and go for it. He decides to use the sensible choice and stick behind just for the moment. Vigo with not the best run out of the final corner once again. Beniti Racing in the slipstream all over again, and pull alongside as they go under the bridge, side by side towards turn 1, and he's a lot further alongside this time as he has been before. Vigo on a bit of a tighter line, but he brakes so late, super late, he just about pulls it up for the corner, and this time Luca Boots is going to have a fantastic run through 3. He's got to be careful of Maxime Marriott, and he's got to be careful of Vigo as well. He's going to do everything he can to block him through turn 3, and he does so successfully. He takes a tight line off at turn 3 to make sure he can't get the run. Outside line for Boots, this could be the chance. Turn 4, round the outside, gives him the inside for 5. Is Vigo going to push him out? He gives him respectful racing room. Oh, there's contact! There's contact between Geodesic and Beniti. They're still side by side through turn 5. Round the outside for the Geodesic car, and Vigo holds on for the moment, Lorenzo, but goodness me, he's fighting a losing battle, and it's getting closer.
And there's 3 LMPs. First one, Lee Morris, the lead LMP will go by through Marriott into turn number 8. Second one is Daniel Kraft, because they're battling for position 2. Wide into La Caixa.
2 leading battles going on.
Oh,
3
no!
wide into, oh goodness, Vigo goes too deep into the turn, and that was very near the end of Daniel Kraft's race. For Pure Sims, they get away with it side by side between these 2 cars once again. Beniti briefly in the lead, but not for long. Vigo holds on still, trying to get the run here, but he couldn't quite do it through into the penultimate corner, and so he's going to have to try to turn one once again. The fiercely forward car was really not helped by those two LMP2s, by the way, as they went through and in through turn 9. It has really halted him, so it's now a two-car battle again. But what a fantastic fight it is between Geodesic and Maniti. Into turn 1 they go again. Is Bunk's going to try and go deeper on the brakes this time for the inside for 2? He might well do, although he backs out of it again here, Ryan. Not willing to do that move that we've seen work so often.
Yeah, I think he's been wise this time. Luca's just been sensible, and he realised that Vigo is came close to chopping the nose off him at times, and close to even doing blocking. So I think Luca has been a lot. He's way faster, but he just needs to be sensible and think about it and set up where he's going to make the move. I think his best opportunity really is down that home straight. If he can get the slipstream and get the run.
Almost through every corner you can see him taking a wide line in and a good exit out, because that Maniti car just looks a little bit better at this stage in the race. Not sure what the tyre situation between these two is, or why one is quicker than the other at this stage, but Vigo is certainly on the defensive right now, which is not where you want to be. There's still 2 pit stops for these guys towards the end of this race. There's still more than 2 hours of racing to go, but we're seeing a quite titanic battle for not only the win in GT3, but also a championship. These two are absolutely tied on points as it stands right now at 292 apiece. Whichever one beats the other is going to be the champion. The fact that it's for a race win right now is really heightening the tension as we see LMP2 pit stops happening at this stage as well. A little bit early for Impulse and Pearson, but that's because they didn't pit under the last safety car. Here's another chance for Luca Bunks and the Maniti racing car. A little bit wide from Vigo, although it's not a bad exit at all. There's going to be a lot of slipstream here for the Porsche we are on board with right now. Into turn number 1. Miguel Vigo on the defensive. Tries to stay in front. He brakes later, just for Luca Bunks. Round the outside through 1. Gives him the inside for 2. This is the moment. This is the chance. And he takes it with 2 hands into the lead for Maniti Racing. Geodesic and Miguel Vigo not giving up just yet, but with a tighter line, the inside line into 4. It looks like this is the way it's going to stay, at least until the end of this lap. Miguel Vigo not willing to give up just yet, but he's been demoted to 2nd, and I can't say that it's undeserved at all. Maniti have looked faster.
Yeah, Vigo's going for the move on the side.
Does he try and follow the LMP2? Oh, contact! There was a bit of contact, and it's getting quite physical between these two, Lorenzo, but finally Maniti have made their way through.
Yeah, but I don't think this is done and dusted, because there's one more LMP. That's a Satellite Racing just going through turn number 8. You guys just saw that going through the fiercely forward, and he's going to go through the outside wall. Well thought by Luca right here, but does Vigo go and dive down? No, he doesn't. There's an LMP down. There's a fiercely forward LMP diving down on the car. And not far back, there is another battle for position. Now P3 is on as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's in the GT3 category, P3 battling 5-star motorsport recovering. And so are Impulse. These two are going to be back together again for the first time since their incident that we didn't actually catch on our cameras because we were looking at a different one. However, they did come together, we do know that, and there may well be no love lost between those two Lamborghinis as we focus on them. Once again, a 4-car battle for P3. It started out as just a 2-car battle, and now you can see Geodesic might well be involved in it in a few moments' time as well, because there's Miguel Vigo starting to lose a bit of time. Hendrik Augustin tries to get down the inside of that BMW there, but not quite able to. Bit of traffic involved, and now, maybe now will be the chance. A bit of a slide for the BMW there, Ryan, and looks like Augustin took the opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely did, and I think just watching this fierce forward car as well, closing down Miguel Vigo. Looks like he might be under attack yet again, but still we're watching this battle for 4th place in LMP2 between Hell Racers and the Phoenix Racing Esports car of Michael Goff. So yeah, but they're coming through GT traffic yet again, and it's all pretty tense at the moment. Very tense indeed.
Not quite sure where to look with these camera angles at the moment, because there's a lot happening. This is the battle for P4. I do just want to make a point here on LMP2. I believe the top, 6 cars, sorry, top 5 cars, all haven't pitted yet in this particular cycle here, Lorenzo. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think all of these pitted under the last safety car, which could well be that they are in the window for making a pit stop less than Impulse and Pure Sims and all of those who didn't pit under the last safety car. Now I know that Impulse and Pure Sims aren't going to have to make a full stop, however it will still gain them some time, or is that incorrect? Would it be incorrect to say that?
You're correct for now. The top 4, because now top 4 has pitted under the safety caution, because everybody else was on the old strategy. The thing is that for some of the cars like Phoenix, you went a lap extra than everybody else. Pitted 136. I'm just trying to do the mathematics from here. 136, 25, 25, 25. 75, 136, that's right about 221 if I recall correctly, but I have to do my mathematics over here. 136. Just give me 1 sec. But my calculator is not helping. My calculator is not helping at all. Not even clicking buttons. There you go. 136, 75, that would be 211. They probably need to make a lap extra in terms of fuel per stint to be kind of safe. But the guys that have pitted under the safe caution, I do believe they are safe at the end of the day for anything whatsoever in the fuel.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one. So, if we consider at this stage of the race that everybody's got the same amount of pit stops remaining as each other, however, it's not quite correct to say that, because Pure Sims and Impulse's final pit stop will be shorter because it's not a full tank of fuel they have to take in the end. It's just a
third.
Yeah, about a third, so that's going to be a very short pit stop, to probably 10-second pit stop, 12-second pit stop towards the end, which is not very long whatsoever. This is the leader though. Deltras Alexandra is currently leading this one for Delta Sport in the 33. Satellite Racing second ahead of Apex Tech Racing. Then we've got Hell Racers Tershine who are in who are in fourth, and then we have the main players in this race, Impulse and Pure Sims. However, looking at those gaps just visually, I haven't got numbers on that yet, Ryan, but that's a big gap, and so a shorter pit stop, them saving about 20 seconds in the final pit stop might not be quite enough. They've got 17.5 seconds up to the next car. That's not the leader, so it's not looking as comfortable as it was for them before the safety car.
Absolutely not. Short fuel won't be enough, like you say. So yeah, I think the kind of short. I'm guessing the short fuel just so they didn't lose too much time and they can still try and stay contention. But still, look at Gel Walters trying to get by the forward GT3 car, and he has to slow up in the middle of the corner.
Yeah, it was a very close moment there, because I actually thought the Porsche was going to end up in the side of Miguel Vigo there, but thankfully everybody got away with it. This is the back for second in GT3. Alpine Geodesic Racing are falling back here, Lorenzo. Is there any obvious reason for their lack of pace right now, or is just Vigo just not on it right now? What's going on?
Maybe wasted too much of the tires trying to defend them. Might be the only reason, but it's going to be an interesting one. Nevertheless, about the drivers, as Mayor Marion trying to find a way. Oh, that got really close trying to find the dive, the French driver, but just couldn't get away with it at the entry of turn number 12 as they go through down the Europe car. Now, some interesting stuff right here. This is going to be really big. Connor Harrington has a drive-through penalty for making contact. Exceeding track limits as the first one in this race. Bernd Schmidt for the 114, he has a drive-through penalty. And Rap Van Linden in the Alpine Star Geodesic car has another drive-through penalty, so also for exceeding track limits. So remember what I said about track limits being important and turn 3 and turn 13. Finally beating the rear end of some of those drivers.
Now, is that the geodesic car that is in GTE that you mentioned there? Have they got a drive-through? Or?
Bernd Schmidt is the Phoenix car, yes. That's the 114 car in the GTEs.
Okay, so, here's the car, Bernd Schmidt, in 8th place at the moment. They're going to have to taking a trip down pit lane, as is this car. The other Phoenix Racing car, is this a scheduled stop or a drive-through? Excuse me, is this a drive-through like we've just heard? Oh no, it is a scheduled stop. 81 laps to go. 3 more stints quite possibly for them, if they can manage 27 laps on a particular stint, then they should be able to go with 3 more. Here's John Butterfoot of Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, the 162 on the back of RSO by the looks of things. Now, where are Maniti in all of this is my question, because they are, where are Maniti? It's 4th place, so not far in terms of positions, but on the road it could well be a little bit of a gap. I believe that BMW's not it. That's the geodesic one. So 11 seconds, okay, 11 seconds between the two. Also, Ryan, is a championship battle, so the safety car has not helped Maniti greatly there, because it put a lot of cars in terms of track position between the two BMWs. They've got to close that down, but if any team can do it, it is this team, in my opinion, anyway.
Yep, absolutely. I think they could do it, and they've got is that the satellite racing LP2 car come up to let them? I think it was, as riding on board of Syandra as well. So currently sitting in second is Sy, and I think, from my experience of watching Sy when it comes to strategy, he's pretty much a strategy wizard, if you like. He can always pull something out of the bag, so don't be surprised if you see this car up there towards the end of the race.
Bit of satellite racing propaganda there, which is we love to see it. But yeah, second place for Syandra right now. Only 2 seconds back from Delta Sport actually, so they are in with a chance of winning a race. In terms of the championship, they're 55 points back at this stage, so even if they were to win, they would need the other cars to be quite a long way down, in all honesty, for them. Probably outside of the top 8 would be helpful, and that doesn't look like it's happening for now, as Geodesic Racing and GTE get through on RSO by the looks of things, but this is the battle for first in LMP2. Delta Sport currently leading this one and maybe on their way to a race victory, because, oh goodness, there's a car without a bumper there, a front bumper going down towards turn 10. I didn't quite spot which car it was. It looked like a GT3 BMW in all honesty, but yeah, it didn't have a front end going towards turn 10, as we see the leader in GTE, GSR, leading this one by over 10 seconds at this stage in the race, and so that's a good start for them, and the leader in GT3 with not quite as big of a lead as some of the others, but either way it's a comfortable one for Maniti Racing right now, ahead of 5-star and Geodesic to round out the podium. 2 stops remaining in both of those GT categories as well. By the way, big on board with the 3rd placed TE, because RSO have just been passed by Geodesic, and very helpful for them, Lorenzo putting a car between them and their main rivals Maniti.
Yeah, it's going to be important for them to have at least one car in between them and Maniti, but it's tricky, you know, trying to negotiate through all this traffic and seeing that Carstensen is trying to do his best possible to get closer towards Alpine Stars. If he does that, it would increase the difficulty massively for Verhoeven to get closer and then contend for anything whatsoever that he probably wants to contend with. I just want to look at something like that on the strategy. They probably have about 10 more laps of fuel, so they can push as much as they want and try to get unscathed with it. But then again, it's showing how tricky it is to overtake people here in the Spanish track.
Pretty busy going down towards turn 10 right here, with the Mercedes in the way, and a number of GTEs trying to get through all at the very same time. With big sweep around the outside would be helpful, and so they indeed get through. And here's Satellite Racing into the pit lane, following on from Delta Sport, as pretty much nose to tail here. No, not quite, it's a couple of car lengths between, but Syandra has been closing the margin over the last few laps, and with 78 to go, this is going to be 3 stints until the end of this race. 2 stops after this one for these guys, as they go, oh dear, going through a car I think there to get their way in. Apex Tech Racing as well into the pit lane right now. The gap between them, well, this is very busy, isn't it? Sharing a pit box with somebody else there, Brian. We talked about it before, but that was they did pretty well there to get in without having to reverse back or move forward again, because that can surprisingly cost you a fair amount of time. So they did a good job to avoid it there.
Yeah, pretty much did, and that's the only thing with some of these long races is that or some tracks in this case, sometimes you've got to share a pit box with someone, and it's not always ideal. But as Delta Sport and Satellite Racing get going again, they come back at the pits. But the Impulse Racing car, driven by Lee Morris at the moment, back up into the lead after those pit stop cycles.
Let me tell you a story.
Go on then.
What if I tell you that if they pitted on 142, they're not gonna make it to the end in three pit stops, full stint pit stops. They're going 25 laps on the field. What if I tell you they're not making it to the end? They're gonna fall short.
You
Don't
don't
believe?
Is that? How sure are you?
They're gonna be like I'm gonna say Satellite, Delta Sport, and Apex and the L's. They're all gonna fall short by 2 laps.
Well, even if they do fuel saving,
They need to fuel save 1 lap they need to fuel save 2 laps in 3 stints.
And for P2 in GTE as well, as the battles in the pit lane and the battles on the pit walls are starting to happen. This is the battle between Geodesic and RSO, with the BMW staying in front just for the moment. See, I'm not sure at the moment, really, in terms of LMP2, but Apex Tech, if they want to win this championship, I think they do need to make it on just 2 more stops after this one, because I don't think they have a chance really with the splash and dash making it as well. I think Impulse will beat them if that happens, and indeed Pure Sims as well. So we've got a lot of different things to think about here, because I mean, in my opinion, it could well be the difference between a championship and no championship, and you know, if that is the kind of thing on the line, Lorenzo, then surely you're going to try and save the extra lap of fuel every stint.
Yeah, and this will come down to the drivers try to maximize the fuel saving strategies. We need to see if a team makes it on 26 in the next 2 stints. For those top 4 to pitted, as we've now seen 3, 4, 5, 6 close to one another.
Yep, Geodesic Racing, Miguel Vigo continues to fall back, and this could well be the end of him being in the top 4 here, side by side with Fiercely Forward between the 2 Porsches. Good battle, but looks like the Fiercely Forward car is going to be into 4th place there, and Geodesic continue to fall back now to 5th position, and it could well be 6th soon as well, with the BMW not too far behind. Vigo on the outside line has just not got the pace right now. He's going to be hoping that they can climb back up the order in the next 76 laps or so, because otherwise they're not going to be in contention at all. But yeah, it's been a disappointing stint for Vigo here, Ryan, especially ever since Maniti got through on them. They've just been continuing to fall back, and they haven't been able to stop it by the looks of it.
yeah, it just seems to be, we were talking about earlier, if they're maybe struggling with tyres, and I've just got a sneaky feeling that Miguel Vigo and Geodesic might have possibly tried to, it's probably way off the mark, but maybe tried to triple stint the tyres.
Quite possibly. I don't quite know how they've ended up in this situation, but there has to be a reason. Surely Vigo is not falling back through, or this quickly, through pure pace. There's got to be something going on, in my opinion anyway. But either way, there are his lap times. And yeah, it's just not been his stint really. 2 more pit stops to go for the GT3s, so for some it might well be the last time they put new tyres on and the last time they make a driver change in the next pit stop here coming up. But let's wait and see on that one. 75 laps to go here in the 1,000 kilometres of Barcelona, the final round of the fall season in the IVRA Endurance Series for 2021. My name is Ian O'Leary. I'm alongside Lorenzo Bodner and Ryan Walker in the commentary booth. Ryan Barrett is behind the cameras for this race, and we've had a good time so far. That car hasn't though. Looking at it, I think it's World of Sim Racing in the BMW GT3 there, Lorenzo, missing an entire front end, but they don't seem to be going too slowly even because of it, but you can see the internals of that car quite clearly now.
I don't know why that I went into the sim, as now Mr. Bauer just provided me more pain visually to look at a front, a fully displayed grille without a front bumper. You know what this looks like?
I think it looks better.
It is more ugly than it looks, but you know what this looks like in full? It's a Wheeling car, like a NASCAR Wheeling SK modified Wheeling series car, and the modified series car.
I do see what you're saying. With that one. So, gaping hole at the front of that car. Andres Quintana at the moment, who's driving that car, by the way.
I was going to say the front of that car. It looks like it looked like it would be a perfect entry for and Mr. Bauer probably heard of it in America is the Lemons racing. Or 24 Hours of Lemons, I think it's called.
Le Mans. Or Lemons.
Yes.
It doesn't matter. But I never thought I would see a car with two front ducts in the front, like two not splitters, but like two front air ducts to try to get the airflow into the car properly. I never thought I would see that.
No, it's quite a bizarre sight.
It's sim racing.
Yes, quite a bizarre sight at the moment, that car. But there we are. This is the battle for third in LMP2. It could turn out to be the battle for the lead, depending on how this race goes. But we've got 74 laps to find out. Sayandra is busy applying the pressure to the Delta Sport car up in front of him right now. Going through turn 5. Not able to get through. He's certainly been closing the gap over the last few minutes, Ryan, for your team. Getting up towards even P3 would be a good result for them, to be honest, given the trials and tribulations that they've had so far today. A bit of a recovery drive. But yeah, this is an important battle. It could well turn out to be the one for the lead. Let's wait and see.
It could be indeed, and yeah, these guys, Sayandra and also Paul Darwin, have pretty much they had issues in the early stages, but they're slowly creeping their way back up through the field in fourth position at the moment, and just one place off the podium. So, like I said, if they can keep stretching this run and try and feel safe and stretch out as long as possible, they could be in contention for a podium position towards the end of the race.
Now, all of a sudden, there's a battle for the lead in GTE as well, with Geodesic and RSO. This battle was already going on before. However, the previous leaders, GSR, have come into the pit lane for their penultimate stop of the day. So that has bumped these guys up one position. And so it's now up to them to fight for the race lead. Miniti Racing just over, or just under 11 seconds back at this stage in the race, but steadily closing. They do need to close a little bit quicker than that if they want to be there by the end. However, they are at least making progress. Battle's also going on for 7th position. Nicholas Helm trying to get through Helm Racers Tearshine. 7th position. This fight going on right now. I don't believe we actually did we see a penalty for those guys. We saw an incident with them and Geodesic down into turn 10 a good while ago now, but did we get a penalty for them? I didn't see one come through for Hell Racers, but there could have been.
I'm looking. Let me find the instant sheet right here, as I think it needs a little bit of refreshing, because I just saw probably the biggest penalty in the race coming. I'm just trying to find Garrett Thompson, which is in the Quasar Sim Racing Hydra. Got involved with the incident number 32. All right, here we go. Probation with the 133, which is the Apex Racing GT. Here's the reason. Q25 was following the 133 into T10 that are behind. They make contact behind into turn 10, spinning the 133 around, and makes a second collateral contact, causing wheel damage.
Right, okay, so placed on probation, did you say?
Yeah, probation status.
Well, that's quite serious, that is. I don't...
it's because they need to clear off the probation, because they need to do the...
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Still... I don't have any memory of seeing that incident, I've got to be honest, although lots happened in this race, so it's entirely possible I just don't remember. As Lee Morris is still leading this race. 4.5 seconds is now his advantage over the Pure Sims esports car. But as things stand, if the race were to end right now, it would not be enough for Impulse to overhaul Pure Sims esports, despite the fact they would be gaining 10 points on them. They still need Impulse to... they still need Pure Sims to finish probably 5th if they were to win the race, quite possibly, because there's still a fair gap between the two teams in terms of this championship, and so it would not be enough for them at the moment. RSR on the back of Beniti right now. This is not what the championship leaders need at all, actually, or tyre championship leaders. Beniti Racing, they could do without the pressure from Kayaski behind, but that's what they've got right now, interspersed with a bit of GT3 traffic and some LMP2 traffic behind as well. Hendrik Augustin getting dived by absolutely everybody there. Johnny Verhoff trying to navigate the GT3s all at the same time. Connor Harrington getting through it all there, Ryan. Very busy indeed, but Beniti Racing getting some unwanted company there in the form of RSR.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been pretty hectic for them at the moment, and but just keeping their cool by the looks of it, and for quite a while anyway. It's been quite chaotic, but at the moment, this race is still being led by Impulse Racing up at the front, and managing to maintain that gap to the Pure Sim cars in second.
Absolutely. So Lee Morris is leading this one by just over 4 seconds. We've had a fantastic race so far. It's going to become to a brilliant conclusion, so don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break from the commentary here. We're going to let you guys at home enjoy the sights and sounds of the 1,000 kilometres of Barcelona, and in a few minutes' time the commentary will return. So enjoy the sights and sounds of these onboards and these shots here from Barcelona, and we'll be back in a few. Welcome back to Barcelona for the final 64 laps of the 1,000-kilometre race here this afternoon. It's been a fantastic one so far. We've got not long to go, though, until the end of the fall season for the 2021 IVRA Endurance Series. My name's Dylan O'Leary. I'm alongside Ryan Walker and also Lorenzo Bonda for the final part of this season. Ryan Bauer is behind the cameras, as he has been all race long. So welcome back to everybody watching on RaceSpotTV and elsewhere as well. It's good to have you along. Hope you're enjoying the race as we are. It's been, as I said, very, very good indeed. The sun's beginning to set though, and we're getting towards the end of it now in the next few moments. We're on board with Sandra. Ryan, one of your drivers, of course, for Satellite Racing. You've mentioned that a few times, I think. I think we have. But he's doing a good job right now, chasing down Delta Sport.
Yeah, pretty much does. These Delta Sport and Satellite have been pretty much together for, I think, just about nearly the whole of this stint, and it's nothing to separate them. They're both evenly matched on pace, but I think if it came down to strategy, I think Sai might be able to jump the Delta Sport because, like I said before, Sandra is a bit of a race engineer, but a wizard when it comes to the old strategy.
We have seen Satellite go a little bit longer on their stints than some of the other teams previously, or at least especially before the safety car. Afterwards it's been a little bit less of an effect, however, before it certainly was, as we see Robin Haas now of RSO, 22 seconds behind GSR in the lead of the GTE category. Not entirely sure how they've managed to end up with such a big lead, to be honest, Ryan, but they're driving very, very well at the moment. They don't seem to be disadvantaged with their strategy in any way. They're just going at it and have a big, big lead at the moment, one of the biggest of any of the categories so far. So, they're looking on course for a very good result, probably a win at this stage.
Yeah, and they've not really had any issues or any problems from what I can remember. It's been pretty much, surprisingly, a quiet race for them so far, considering it's been absolutely chaotic for most of this race. But yeah, they're doing well at the moment and pretty much just sticking to their plan, what seems to be working, and at the moment currently leading their class.
They are indeed. And speaking of battles for the lead, Impulse versus Pure Sims is closing in ever so slightly. This battle for ninth is also Christoph Mons trying to get up the order in front of Joshua Chin of private label Team Hype, and we look back from that Dallara now, but not too far away from Impulse and Pure Sims actually coming into the pit lane for the penultimate time, well, I'll say that, third last time in this race quite possibly. Oh, and speaking of, Impulse Racing do indeed come in now with 61 laps remaining. Pure Sims able to go that one lap longer, but that big question mark remains, Ryan. Are the guys behind going to make it on 2 more stops or 3? It's possibly a championship defining question as well that we don't quite know the answer to.
That was a question I was going to bring up, and it's quite good that you brought up. I think it'll be tight. They might be tight on fuel, but I think they might just be able to make it. But I think Lorenzo was talking about it earlier. Do you think Lorenzo the Impulse can make it to the end from here, or make it for what is it, 1 more stop? Did you say, Ewan?
In the LMPs?
Yes.
Well, yeah, Impulse aren't going to be able to, but it's whether the likes of Apex Tech, Satellite, Delta Sport, those guys, what's the situation with them? Lorenzo, I think you were edging towards no earlier. You didn't think they could make it on 2 more stops from here.
Nobody can. Like, if those who haven't pitted in the safety car can make it. Nobody who went into the safety car. Sorry.
It's difficult to explain.
My line of thought correctly.
Yes.
Those who haven't pitted in the safety car procedure can make it regardless of what happens.
Yes.
Only if they get a yellow flag. That's the only way they can make it to the end. And even then would be questionable. Depending on the distance of the yellow flag. But the LMPs who pitted under the yellow flag, like I said, if they go 25 laps, going from lap 142 and 25 laps, then each have to pit for 2 laps to make it to 19. So they would have to save a lap per stint in the next 3 stints. So they have to save those 2 laps to be okay. And they still have to save the line in the final stint to make it to the end. So it's gonna be an interesting thing because I haven't seen a car under green flag conditions going 26 laps.
But that's exactly what they have to do to make it. So that is the big conundrum for the guys up front. I guess RSO maybe as well, who might, although they might just be stopping a little bit late. So let's see, as we have 60 laps to go in this race. Apex Tech Racing are the team just up in front here, and if things were to end in this end of the pit stop cycle, then they would be crowned champions. But if not, then it's going to be going to Pure Sims at this stage. Impulse are really relying on the results of others because of they've done all they can in this race, given that they won at halfway, and they're currently on course, or certainly beating Pure Sims in this one. And if the strategy goes their way, then they'll be winning the race as things stand. However, the point deficit they came in with might well just be defeating them at this stage. So let's wait and see on that one. Syandra is now second position for Satellite Racing. Delta Sport are just up in front. Big App's just under a second, and the Battlefield lead in LMP2 may well be with us in the next few moments. Going towards turn 1, Andrew's going to be a little bit compromised on the inside line, but makes his way through there quite nicely indeed. We're absolutely on the edge of our seat here, Ryan. It's impossible to know which way this is going to go. The mystery surrounding these final 60 laps is just fascinating, and yeah, I can't wait to find out what's going to happen, especially in LMP2 as we've just been talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a whole range of different strategies being played here, and just under 60 laps to go, and I think this is pretty much the stage of the race where some of these teams and drivers won't go for it straight away, but they'll be kind of just sticking to a strategy that they've got set in stone, kind of. But like I was talking about in the first half of the race, when they get a caution, that can throw the strategy out the window, and it's all pretty much back to square one.
Now, I do just want to briefly mention GT3 while we've got a right-ish moment here, because just before the break, we all received some information in the YouTube chat that you may or may not have seen, but I will say it anyway. David Barraclough, who was in or was part of the leading team in GT3 Pro-Am, were involved in an incident with World of Sim Racing, who have now got no nose. We saw that, we were watching that a little bit earlier on, that big BMW, which now has a nose because I presume they've repaired some of the damage, but there was a gaping hole there not so long ago for that car. They got it while involved in an incident with the Pro-Am leaders at the time, David Barraclough's car. Apparently it was a very big incident, but we didn't see it. None of us picked up on it either. But the leaders at the time were involved in a fairly big incident, apparently, with World of Sim Racing as well. So that explains why this car had no front bumper a little bit earlier on. However, they've replaced that now quite clearly, and so they can be on their way, which is a good thing. Also in the YouTube chat, Lorenzo, we've got a bit of discussion about laps again, about who can make it 27 laps. Did Satellite Racing manage that in the first stint? Quite possibly, but either way, one thing is certainly for sure, fuel saving is going to be needed for some of these cars in the remainder of this race. There can be no doubt about that.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're looking what happened to the Team Hoistingfeld, the Corvette has a little bit of a lockup going through turn number 12 actually. And I think this is what happened to the World of Sim Racing, losing the front bumper, looks like.
Quite possibly. Or is this coming out of the pits after repairing it? By the looks of it. Around the outside, this is apparently some kind of incident that he's had. It looks like he's just staying out of the way of everybody there, so that can't be it. So I don't know, the technology playing tricks on us a little bit, pulling the wool over our eyes ever so slightly, but it looks like they've replaced the bumper at this stage in the race. And for whatever reason, whenever you try and find something, they want to show us hoisting belt for some reason. But anyway, I don't know what's so interesting about the Corvette. But anyway, that's what the cameras want.
You're inducing the rage out of some Austrian guy in our RaceSpot community.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's quite possible. But there we are. Yeah, I'll try not to. As we go on board with Satellite Racing once again, because they're in a leading battle with Delta Sport, as we've seen.
Oh, yellow
in the
flag.
past. We have oh goodness gracious, yellow flag out there. Now nobody can make it on 2 more stops from here. 57 laps to go. That is going to be too far. Although by the time we go back to green, is it going to be? Oh dear, oh dear. Well, we'll try and find out first of all what the result of the yellow flag is. Oh, sorry, what the cause of the yellow flag is. This has just turned the race completely on its head.
Yeah.
Here's a replay. This could be the answer, one of the LMP2s. This is fiercely forward, and Luke Krause, who we believe to be the cause of the safety car. But he might not be. We'll try and find what the cause of the safety car is, because it looks like he's going at a reduced pace at this point. So
I am 100% sure this is on the Phoenix LMP.
Phoenix LMP, by the looks of things. Oh, it is. Yeah, you're absolutely right. They're crawling down the front straight and just past the pit exit R. So through the final corner, there has been an incident, possibly with the geodesic GTE. That could be very, very important. Although they've gotten past that car quite fine. What about 49? Oh, they did get hit by geodesic there, and I think it didn't look like a massive hit there, Ryan. But if you just hit a car in exactly the wrong place, then you can do a lot of damage. And that looks exactly like what's happened to this car here, Christoph Mons.
Yeah, looking at the replay from the rear, it looks like he just lost it, and he just got hit from behind.
And then look at this car down the front straight. Goodness, this is a terrible handling car down the front straight, Lorenzo. All the signs of big suspension damage as he was driving away from the scene of the accident there.
The rear left is fully toasted. You see him losing control. Nothing that the Alpine geodesic could do. I don't blame John Badefer right here. I got the name right this time, Badefer. And he just rams the Phoenix LMP on the rear left and destroys the car around. Well, you know what this means, people? You can basically throw the fuel strategies in the garbage, throw it in the bin, burn it with liquid nitrogen, whatever you want, because now everybody can make it the end.
Do you think that if everybody pits now, everybody can make it on 1 more stop after this safety car?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this. Yeah. Okay. Well, can they? That's the question. I think you might be right, though. I think you might be right at this stage.
It depends when the pit opens, because if this opens on 166, it depends on the fuel-saving conditions of the drivers, because I think we would open the lap 170, 171 maybe. Then it becomes basically when does the car come to the final pit stop.
Yes, absolutely. So let's have a look at the moment as to where this race is going. Is there going to be pit stops here? Are the pits open? Is the question. I would say probably not, considering everybody's driving past it for the moment. So they haven't said that the pit lane is open. We're going to have to drive around one more time. But I'll just update you on the order, since that seems like the best thing to do at this stage. Since it may well stay like this throughout this next pit stop, I will update you on the order. So Delta Sport are currently leading in LMP2 ahead of Satellite Racing. Apex Tech Racing are in third ahead of Hell Racers Tershine. Then we have Impulse Racing running out the top 5. Pure Sims Esports next ahead of 5-Star Motorsport. And then Team RSO, quite possibly, although they could be a lap down. I'm not entirely sure. I think they are. So we have 7 cars on the lead lap, and RSO are the first of them who are not there, I'm afraid to say. GTE, we do have a fair amount of cars on the lead lap as well. GSR are leading. They'll be very gutted about that because they had a big lead. It's all going to be wiped away now. RSO are going to be second ahead of Geodesic Racing and Maniti Racing. The two championship contenders are going to be closed right up together on this restart, or close-ish together. RSR by G Performance are going to be fifth ahead of Element Sim Racing. That could also be all of the cars on the lead lap, although I'm not entirely sure. Virtual Motorsport might be on the lead lap as well. Same with Phoenix Racing, who actually Phoenix Racing aren't going to be there. But there are a lot of people going around here, so it is difficult to tell right now. Finally, Maniti Racing are leading in GT3 as well, ahead of GSR. Fiercely forward, 5-Star Motorsport, Alpine Stars, Geodesic and Impulse Racing. Those 6 cars are on the lead lap in GT3, and that is your order in that category as well. So this is going to be a very interesting restart, Ryan. Whatever happens with the pit stops, so on and so forth, a very interesting restart is going to be just around the corner.
It is, and yeah, this restart, it's kind of just shoot the order up in a way, but yeah, you've got Delta Sport leading with Satellite second, Apex, Tech Racing third, and then Hail Racers, Impulse, and I think this restart is going to be interesting. I think the likes of Impulse and Pure Sims as well, when you think about it, I don't think they'll be hanging around too much. I think if they sense an opportunity to try and make a move straight away, they'll go for it, because yeah, they're pretty much at this stage of the race thinking about the championship.
Yeah, it's...
I can tell you one thing now. If you ever seen the Indy 500 or a NASCAR race, but in the road, get ready, because this is about to be it. Everybody's going to come to the pit lane. Well, from the LPs, of course, but if there's shenanigans happening in the GTEs and the GT3s, I really don't know. That would make the race more interesting, because I think on paper they would have made to the end regardless. But if it does happen, it will be very cool to watch.
It will, yes. So let's see. Delta Sport are going to lead the field around. I believe the safety car... sorry, not the safety car's coming in. We've got a way to go until we get there. I believe the pits are open this time. They are, yes. So let's see everybody come down pit lane, basically. That's what's going to happen over the next few moments, you would imagine. Certainly the top 4 are going to be in here from LMP2. But what about the rest? Will they come in also? RSO are going to carry on to get back onto the lead lap, which is an expected thing for them to do. But what I'm very interested to see what Impulse and Pure Sims do here, because I don't think it's quite as obvious for them to come in as it is for everybody else. So Delta Sport and Satellite are definitely in. We knew that was going to happen. But what about the rest of the field? Apex Tech Racing, maybe see them in the background. Yes, Hail Racers are in, Impulse, Pure Sims, they're all in the pit lane right now. But let's not forget, it won't be a very long stop for Impulse and Pure Sims. They may well be some of the first out. Look at this, everybody diving for their pit boxes, trying to get service all at the very same time. Pure Sims and Impulse are furthest down towards the end, so we're going to see them lead first. Pure Sims have jumped Impulse by the looks of things. They get through in front, they stop at the end of the pit lane because it's they can't go any further. The red light is on at the end of the pit lane. They can't leave yet, and Pure Sims are going to be out in front of Impulse Racing, and they're going to be, more importantly, in front of Apex Tech Racing as well, the championship leaders, as they leave now. Pure Sims in front of Impulse, which is a change from what we saw before. Nathan Amor is now the leader of this race. Overall, Impulse Racing are now in second position here, Lorenzo, and you can hear them immediately saving the field. Delta Sport next ahead of 5-Star Satellite, and then Apex Tech are next after that in 6th position. They've got a lot of work to do here.
Yeah, I like to say that nefarious tactics have started, because everybody on the clutch or turning off the engine to try to maximize fuel efficiency, and this is the dance right now. They're gonna be dancing around who has better fuel or who has the better conditions of fuel. However, there is a big if in here, and this is the thing I want to show. Right now, this is Maxime Mariotta and he's the GT speed leader. Like I said, I didn't expect the GTs to come into the pit lane because on paper, they are due to make it to the end with one pit stop. The problem is the following. There isn't a wave around. I think on Nürburgring, the leader GT3 or one of the lead GTs was the leading car in the train.
Correct.
But once it goes green, all hell breaks loose, and you're going to see LMPs flying left, right, up, and down, trying to make the overtake. So it gets a little bit of a clustered start. So it's going to be, it's going to be a tricky one to watch.
It is indeed, and you're absolutely right. I think the GT3 leader will take the green flag if it comes to that, and it may well do, looking at the order right now. So, just watch out for that as we continue on with this race. While we're under safety car, we're going to have at least another lap. I think it's time to have a bit of an interview with one of the drivers from Satellite, and since he is a Satellite driver, and Ryan Walker is from that very team, I think we can get him to have a chat with one of his own drivers. So Sandra joins us now. Ryan, if you'd like to have a quick chat with one of your very own. There you are.
Oh, thanks for that, Ian, from prior. So it's thanks for opening the booth.
Anytime. I always love hopping in here whenever I have a chance.
Yeah, so you guys are currently sitting in just having a quick look second at the moment. It's been the early stages of the race has been a bit up and down, if you like, but you guys have managed to slowly get back up through the field and back up towards the front. But it's how's it been going for you guys? Has it been a strategy that you guys have been running to, or is it just seeing how it goes?
Well, this last safety car kind of threw us for a loop strategy-wise, because before I think we had Impulse and Pure Sims on strategy. I think they had to pit one extra time compared to us, so it was between us and I believe Apex Tech, who I was chasing down. But now everybody's all equal. Everybody has the same number of stops at the end of the race. Everybody's on the same tires, I believe. And I think Impulse and Pure Sims were kind of gifted track position there, which I'm a little annoyed about. But I am really proud of the team for coming back to where they are right now, especially with the incident we had on lap 1, kind of dropping us to the very back of the field from 5th. So this comeback, it's not over yet, but it's working.
And one of my colleagues has just asked me who had the brain for the fuel saving strategy. Was it you or was it Paul?
So we had an idea of what we needed to do going into the race. We knew that we had to save a certain number of laps, be within one safety car of the end of the race, if that makes sense. And we worked it out, and so we said we need to save this many laps of fuel over this many stints. And the safety car came out right as we needed it. It let us catch up to the pack, it let us repair the damage we had from turn 1, or rather sector 1, and all that stuff, and it put us right in the hot seat, and we just got and went. The car was damaged, so we unlocked a little bit of pace, and I think some of the laps I said were some of the best in the race, hopefully. And I think Paul just needs to finish it out.
And looking ahead to the rest of the race as well, I'm taking a guess at Paul's in for the finish.
Paul's in for the finish, unless, fingers crossed, they don't have to get in again.
Good stuff, and again, thanks for joining us in the booth, Si. I wish you guys the best of luck for the rest of the race, and all I've got to say is shake and bake.
Absolutely, shake and bake. I'll see you later, man. Thanks for having me.
Cheers, buddy. That was Si Andrew joining us from Satellite Racing, and it was interesting what he was talking about there, you and like hitting a certain fuel number, and again it seems to be paying off because they're up in 5th place 6th place at the moment, and not that far off the podium position, but still we've got 53 laps in this race and anything can happen.
Absolutely, and the safety car lights are now out. So with 52 to go, we are going to be going green flag racing, and we are going to get underway again with the GT3 leaders, now 5-Star Motorsport, leading us away. With the LMP2 leaders are going to be a long way back, so do excuse us if we're looking through the pack a little bit throughout this restart, because we do want to see what happens with the LMP2 leaders, but also the leaders in all of the categories really. And given that the slowest one is starting it out front, it's going to be a very, very chaotic beginning to this for this safety car restart. The second one of the day, with 52 laps remaining in the 1,000 kilometres of Barcelona. We've got 5-Star Motorsport in control of the field, and don't wait long to hit the gas because it is going to be... Oh, there's already contact. One of the cars spins around back into the field. Cars scattered to avoid, and I don't know how everybody got away with that, in all honesty, because that was very dangerous indeed. Nathan Amor is leading this race overall in the Pure Sims Esports car, but he's embedded within GT traffic right now. Impulse Racing are right behind them. There's many cars going across the chicane there. So many cars getting out of the way of everything else and trying to stay out of the way. World of Sim Racing there, one of those who cut turn 2 to try and avoid it all. Goodness me, it's 4 wide towards turn 4. That's outrageous, and nobody is going to be able to get through here without contact, I'm sure. Everybody just about stays facing the right way at the very least. Aaron Eccles tries to make his way through in any way possible. Oh my life, this is absolutely insane, Lorenzo. These guys, especially in LMP2, having to take on some very, very concentrated traffic indeed. Not least the leaders, Nathan Amor, trying to hold off championship rivals in this battle for the lead. It's absolutely insane right now.
Yeah, I'm getting shit.
Oh, Lee Morris! Goodness me, Lee Morris in the Impulse Racing car. Big slide, but a big save, and he's just about able to carry on facing the right way. This is absolutely unbelievable. This is how it all happened. Going down towards, it could have been another, it could be Impulse Racing on Impulse Racing it. No, it wasn't in the end. It was another one because they actually didn't help out their teammates in GT3. I've got to say, the Geodesic GTE had to avoid all of that as well. But thankfully for Nathan Amor, he's been able to get through it all. Here's Paul Darling trying to get through on Impulse Racing all at the same time. They get through on 5-Star Motorsport, so they're through the traffic now, but they're in a battle for second place here in LMP2. Ryan, that was a good save, but Impulse Racing losing out quite badly because of that.
Yeah, they absolutely were, and the Lee Morris got nudged from behind, and he might have a little bit of diffuser damage after that, so he's under attack from Paul Darwin now as well. So Lee just needs to get his head together, get back in the groove, and just not let it get to him. But again, that's just the nature of multi-class racing, where everything can be stacked up at times.
And it absolutely was just there, side by side, Hell Racers, Tershine and Delta Sport, quite possibly, as they came out of the chicane. There's a lot of white cars on the LMP2 grid, so it might not be them. No, it's private label Team Hype, for 6th position in the LMP2. Fiercely forward, just behind them, Apex Tech Racing are in front. They've been able to get through the traffic, through the middle. Joshua Chin makes his way. Maniti Racing tried to chase down Geodesic. Those two BMWs you just saw on your screen there are fighting for a GTE championship as well as a GTE race lead. Yellow Volters is currently leading for 5-Star Motorsport ahead of Impulse Racing in GT3. Where are Geodesic and Maniti in this category as well, though, is the big question, because those two are fighting for a championship all at the same time as well. Let's see where they are. They're all just about to sort it out. Geodesic are back in front of Maniti. They're a lap down on those two, but they are at least battling together, so over a championship win. So let's see how that one pans out as we go on board with Robin Huss here. Lorenzo trying to apply the pressure onto Maniti for RSO.
Yeah, well, trying to being fended off by the LMPs and also by the GT3s they managed to overtake. Now there is supposed to be clear traffic, so Robin Hassa has clear traffic on paper to get closer to that Maniti car and make the overtake, but now the work is to go fully on him. In the meanwhile, Barrett trying to chase down the VRS Satellite LMP, looks like right in front of him, and try to fend off the gap. But remember when I said it would be pandemonium? Well, I was right. You know, that's what happens. I got chased at Nürburgring right here to whenever we got the restart.
Yeah, it's always just to explain, by the way, one of the class leaders has to take the green flag, or well, there's just no point of changing it around really, because if you try and let everybody through to get the overall leaders to the front, you have to do a whole load of other wave rounds to make sure nobody is being advantaged by being sent around. So it's just quicker, at least, to get one of the class leaders, whichever one it may be, to take the green flag. In this case, it's GT3, and that's probably the busiest you'll ever see a safety car restart in an IVRA Endurance Series race, because it was just incredible, really. But Apex Tech Racing now in 4th position, not too far behind the leaders, Pure Sims, at the moment, and because they're placing so highly up, Apex Tech actually need to beat Pure Sims here. So although they've done a cracking job here today, Brian, Apex Tech, to go from last to 4th at the moment. They're doing a very good job. However, it's still not done for them. They do need to still improve their position more.
They do, and it's been a great recovery drive from them, considering they were pretty much dead last in class in the early stages of the race after the turn 1 mayhem. But it's a great recovery from them, and sitting in 4th position at the moment, and just outside or off the podium. But I've got to agree, they've pretty much got to beat Pure Sims to stand any chance of taking the championship.
Here is Bas Visser of Medici Racing on the back of one of the BMWs at the moment for 9th position in GT3, and presumably one of the high positions in GT3 Pro-Am. There's a whole load of Pro-Am cars in close proximity here. You see 49 Motorsport and indeed the Archer brothers in the background of these shots here, because they're all in the fight for this particular position here at the moment. But just waiting for the order to cycle its way through. The top 6 are GT3 cars. The 8th place car currently is the best Pro-Am car, and just to explain, the purple numbers that you can see on your screen everywhere, it indicates a Pro-Am car, and indeed if it's in the 300s, it's a GT3 Pro-Am car. The 200s and indeed the lighter green GT3 numbers that you can see on the left hand side of your screen are the GT3 Pro cars. So that's how you can distinguish at home. And I don't believe we have that for the Red Bull Ring, so it makes our life a lot easier to just look and immediately know. So yeah, that's why there's different colours on the left hand side of your screen. But we go on board with 49 Motorsport now in this battle for 2nd in the category, because they're closing in, or trying to, at the very least, right now. The rare Mercedes here, Lorenzo, doing very well on the podium in Pro-Am at the moment. Don't often see them up towards the front anymore, but we are doing here.
Yeah, it's good to see them up in the podium as we're looking to Bas Visser trying to catch up to the car ahead, and in this battle for the top 3 of the Pro-Am is going to be a good one to watch, because I think of all championships, this is the one that kind of blew wide open because of the incident with the Archer brothers. So it's going to be an interesting one to take a look at, because right now you don't have you had a favorite with the Archer brothers so far, but with the incident they kind of been shuffled back and brought Satellite Racing, but they are out of the race. Sim Republic had a really good race, but now it's struggling, had some struggles. But it is wide open. That's what I like.
Down the inside for Bas Visser. It looks like Medici are going to be through there. By the looks of things, it's quite hard to hang yourself around the outside there, especially if you've been dived into turn 10. It's very difficult to hold your way around there, and point proven really. And so through goes Medici into 2nd position on the road right now, so they can continue on their way, and will try and chase down the leaders. At this stage in the race, you would expect the leaders currently in 8th position in the GT3 overall category. Talk Freak Racing it is right now. We're a few seconds up the road as these guys all a lap down from the overall leaders in GT3. So things settling down slightly after that safety car period, and things are starting to kind of get into a pattern for the remainder of this race. But it'll be very interesting to see here, Lorenzo, who came in under that last safety car in GT and who didn't, because that is going to change the course of this race really. We know in LMP2 everybody's making one more stop pretty much exactly at the same time, and everybody's on the same strategy, but in GT it's not quite so simple.
It's not quite so simple. Like I said, everybody is due to make it to the end. since we're on lap 174 of 219. So only if something tragic happens and they'd have to reshuffle the strategies to get towards the end to make the race more interesting. So it should be a compelling one to watch. In the meanwhile, I just want to remind myself, did they start with 52 to go?
52, yeah.
That means it has to be 26 laps on the field. 26 is doable, but the problem is there is something called clear traffic, and Nathan Moore had lots of it.
Yeah.
So that doesn't help his fuel saving procedures. I think nobody else in the LMP. So if they get towards 25, this is going to be really interesting because I don't see nobody. I see nobody saving 2 laps of fuel over here. It would have to take an inhuman effort, and even then, I don't think it is good that you try to save those 2 laps because of the time gap that you might lose.
The critical point is going to come in about 20 laps time, and that's when we're going to know for sure what's going to happen here. In GT3, it is certainly all kicking off right now. With Geodesic, all of a sudden, the most recent safety cars put them right back into the battle for this championship. They just need to beat Beniti Racing since they're tied on points at the moment, and they're doing exactly that right now, trying to put a car between themselves and their rivals. In the form of 5-star motorsport Yellow Volters, who just lost the lead on that last lap there, Brian, in GT3 lead, although, yeah, they are all on the same lap here, so that's all fine. So this is the battle 1, 2, 3 for the actual lead in this race. It's a stark contrast to the Geodesic car that we saw with Miguel Vigo at the start of the last stint. At the first restart. Eric Newman is certainly going a lot better than Vigo was at that previous restart.
Yeah, absolutely. Newman seems to be a lot more comfortable. Oh, that was a bit of a close call, but yeah, the top 5 in GT3 are all close together now, and it's been pretty much like that for the second half of the race. Miguel Vigo ended up falling back a little bit, maybe struggling with the tyres, but Eric Newman is doing a good job in third place and keeping the 2 leaders in front of him in sight.
He is indeed. The Impulse Racing car just able to steal a bit of a march over the last few hours with the Hoisingveld GTE getting through. But we're into traffic again. Lee Morris has closed on the Pure Sims car almost entirely because we're into GT3 traffic, and it's almost like the first few laps of the race again here, Lorenzo. It always happens after a safety car restart. Everybody's still very bunched up, and so you have to make your way through a very, very busy part of traffic. Although it's not quite as busy as it was immediately after the restart. That really was out of hand, but now it is still quite densely populated, and you can see Nathan Amor making use of the opportunity to fuel save, but he is being reeled in now because of his slight bad luck through traffic.
Yeah, and not only that, here's the thing. There's a good commitment on trying to fuel save and also being faster through the traffic and trying to make the overtakes. So it's hard for you to find that perfect balance. Not a whole lot of drivers know how to do that properly. I can name a few that know how to fuel save, like engage the clutch and still overtake with a lot of pace and clear away with a reasonable gap. So that's, I think, for the LMPs or the higher tier classes, is the attribute that makes a whole lot of difference. And if you know how to do that properly, you can basically win a race with just that fuel saving strategy alone.
It's certainly going to help in this race, which is turning into a fuel mileage race in LMP2 especially. So you do definitely need that attribute to hand as Apex Tech make their way down the inside of one of the Porsches into turn 1. Lap traffic getting through nice and easy there. Satellite Racing on the outside line there as well, being reeled in by the current championship leaders. And you'd have to say, Ryan, if any team can do the fuel saving, it would have to be Satellite, because of the way they started this race, going longer than anyone else, and their strategy looked like it was working to a degree actually. So I would say they're in a strong position because they have previous form at doing this fuel saving business.
Yeah, they do indeed, and like Cy Andrew was mentioning earlier when I interviewed him, he was saying that they were aiming for a certain fuel number, so it looks like they're hitting those numbers at the moment, and it seems to be paying off. But we've still got what have we got? About 43 laps left in this race, so still a bit to go in this race, and anything can happen. But so far, it's been going well for them.
It has indeed. As we see the battle for the lead overall continue, or at least start up again, with 42 laps to go when we get to the line. Lee Morris has reeled in Nathan Amor at the front of this race. Lee Morris has been in for a good while at this point, but he's not going to go over the drive time. I don't think Timo Hayden can actually get back into that car though, Lorenzo. I think he might have had some wheel problems, so I think they've been left with no option here really.
No, but I don't even think that Timo would have gone back into the car, because it is a two-man effort, and judging by the fact that it's going to be basically an effort of 50-50 split of sorts.
It's Ruben Bonga on the back of the geodesic car for a win in GTE, for a championship as well here in the fall season of the IVRA Endurance Series. There's so much at stake between these two right now, and there's so many cars not far behind them, ready to pick up the pieces if indeed things go wrong. So this is going to be a very big fight now. We've seen this so many times so far this season. These two have been the dominant force in this category. Geodesic won the first race with Maniti in second, then Ruben Bonga and Maniti Racing won the second race with Geodesic in the runner-up spot. It's going to happen again. They're going to finish 1 and 2 again, but in which order is it going to be? In not only this race, but in the championship as well. This is such a high-stakes battle, Ryan. I don't think I've ever seen a championship with two categories where the winner of the race is going to be the champion. The one who finishes higher up is going to be champion. That's the situation we have in this class. This is going to be a squeeze. There's contact. There's contact, and there could well be damage. Ruben Bonga's car does not look like it's tracking straight anymore. They go up the inside of Geodesic. There's a bit more contact very nearly, but there could be damage on that Maniti car. There was wheel-to-wheel contact on Ruben Bonga's car there, and I don't think that car is going straight anymore. I don't think it's tracking straight anymore. It's hard to tell in the darkness, but that was unnecessary contact down the front straight there, Ryan. You have to say, don't quite know what that was all about. Geodesic got a wheel into the gravel, and then the rest is history, I guess.
Yeah, the Maniti car gets a run, and gets a fantastic run, gets over speed, and it was a Geodesic car that moved over.
Definitely did move over. The LMP2 coming up on the outside might be an influence in this. Let's have a look at the helicopter shot. There's still no reason for Geodesic to go anywhere near Ruben Bonga there, in my opinion, but they have done. It was side by side between the two. Bonga didn't have much choice but to go over the green painted surface, but why would Geodesic come into the Maniti racing car there is my question.
That's what I was gonna ask. Why? The only reason I can think of is that the Geodesic might have been trying to press the Ruben into the LMP line of sorts, trying to shut him down and make him get spooked. But it could have been, two drivers meeting each other in the middle. But it's so complicated because now Bonga, here goes into the Bonga train once again, choo-choo, and baited for Haas down on the inside. Oh,
it's gone wrong! The Ruben Bonga's gone off into turn 1. Dear oh dear, and that could well be game over for Maniti Racing. It could well be game over. Is there severe damage on that car? Goodness me, RSO going to second position. What on earth has gone on here between Ruben Bonga and the Geodesic Racing car? He goes on the outside line. Who comes into who there? It's very hard to tell, but goodness me, that is a championship defining moment. We'll see more on board with the Geodesic Racing car here. I would have maybe, let's see, we're going to pan this camera shot around here towards the Maniti car, which is going to brake late. Does it come across on the Geodesic car is the question though. It is hard to tell. This is the shot we want here, Ryan. Who is going to come into who? Is it going to be a racing incident? That, I guess, is equally possible.
Well, Maniti gets a run, and Geodesic go defensive, and he turned in where you were meant to turn in. So I think anyway, it's tough to call, but I think Maniti Racing had every right to turn into the corner there.
Yes,
but
I don't
But
think.
then, on the other hand, if I was in race control, I would maybe
Race
top
for me.
I would say if I was in charge of race control, I would say it's just a racing deal.
Yeah, I wouldn't take any action either. I did hear Lorenzo echoing the same thought. While that was happening, Nathan Amor has been displaced from the lead of this race, and so Impulse Racing are now in the front. Satellite Racing third, ahead of Apex Tech, who can't find their way through, and they need to beat this car here. The fact that Impulse are winning does help them, because Impulse are not going to win the championship from this situation. They're 28 points behind as things stand. They're 33 points behind Apex Tech, so they need that car to finish 5th or worse, and they need Pure Sims to finish 4th or worse. 5th or worse as well. So it's a tall order for Impulse to win this one at this point, Lorenzo, but for Apex Tech that is helpful.
It just shows the domination of the Nürburgring did for Pure Sims, right? This is a perfect 150 points. Are going to do a whole lot of difference for them at the end of the day, as Apex Tech and Chris Barrett catching up in a bit Paul Darley, which I do believe is on the fuel saving strat, because it doesn't look like everybody is on the fuel saving strat. If I'm to judge, they're probably going to come in about 52, 25. That would be with 30s in about 5 for 4 laps, 5 for 6 laps. So if they come in 5 laps, this makes it a little bit more interesting than I wanted to. Actually, scratch that. I just did my math wrong. About 10 laps.
Yes, indeed. It's approaching soon, and we'll be waiting to see what happens with that, because it's going to define this race. Here's Chris Barrett. What is this car? How much fuel is this car saving? Is there a way for them to get towards Pure Sims towards the end of this? I can't hear the footage right now, but I'm being told that the clutch is being used by Barrett into some of the corners just to help save the fuel, of course, and just to dip the revs a little bit to get themselves a little bit of extra fuel on board. So it's that's what you need to do. But is Chris Barrett doing enough of it is the big question. I guess with not long to go, they better hope that this strategy is going to work here, Ryan, because closing 5 seconds or whatever it is right now is not going to be easy on pure pace, you would imagine, in the late stage of this race.
Absolutely not, and I think trying to close that gap down, if you can't close it down in pace, you've probably got to try and think of other ways to use to close it down, with like pit strategy, for example. But this battle for third place between Maniti Racing and I can't see the other cars behind them because of the darkness. It's Maniti Racing and Alpine Geodesic Racing with Fiercely Forward not too far behind as well, involved in this battle for second and third, and it looks like a move's been done. It looks like Maniti Racing's took the position.
Although the cutback maybe from 5-star could work. Oh no, it's not going to for Yellow Vultures, unfortunately. So he's going to stick behind just for now on the Maniti Racing car, and they're going to follow each other 1 and 2 through 2 and 3 through turn 9, because Impulse Racing are leading by a fair distance at this stage in the race. Maniti have made their way through on Geodesic. I'm not quite sure why they're so far back at this point, because Maniti were behind Geodesic before. They've clearly made their way through, as Maximilian Fritz is applying the pressure to Apex Tech Racing. That is not what that car of Chris Barrett needs at all. But Satellite Racing not too far up in front either for these guys, Lorenzo. It's a very tense situation on the back end of the podium now.
It's a tense situation because right now what's happening is that Satellite just getting traffic in the wrong spot, which is the Sim Republic Porsche. Now it's going to help him a little bit because I think Apex Tech and 5-star are going to get him right on the Europe car, and that's a little bit of a time loss. Let's say 2-3 of a time loss, and kind of resets them in a 1.5 seconds. Now the problem for Chris Barrett is one thing, is fuel saving. You don't have a car to fuel save or be within the draft for fuel saving anymore. You're gonna have to rely on clutching. He's only doing kind of like clutching on the entry, which isn't saving chunks of fuel. You're saving a small amount of fuel that I think over the stint doesn't accrue into a full lap at all. So right now, the guy in the better spot would be Maximilian Fritz, right behind him.
Yeah, absolutely. And Fritz is a very good driver as well, by the way. So you wouldn't want him behind you, really, if you're trying to save fuel, or under any circumstances, I'd imagine. But yeah, it's all coming into a bit of a fuel race over the next 10 laps, particularly for LMP2. If you pit and you're a GT car, then you can make it to the end right now. But it's just a case in GT of, in both categories, how long is your final pit stop going to be, as opposed to, is there going to be one, and can you make it on fuel? Everybody can make it, but how long is your pit stop going to be is the question. And in both GTE and GT3, in the Pro category at least, it's between Geodesic and Maniti. Whichever car finishes in front of the other is going to be crowned champion. We'll keep our eyes on that. We'll also keep our eyes on this battle here. Pure Sims would much rather be in the lead right now. It would put that extra little car between themselves and Apex Tech Racing at this point, Brian, which would be very helpful indeed. But Impulse are going to want to win, do everything they can at the very least to try and win this championship, even though they need things to go their way.
Yeah, they do, and at the moment things are not going their way. At the moment, I mean, they're still doing well in fourth, but it's not where they want to be to take this. If they want to take the championship, they've pretty much got to. I hate to say it, they've pretty much got to try and outsmart Pure Sims, if you like, at the moment. But I think on pace, Pure Sims it's just got that edge.
Yeah, it looks like it for now, but a fair amount of time to go in this race, just under an hour probably in terms of time, maybe a little bit less than that, but tense moments for everybody in this full season. And I have to say, Lorenzo, we've had a bit of a change either in the Endurance Series, the fact that it's kind of split up into two these days rather than one big championship. It almost guarantees a championship finale, and I have to say that a shorter season does guarantee almost an interesting championship finale. We've certainly had that here, so I've got to say I am a fan of the shorter season.
I do like the format as well. It makes the racing more exciting, and the commitment of all the teams to try to make it the biggest championship possible they can actually snatch each and every race is being consistent. It's going to be an interesting one, and I do see Chris Barrett spinning around on the Europe car. So Apex Tech Racing around.
Apex Tech Racing, the championship leaders, who are chasing down some of these guys to try and get back towards the front. It looks like they might have damage as well. Chris Barrett trying to beat Impulse and Pure Sims to get this championship. Let's see how it happened. This is a huge moment in this race. They were battling with Satellite Racing and also Maximilian Fritz of 5-Star Motorsport as well through the penultimate corner. There's a GT up in front here that could well play a role down the inside. Oh, Vector by RSR. Didn't really see them coming. And Chris Barrett goes off into the gravel. Hard to know whose fault that was, really, Ryan. Should Vector have turned in there? Was Chris Barrett too late going in there at the penultimate corner? It's hard to tell.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We're just about to take a look at the replay from above, and it looks like if I was in charge of race control and I watched that, I would probably say that was just Chris Barrett's fault.
Quite possibly.
I mean, the GT car was still in front heading into the corner, so it's a tough one, but I think it might just not be anyone's fault. It's just a racing deal.
Yeah, it is. Goodness me. Well, all of a sudden it becomes between these two, Pure Sims and Impulse, and at the moment the gap between them is 28 points in the championship. You only gain 27 if you win and the other car comes fourth, so they do need Nathan Amor to drop to 5th place to Impulse Racing if they want to win this championship. The odds are very much stacked against them, and all of a sudden it's falling into place for the car that started the day in 2nd position. Of course, all started on lap 1 when Apex Tech Racing, the championship leaders, got involved in an incident, and they've been trying to recover from that all race, but they have not been able to. And Pure Sims now very much looking like they could win a championship here, as long as they make it well, I mean, even with the splash and dash of a couple of laps here at this point, Ryan, it would look slightly comfortable for them, because they're still doing about 15 seconds in front of Chris Barrett at this point, maybe more.
Yeah, pretty much so. At the moment, Pure Sims is in the box seat for this championship, but still we've got 33 laps left in this race, so it's not over by any means, but the Apex Tech Racing and Chris Barrett have just made that task of trying to take the championship that much more harder.
Yeah, they have. So 33 laps to go. Sorry, 32 as we just cross onto it now. In about 5 laps time, we're going to know where we stand with this, because while these guys did come in with 54 to go, Lorenzo, they've had a bit of safety car, 2 laps of safety car to save a bit of fuel here. So, what lap are we expecting them in? What's the target for them? I mean, 25 would be ideal. If they're coming with 25 to go, that would be ideal, but I guess there'll be no panic for them if they have to come in on lap with 26 to go, surely.
27 panic, 26, 25 very good.
Yes. But how likely is it that they can do 29 laps? That would be effectively 29 laps despite the safety car laps.
Yeah, all right. 29 laps. That would be 4 pace car laps plus 25 on the green fuel. That's what you mean?
No, two safety car laps and.
Okay, 2 safety car laps and plus 2 on the 27 for green flag laps. Unlikely.
Well, we're about to find out, I suppose.
Although I've been proven wrong so many times, and one thing that I've learned at RaceSpot since 2018, never, and I'm Jonah Kikapati, and I love to say it, never trust the commentators' mathematics.
No. That's words to live by, those. Impulse Racing just slowed up ever so slightly by GT3 through the final corner, so under a slight bit of pressure into turn 1, but Pure Sims are going to stay behind for now, Ryan, and I suspect they will continue to do so, not only to save fuel, but because they don't really need to overtake Impulse Racing. Going side by side for the race win like this would put a lot more danger into this situation than there needs to be.
A lot more danger and a lot more risk as well, and I think just watching the body language of the Pure Sims car, of being currently driven by Nathan Wheeler, I think he's just more than happy to sit behind. He doesn't look ragged or over eager to get by at the moment. He's just more than happy to sit behind in P2.
Yeah, it's. I would certainly be sat there and just waiting at this point, because there is no need for him to go through at this stage. 31 laps to go. We're waiting for the crucial moment, really. Battles in the GT category is just starting to slow up ever so slightly, really, with Maniti Racing currently about 5 seconds behind Geodesic in GTE. Lorenzo?
Ruben Bonga got a drive through.
Ah. Which incident was that for?
P2, yeah, that's the P2 in GTE getting a drive through. Incident 48, which I'm going to bring in right now. Just give me a second. Incident 48 between the Maniti Racing team and the 225. I'm just trying to grab the 225 around here. That's the Quasar Sim Racing Hydra. The 178 is following the 225 into turn 10. The 178 signals to the 25 their intent to overtake them from a position that does not seem to be in a reasonable distance to be signaling. The 225 leads pace all the way to the limit of the track, and the 178 loses control of their vehicle in the turn entry and pushes the 225 off the track.
Well, to be honest, I am glad that wasn't due to an incident with Geodesic that they've managed to get the drive-through for, because I thought that would have been very harsh, but it's clearly for an incident that we haven't seen, and so we can't really make judgment on it, but race control have decided either way, and the drive-through is going to have to be taken, and you'd have to say that really puts Geodesic in a very strong situation here. Lorenzo to take a championship as there's a BMW recovery there after a spin.
That's the Archer brothers.
Yes, championship leaders in GT3 Pro-Am, and they'll be very glad they've got a big championship lead coming into today, because they've not had the greatest race, but they get back going again now. Let's have a look, see what happened coming towards turn 7 and 8. Dylan Archer, who's driving, and we'll get a view on board here with what happened. Nobody looks to be around them at this stage though, Ryan. It looks like it might well be a complete incident on their own as they kind of changed direction through the tricky turn 7 and 8.
Yeah, it looks like they lost it in their own, and the set all looks fine at the moment, and I think it might be, did they cut the outside curb in the exit? Yes, they did.
Wait, this is big. A BMW falling short in a sausage curb?
Yeah.
It's the first. Oh my god, I'm in shock right now.
Yeah, you don't often see that. But there we are, little Archer getting it a little bit wrong there, very briefly. But the battle for the lead continues. Nathan Amor gets onto the back of Impulse Racing to try and get through with 29 laps of this 219 lap race still to go. Team RSO pitting now. That is too far for them to go, no question about that. They're going to be making a splash and dash towards the end of this race, but are these guys going to be doing that? That is the big question at this stage. 24 seconds back to Apex Tech Racing, so they do have some advantage to play with, does Nathan Amor, but the fact that he's getting slipstream right now, Lorenzo, and he's going to be able to save fuel in that situation is going to be very, very helpful.
Yeah, because we're on 29 laps remaining, and then will be 28 to go. A little bit of a pinched in for Nathan Moore on the uphill climb off of turn number 12. Now they're going to go down into Europe car of turn number 13. Yeah, and saving that fuel is going to be important for them, because I think right now it's one of the biggest laps in the race, because we have to follow. If this is a lap they're going to come to the pit lane, or if 27 or 26, they would be okay for pit lane.
Maniti Racing are into the pits for GTE, but that's going to be absolutely fine for them. It does mean that Geodesic should go through on them. Sorry, Geodesic have already pitted, haven't they? So, I believe so. We might have missed that. But, yes. Maniti in for GTE. We'll see where they come out in relation to each other, because Maniti are going to have a slightly shorter pit stop with Ruben Bonga there. So might be able to close some of the 5-second margin that was between them. But we'll wait and see. 5th place at the moment for Geodesic. But where are Maniti going to be in relation to them is the big question. We'll find out in a few moments' time while we go on board with the provisional championship leaders. And if the race were to end right now, they would be championship leaders anyway. Through turn 9, making their way past a little bit more GT-free traffic. Now, where have Maniti come out in GTE? Looks like in front of Geodesic, unless they've not finished yet. But that would be a strange one, unless Geodesic have taken tyres where Maniti haven't, but we'll get confirmation on that soon. 27 laps to go when they complete this one. Is anybody coming in? Impulse are coming in. Nathan Amor carries on, so 26 laps towards the end is going to be their final stint here, Ryan. That's going to be comfortable for Pure Sims, so certainly a lot more comfortable than Impulse are going to have this final stint.
Absolutely, Impulse is pretty much in the box seat with regards to fuel and making it to the end. Impulse, whatever, or however, I think I would be worried if I was in their shoes, but Timo Hayden, I think Mike was probably sitting in the background there writing up some fuel numbers and calculations as we speak, maybe trying to think of a way to make it to the finish and not have to worry.
Yeah, I think just more lifting off needed for those guys. But Nathan Amor in a very good situation here. Apex Tech Satellite weren't able to go that far either. 5-Star Motorsport neither, so some of these guys, Lorenzo, are going to be very, very close.
Yeah, very, very close, and like I said, making it to 28, going to 27 would be something to look at, and I would say hardly difficult. You can do that, but you have to minimize the time loss. Now the question is, go from 27 to 26, can Pure Sims make it to the end on a fuel tank? Because while it is doable, I just want to grab the track conditions, and it does change a little bit in terms of fuel temperature. Right now it's 18 degrees ambient and 19 degrees on track. We started at 24. That decrease kind of decreases or makes your lap faster by half a second average, all right? But it's still within cold weather, and I mean average on the whole stint. As we see also Joshua Chin from the private label team, as long as he doesn't bottle hit this pit lane, He's okay. But it's gonna be an interesting. Yeah, I had my voice in the conscience says something, but I had to say it. But it's gonna be an interesting one to break down this one, because here's the thing. If they can make it in one fuel with the fuel consumption being normally high because you're being faster per lap, they're going to be making with little to none left in the tank by the time they cross the finish line. So if it is 0.3, 0.2 nearby the finish line and the gap is that minimal, I would like to see there's rhythms of photo finish right here. But then again, I've been proven wrong.
Pure Sims get out in front of Lee Morris and Impulse Racing somehow there. Must have been a very poor outlap for Lee Morris, because he was surely going to be getting out in front here, but he hasn't been able to. Nathan Amor takes the lead of this race. Satellite Racing are now third in this one as well, having made their final pit stop of the race, we presume. There they are. Who is that behind them? Is that 5-Star Motorsport? It is. Apex Tech Racing are still at the distance they were before. There's Maximilian Fritz. Oh, they're not quite behind them, but they nearly are. There's Chris Barrett with over 10 seconds to the car behind, just praying for a Pure Sims Esports slip-up, and that's all they can do at this point, Ryan. The number 16 team in a very strong position. They haven't been all day. They've been up towards the front all day, to be honest, with Daniel Kraft. Not Nathan Amor anymore. It's Daniel Kraft driving now. They've been in a strong position all day, and yeah, they need a slip-up really, do Apex Tech at this point to be able to win this one.
They do, and at the moment Daniel Kraft not wasting any time through the traffic, but is right on board with Lee Morris. He's not wasting any time either. He's absolutely wringing the neck out of his car trying to keep up with Kraft, and both of these guys, from what I remember earlier on in the race when they were on track together, they were both pretty much equal match for pace.
Yeah, absolutely. They have been all day. Yeah, it's been a very good race between these two. As through. Go on.
I have to thank Kiko Mercala from that is from Team Cover. Usually does photos also for IVRA Media. Fiercely Forward had a connectivity issue. Michael Genie was in the car and he dropped, and they were in top 5.
Oh right. Which category was that? Sorry.
The Fiercely Forward GT team.
Oh, okay. You mean GT3 or E? GT3. Okay, yeah, oh wow, okay.
Yeah, that's number 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, it's, oh, there they are. That's a real shame for them. Yeah, they were looking in a good place, I'm afraid. And it could have stolen the championship as well if things went their way, but either way, a good result unfortunately is going to go to waste, or a good performance is going to go to waste for them, I'm afraid. So yeah, another GT3, looks like we might well lose them as well. We have started to see a little bit of attrition towards the end, Lorenzo. I know we were speaking about half distance, about the fact that we've only lost 2 cars, but it seems we've lost a few more in the last few laps. In the last half of this race, it's been getting a little bit more attritional.
Yeah. But it was expected to be a little bit more of a attrition race at the second half, going to the last third of the race, you know, because the fuel strategy kind of like evened out, and you're fighting within the strategies of making the fuel saving be effective towards the end and trying to clear yourself a gap. So
Pure Sims have had a problem. Pure Sims have definitely had a problem somewhere, because they're dropping time massively. Hand over fist, and they drop behind Satellite. They get going again. Daniel Kraft through turn 3, the provisional championship leader, having problems through turn 3. What has gone on here? This is him coming through the final few corners. Unless I've misidentified where he's gone off. We're going to be waiting a few moments to find out what happened. But yeah, goodness me, it looks like there's been a few problems with Daniel Kraft here. He was leading the race and the championship, but all of a sudden it's taken a bit of a turn. He pulls to the inside here. For some reason, he's not really in a battle with Impulse Racing at this point. He's got a couple of seconds over them at this stage. He gets onto the back of one of the Pro-Am GT3s outside line of Sim Republic in the Porsche, and gets hit by the Porsche. Does he make contact with the barriers as well? Oh, he does! Oh, that could be big in this championship. Pure Sims with a lot of contact on the barriers. Let's see what happened here from off-board Ryan, but this does not look good for them.
Yeah, just looking to see what happened. It goes around outside of the GT car, and I think the GT car might have been a racing incident, but I think the GT car might have just drifted ever so slightly. But that long right-hander in a GT car is so difficult to try and keep tight because they don't have as much down. They still have downforce, but not as much as these LMP2 cars.
So Impulse Racing now lead. Daniel Craft is now 4th. He's dropped another place. Satellite Racing are now into 3rd. Who's got into... 5-Star Motorsport got into 3rd, excuse me. Here's Joshua Chin. Now this is the fight for the championship. If Joshua Chin gets through, Impulse Racing are going to lead it all of a sudden. But can they make it on fuel? We think probably not. Or maybe it's going to be close for them, Lorenzo. This all of a sudden, one moment in traffic, has turned it on its head. In my opinion, I think Daniel Craft was just squeezing the Porsche too much, forgetting the GT cars can't hold it as close to the right-hand side as the prototypes with more downforce can. He's made contact with the Porsche, he's made contact with the barriers, and all of a sudden, Joshua Chin has a lot of power in this race.
Oh, never give... I see you juggling. Chin is a really good driver, but don't give Chin too much power. It's going to be an interesting one. And 3, 4, 5 are all relatively within the 1 second of each other. So it's going to be an interesting battle to take a look at. Oh, Chin threading the needle, but there's a gaps. And he clears himself away from the, I think that was the Fiercely Forward GT that came back on track with Michael Janney in it. But that does help your case, Joshua. So if you want to get closer, it needs to be now. Otherwise, it just makes your life all more difficult.
It does indeed. He's going to have to go down the inside of a BMW into turn 1. Maximilian Fritz is just in front of Daniel Craft as well. I believe it's still him in the 5-Star Motorsport car that is in 3rd position. But as things stand, if the race were to end now, Pure Sims would hang on to the championship by 1 singular point. 1 singular point. Daniel Craft would be able to hold on. This is the battle for the podium. 5-Star Motorsport are not going to want to give this one up very easily. 13 seconds back from this battle is the Apex Tech Racing team, which really needs to get up here if they want to have a chance at this one. But if Pure Sims are damaged badly, then they could easily lose a second a lap. Although it doesn't look like the damage is too bad, Ryan. I'm a little bit surprised because the contact with the barriers and the Porsche wasn't insignificant. However, they might have got away without major damage.
Yeah, he managed to get away with that, and actually, come to think of it as well, he's actually faster than the leader of the previous lap.
Just me.
So yeah, it's all kicking off with about 22 laps to go. But 8/10 of a second as well it was, so he's absolutely wringing the neck.
He is going into the final corner there, and the Porsche just getting in the way ever so slightly. Not on purpose, you understand, but just running its race. 21 laps to go. Craft is looking at the top 3 right now. 10 seconds up to Impulse Racing. All they need to do is win this race, and that is all they can do at this stage. If Daniel Craft finishes in the top 4, then he and Pure Sims Esports will be winning this championship by just 1 point for the finish at the moment. But if they're outside of it, then it's going to be Impulse's day, by the looks of things. I think that it's the same situation in terms of overtaking Apex Tech. They were 33 points behind coming into the day, and if it was a top 4 for Apex Tech, then they would be able to hold on, but at the moment they're quite a long way away from that. So different situations all unfolding all at once here, and this last 20 laps is going to feel like it's going to be going on forever for Pure Sims here at the moment. So yeah, it's very, very tense for everybody at Pure Sims.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think if you're in charge of, well, basically if you're one of the Pure Sims drivers or one of the Pure Sims drivers that's not driving at the moment, I think you pretty much just got to tell your driver, in this case, Daniel Craft, just to not to worry, just to keep his focus and just keep doing what he's doing, because that's pretty much at this moment in time in the race, that's all you can do. We've got just about 20 laps remaining in this race.
Getting very close now. 5-star Motorsport car on the defensive, trying to hold on to this podium. Daniel Kraft goes on the outside line. He wants to get away from this danger that he's found himself in. He's on the outside line. That's a big squeeze. He threads the needle. He's on the inside into turn 2. Can't make it work. He's on the outside of 3. And the last time he did that, he ended up in the wall. So he backs out and tries to go for the cutback for the run into 4. It's not working, and it's allowing the other car in this fight, the private label car, into this one. Joshua Chin is now lurking here, Lorenzo.
It's lurking, but then again, they have to think about fuel saving a little bit. They cannot be wholly aggressive and make that overtake. So for now, it's going to be an interesting battle with marking the other driver out and see who gets away on top.
Yeah, absolutely. The Apex Tech Race team still 13 seconds back and really need something to go wrong if it's to be their day. As they go down towards turn 10 again. Daniel Kraft is in such a difficult situation here, right? Not only because he has to attack and defend at the same time, which is hard anyway, but what would you do? What do you do? Do you risk getting into 3rd place to try and get through it? It could result in an accident, but then you could have 2 cars between yourself and losing the championship, or do you stay where you are and risk being under attack for the rest of the race for 4th place? It's a very delicate situation.
Yeah, it's a tough situation to be in, and I think if I was pure Sims, I would be thinking of the bigger picture. Yeah, you want to try and gain some positions back, but you've got to think of the championship. If I was in their shoes, I would think in the championship. Yeah, you're going to lose positions possibly, but they're in the perfect position at the moment to take that championship. They're in front of Apex Tech Racing, so I don't see why they would want to take a risk.
Yeah, it's well, they've been given a couple of car lengths right now, so they might just stay there. And of course, Lorenzo, they've got to think about the fuel. The 26 laps, they've got to get there. It's not as difficult of a situation as Impulse are in, but it will still be on their mind.
Yeah, and I was just quickly looking through Joshua Chin, not over here, but he's lifting up the gas ever so slightly, so he's not being aggressive into the turn-in, probably as the other drivers are. As you can see, Daniel Kraft is trying to follow through the best way he can. So, again, it is that fuel battle that the drivers are trying to mark each other out, and so far, if we're talking about fuel, Daniel Kraft and Chin have the advantage in comparison to Fritz by 1 lap, and you know, that 1 lap might make the difference towards the end of the day. But we're running slightly out of time, 19 to go, but basically you have nearly a full set, 2/3 of a stint still left to go.
We've got one battle in the GTE as well for 5th position. The championship not over there yet either, with Maniti Racing getting up to 4th. They're 17 seconds behind where they need to be though, so it's proving difficult for them because they're just up in front here. They just got through on Element Sim Racing, and now they're looking to hold on here, but I have to say Ruben Bonga has not had the best stint here, right? He's going to be very frustrated with how the battle with Geodesic ended up going here, I think. And this is just rubbing salt into the wound, really, at this point. A little bit of a moment there. Element Sim Racing losing out to RSR.
Yeah, Element Sim Racing just locked up ever so slightly and they lost the position there to the RSR. But yeah, Maniti, I think, will be frustrated by that incident earlier because they knew they were quicker, but trying to go on the outside of the Tier 1 always presents a risk, and unfortunately they found out about that risk the hard way.
Well, yeah. In this battle for 4th position. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure I was reading the timing wrong when I said that Maniti had come out in front of Geodesic somehow earlier on, because that clearly didn't happen. And Geodesic are indeed in the position that they need to be, 2nd position, or just in front of Maniti will do, really, as Dominic Borg is trying to make his way through on the 5-star Motorsport Lamborghini. This is a GT3 battle for the final spot on the podium. He's turned his headlights off there for some reason. But, either way, through goes one of the GTEs, not into the final corner, stakes behind for now. Decides to make the move on the exit of the corner, which is probably the smarter thing to do. And the GSR car just running wide through the final corner there, so not going to get the run into turn 1 here, Lorenzo. But the battles in the GT categories, now that everybody's made their final pit stop, starting to pick up again.
It picked up again, but this is the only real battle that we have around the track between drivers, and I think the thing that favors Isaacson right here for the 5-star is the fact that he went for the full stint. So for the full service, by grabbing that tire, or in comparison to everybody else, he would have on paper better grip than everybody else in the track. Can he get closer to Impulse Racing? I don't think so, but it would retain P3 for them at this moment.
It would indeed, as we go back to P3 and LMP2. Now for the lead is also closing up here with Impulse and Satellite 5.5 seconds apart, but that's not quite a battle just yet. It may well turn into one a little bit later on. Daniel Kraft still in the position that he needs to be to clinch this championship by just 1 point as things stand. He lost 5 to the Impulse Racing car and in the halfway stage points. This race could have been so different if he'd have taken that particular victory, but he wasn't quite able to. And yeah, he's had to stick behind, bide his time and wait for the moment. And now he's just in exactly the position that he needs to be, 4th place for the moment, and putting GTs between himself and Joshua Chin, exactly what he needs to do, Ryan. But every single piece of traffic is going to be nerve-wracking for him at this stage, as some of the GTEs he's getting through, battling, as you can see here. Kai Astri trying to get through on Beniti, and this is a good run into 4.
Yeah, he's got a perfect run. He's got a great run. Can he try and get it up the inside? He's always going for it. I thought he was going for it, but yeah, can't make him move because it.
Yes, Joshua Chin around the outside there, yeah. Good driving from him. Beniti still on the inside line, getting through. Oh, goodness. Making an accidental dive on one of the GT3 cars and accidentally pushing them out wide as well. That was, oh, dearie me. That was nearly into the side of one of the LMP2s there as well. That could have been a lot worse for everybody there, Lorenzo.
Absolutely. That was a Sim Republic car being thrown off the track and actually made contact with the Element Sim Racing water car, as there's a little bit of damage on the front end of that Porsche 911 RSR from the Element Sim Racing team. But the battle is still going on between Bonga and Kayaski right here. Really good one.
Yeah, absolutely. Bonga's been displaced, I'm afraid, so up goes RSR into the top 5. Or further into the top 5, I should say. That's 4th place for them now. And Medici Racing now 5th and struggling, I'm afraid, but they are looking like race winners, possibly championship winners in the GT3 category. However, Lorenzo, I'm not entirely sure if they can make it to the end of the race. 15 laps to go. I'm not sure when their last pit stop was for Medici, so we'll have to check that. But either way, they've got a huge lead right now.
Yeah, it looks like they're going longer than everybody else. Well, from what I'm looking, average right here, pit stops are right around 26 seconds. I really want to look at Archer Brothers, which is pitting right now, because I do think Tim is due to come into this lap, or maybe the next one. Yeah, I knew it. He's coming into this lap, so I need to look at where Dylan is coming out into full pit stop. He's doing a full pit stop, and how much from start to finish it will be. Because right now it's 48 seconds. If it is 48, I like those numbers.
Yeah, Medici Racing currently a lap in front of Geodesic Racing in GT3, which is exactly where they need to be to clinch the championship here in this one. The battle for second is all of a sudden closing up as Satellite Racing are getting caught here by everybody. First of all, 5-Star Motorsport, then Daniel Kraft as well. Joshua Chin, who's dropped a couple of seconds behind now, so things getting more comfortable with Kraft as Medici do indeed come in now with 15 laps to go for the LMP2s. Paul Darling, though, Ryan, is being caught a little bit here. Not entirely sure why. He might have made a small mistake somewhere, but it's all starting to close up for second.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it might have just been a case of being held up by traffic, but I think 5-Star Motorsport and Pure Sim Esports and Private. Oh, is there a GT car that spun into?
Oh, one of the BMWs.
Is that the Archer Brothers?
It looks like it, doesn't it?
Oh,
Getting going again. Oh dear. Trying to. Oh, it's Rusty Spatter, excuse me. Both of those cars are very similar, I will agree. But how did this happen? Coming out of the pit lane and cold tyres, I presume, Lorenzo, getting things a bit wrong.
Cold tires and spinning the car around. And the one thing you really don't want to do is go across the track like that.
Well, I think they got away with it. I think
they got away with it, but it isn't the best option.
Oh dear, we got very close actually with the Lamborghini. I think this is Impulse Racing, who we're side by side with now. Although it's difficult to see. Oh, there's nearly contact as well. Let's see, Impulse Racing, looks like it, hard to see, but Impulse Racing, it was indeed getting through there. Now, are they leading GT3 or not, is my question, because Maniti Racing have just been in. Maniti is still leading after their pit stop. Tim Matskett doing a fantastic job in that Porsche, as he does in the IVRA GT Sprint Series, which is on next weekend, by the way, Belle Isle. Make sure you tune in, RaceSpotTV. Cheeky plug. But yeah, Tim Matskett will be there, and he's currently leading the race here ahead of Impulse Racing, nearly 10 seconds, and with 13 laps to go. Ryan, that is a comfortable margin. They'll just be taking it to the flag from this point.
Yeah, they've got a big enough gap that they don't need to worry about being put under pressure. They can just do their thing and get to the finish. And at the moment, they've been doing a great job. And Maniti, one of those teams that have been around on iRacing for quite a while now, and they've got sort of decent drivers and quick drivers as well. But riding on board with Daniel Craft at the moment, still in 4th position, trying to close that gap down to the 5-star motorsport car in front of him.
This traffic is going to help him out a great deal. Oh, very nearly didn't, actually, with Huizenveld getting out of the way unexpectedly to the 5-star motorsport driver. But look at the gaggle of traffic up in front. That's what Satellite Racing is stuck in at the moment. And so they're getting caught here quite dramatically in what is now going to be a battle for 2nd position. All down the inside for 5-star motorsport on Geodesic GT3. Getting through and getting past another one of the Porsches as well. Another GTE getting well out of the way, and now all of a sudden, Lorenzo, this becomes a battle for 2nd position. Satellite Racing falling back, and I think it's because they're saving fuel, actually, if I were to take a guess at anything.
Yeah, but the one thing you really don't want to be is Maximilian Fritz. This is big. Incident 52, 10-second stop and go.
Oh dear, Fritz is in, Daniel Craft goes through into 3rd position, and all of a sudden that's not what Impulse Racing wanted whatsoever, because Pure Sims are all of a sudden in a much more comfortable situation than they were about 10 minutes ago. Daniel Craft has just got to keep it on the road to take it to the end. Do we know which particular incident that was that was for, Lorenzo? Did we even see it? I don't even know.
We didn't see it, I think, in full, because what happened, that was on the restart. When I said Delta Sport had gone off the track, we said several cars off the track. I think the guy who started everything was Maximilian Fritz, because he was following Christopher Jobigno into turn number 1. The 55 moves into the left to make a gap between the 199 car of the RSL by G Performance and the Delta Sport, but clips the Delta Sport and hits him in the left rear.
Right, yeah. So, Joshua Chin, having negotiated or got a bit of a better run through the traffic than we saw last time around for Daniel Craft this time around, able to close in a little bit. Apex Tech Racing are in 5th position, losing 34 points to Impulse Racing, so they would actually end up 1 point behind Impulse. And at this stage, Pure Sims are 9 points in front of Impulse. So the top 3 in the championship round will be separated by 10 points after these 3 rounds. A truly remarkable season. A short season, but a really good championship finale here in LMP2. Drama right from the start.
Absolutely. It's, 10 points when you think about it. It's not really that much. It's pretty much a short piece of string, if you like. I know it's a player comparison, but yeah, 10 points is really nothing in a championship.
No, absolutely. Very, very close indeed. A shame to see that, well, Spain Satellite Racing finishing 2nd here is going to do them some favours, and so they may well be lurking in terms of making that stat even more fantastic, but I don't think so, given they were 55 points off of Apex Tech to start off the final half of this race. They had a big mountain to climb. I'm afraid things have not gone their way, particularly in this one. But Joshua Chin is going to want a podium here, Lorenzo. I know it won't matter too much in terms of the championship. Daniel Craft can afford to lose this place, but he'd rather not, I suppose, and Chin would rather not finish 4th as well, so we may well see a fight in the final 10 laps.
And I think I'm going to be even more... I want to be more bold. I think this is the battle for Nat P2. P1, sorry. I think this is the Nat battle for P1.
Wow, you don't think Impulse or Satellite are making it?
Adam, Crane, and Ryan would beat on my head on this score if this doesn't happen, and it would be fully deserved, but I don't think they can.
Wow.
I was going to say, no, I won't do anything to you, Lorenzo, because you're just, you're a nice man.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. So there won't be any
Moving on.
commentary box fighting after this broadcast, which I'm glad about. But there we are. Satellite are going to be second as things stand. We're going to know in about 10 lap time, 15 minutes time, whether they can make it to the end of this race or not. We know that Joshua Chin and Daniel Craft likely can as well in this one. Did they pit on the same lap or not here? Yes, they did. So they're in the same situation. So if one can't, then they both can't. Well, if these two can't, then everybody can't pretty much. That's the deal there. But it's looking pretty safe at the moment. And I guess with such a big gap back to apex tech for Daniel Craft particularly, you can save a bit of fuel. Impulse Racing, I would argue, Lorenzo, though, are in a slightly better situation than the Satellite in terms of lap times. They can afford to lose a little bit more if they're fuel saving here.
If they're fuel saving, they can basically, I think, lose 7 or 6 or 5. I would say 5 or 6 tenths per lap. They would kind of be safe, but that I think it would be necessary for them to be safe towards the end if they can make it into the extra lap. But again, it's so tricky here, man. It's I haven't seen a driver do 27 laps on a stint since the start of this race. The best we've seen was 26 laps. So, and I said, this is a high burn consumption track, high burn tracks for fuel. So,
and you also said it was getting worse due to the track conditions, that
yeah,
it's going to get worse. So, odds not stacked in their favour. Those are the track conditions we mentioned. 18 Celsius ambient and 19 down on the track at the moment. So it's all changing as the darkness has come overhead on not only this race but this season as well. Quick, short and sweet 3-round season of the Nürburgring, Red Bull Ring and Barcelona. There is going to be a winter season as well, by the way. I think there's a championship for both, kind of an overall championship. And yeah, there are certainly 3 more races in the new year as well. We're going to be going to Watkins Glen. That's going to be one of the rounds. Road Atlanta and Interlagos as well. So we've got the 2 American rounds bookending the season with a bit of Brazilian in the middle, bit of a Brazilian sandwich next year, which to Lorenzo's liking, I would imagine. But there we are. Joshua Chin making his way down the inside of Impulse Racing into the final corner. Over the last few laps, Ryan, that gap has been opening up, and Pure Sims Esports look like they've just been opening the taps ever so slightly in the last couple of laps. 1.8 seconds now between the two.
Yeah, pretty much. That gap's getting pretty small and pretty tight.
Breaking. This changes everything, people. The lead LMD overall race leader has a drive-through penalty.
Oh, dearie me. So all of a sudden, it does all change. Because Lee Morris is going to have to take his medicine, I'm afraid, and lose a lot of time. So Satellite Racing are all of a sudden going to be leading this race. Daniel Craft is going to be closing in on Paul Darling here. And it's going to get very tense in the commentary box over the next few laps here, Ryan, because your car all of a sudden is leading this race with Pure Sims potential championship winners bearing down on them.
It's not going to get tense for me because I'm sitting in the commentary box. How do you think?
Well played, my good.
So yeah,
well played.
So yeah, thanks for trying to put me in the line of fire, Ewan, but you failed.
Yeah, I guess the fuel question is still hanging over that car. Lorenzo is still doubtful as to whether that car can make it or not.
So, a little bit of a recap of what happened. The 56 is falling to 234. The 234 is just, grab it over here, is the Fiercely Ford GT team. The 56 attempts an inside with no room, no overlap, causing a collision with the dude 34, therefore getting a drive-through penalty. It's already clear. Apparently, he's going to the pit lane anytime soon.
big moment in GTE here. A championship changing moment. Geodesic Racing were running away with it with Ruben Bonga struggling, but all of a sudden John Rodford is into the pit lane for Geodesic and he's losing time. Beniti Racing have long gone through, and all of a sudden the championship changes in the final 7 laps of this season. We'll try and get a replay and decide what on earth has gone on there, but this is an unscheduled pit stop, Ryan, for sure. We were not expecting to see any GT cars or any car of any description coming down pit lane at this stage in the race. And so one mistake from somebody clearly has cost them a championship by the looks of things.
Yeah, I was about to say that it's not a scheduled pit stop because surely they would have had enough fuel to get to the end, but I think they've been caught up in an incident and they've got more damage than they wanted, and that's pretty much gave them a meatball flag.
Let's see how it happened. This is the lap in which they came into the pit lane, so we may well be waiting a little while to find out what happened here, but we don't actually know where the incident took place, so we've just bear with us. But this has changed the championship completely. Beniti Racing were looking like it was slipping away from them, but all of a sudden the pendulum has swung back into their favour once more. Let's see what happened. Into turn 4, there is a GT3 coming up on them. The Vector by RSR car that was already involved with Apex Tech earlier on, if you remember, in the most recent safety car restart. The LMP2 car, I should add. There's an LMP2 in the rearview camera you can see here into turn 7, although it doesn't dive on. Now there's about, is there going to be an interaction here between the three of them? Going through into turn 9, is this the moment? Side by side through the fastest corner on the circuit. Doesn't seem to have caused, oh, it has caused problems. Oh my word, 3 cars involved, including an LMP2. Who is that? You can't quite tell at the moment. But John Bridgefoot, as it's doing the hoisting rope thing again, we know that the Corvette's still in the race, but we don't want to see them. We'll see what happened there. Now, who drove into who there, Lorenzo, is the big mystery from that onboard.
Friendly fire. Quasar actually hit him. And it's not on Quasar's fault, he was just on his line. So, a normal race incident, unfortunately for all cars right there. You're gonna see T hoisting code getting hit, and now you see Aaron Ackles right there being the car on the outside, just trying to mind his own line, unfortunately getting tagged in it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not been the best race for Quasar, I'm afraid. Let's see, this is how it happened. Vector by RSR, along with Quasar as well. Well, there wasn't a lot of contact there, but it was enough to cause a quite monumental accident there, Ryan. That was a real shame to see for everybody involved.
Yeah, it's just one of those situations that three cars close together, and sometimes it's just unfortunately an incident will happen, and unfortunately it did, and it just looked like one of the cars lost it, and unfortunately it just caused a bit of a chain reaction.
Indeed, the battle for the lead is on. 1.2 seconds between Satellite Racing and Pure Sims Esports. Ryan Walker with us from Satellite Racing claims to not be nervous about it. I'm sure Daniel Kraft is nervous, and Paul Darling definitely is driving in this car at the moment, getting past one of the RSR GTEs. This is Lee Morris, who has taken that penalty. He's in 4th position now for Impulse, and all of a sudden their chances of a championship has slipped away. 5 laps to go, 1 second between the two, then we're going to see a grandstand finish between them, right?
Yeah, and the leader gets held up by a back marker, an LP2, back marker in the LP2, and a GT car as well, and Darling using the slipstream to try and stay ahead, but I think it's just a matter of time before the Pure Sims car gets by. It's just that I can just sense it. Yeah,
absolutely. Less than half a second between these two. Pure Sims versus Satellite is no longer about the championship, really. That's pretty much settled. Pure Sims Esports in a very comfortable situation as long as they keep it on the road throughout this fight. But how badly are they going to want this win here, Lorenzo? They've already got a championship, they've already got, I believe, a race win this season. They won the opener at the Nürburgring. How hard are they going to push Paul Darling here? How much are they going to risk?
Risk 1 or 2 laps, if not saving. Because I think right now the effort on Pure Sim is apply as much pressure you can possibly apply, so Paul Darley has to use more fuel, and the problem is Paul doesn't have anyone to share draft or save fuel with. Well, all right, there is a GT car in Team RSO right in front of him, which is Hasa and the Archer brothers. He's just sorry, not the Archer brother, but the 49 Motorsports he just overtook because the liveries are quite the same. But still, he's in the back foot. He's fully in the back foot.
You've also mentioned to us that there's a report possibly involving this car. Is there any more information on that, or what's going on?
That we saw with Sim Republic going on turn number 3 where Daniel spun around.
So there could be yet more drama. If indeed they're basically racing Apex Tech at this point. If Impulse want to win a championship here, then they do need to win the race, and they're not going to anymore. But Apex Tech 21 seconds behind. Is that a drive-through length or not, is the question. Is that report going to get resolved before the end of the race? I really hope so, Ryan, because we don't want to see it settled afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not the way you want a race settled or a championship settled, but I think if you're Pure Sims, they're sitting second at the moment, in the way that the body language of their car and Daniel Craft, it showed me that they want to try and go for this win now and take the championship in style, but we've still got that report like Lorenzo mentioned, so it's just a case of wait and see.
Into the pit lane for RSO, which was expected, by the way. They were never going to make it, considering the last time they came into the pit lane, so they now finally resolved that, and they're all sorted. So, under a second for the lead now. Satellite Racing, who really need people to start finishing outside of the top 8 for them to win the championship here. Not really looking likely for them to be able to do that, I'm afraid. In with a Pure Sims drive-through. They're not really applying that much pressure at the moment. Daniel Craft with 2 laps to go. If he wants to win this race, needs to start applying a little bit more pressure right now, Lorenzo, because right now this is not going to be enough.
Yeah, this is not enough for Pure Sims to win. And the way this is going, I think both of them are on max fuel saving mode. I don't know how much they're putting that effort on the cockpit, but they're trying to be as smooth as possible and not go over the 4 RPMs, and this look like it. But there is a world I can see. Okay, there is a world I can see where I can totally believe Pure Sims running out of fuel in the end.
Even Pure Sims.
By the way they drove on the exit of their stint, I think, in comparison to
yeah, Chin has been saving a lot of fuel over the last few moments, and that's why he's 6 seconds back all of a sudden, you would imagine. So can everybody make it here? It's a fuel race, and the white flag is about to come out here. 1 lap to go until we have done 1,000 kilometres of this circuit. 219 laps here today. It's been a very big and a very long day, but a very, very exciting one indeed as well. Over 6 hours of racing about to be crossed. We're pretty much at the 6-hour mark in terms of this race now. Only one more time around for Satellite Racing and for Pure Sims Esports. They're fuel saving to the absolute maximum to try and make it to the end right now. Pure Sims have a question mark hanging over their heads with a report. An LMP car offered offered 1 and 2 as well. Lorenzo, it is all kicking off on this final lap.
Yeah, that was the P&D spun around on between turn 1 and 2. He comes back on track though, safe and soundly. Joshua Chin knows he has to save fuel, so he's basically out of the fight unless something drastic, and I mean drastic, happens. As we're looking into Kraft trying to do his best right here to catch up to Paul Darling, but it's tough, you know. Gap is winding a little bit, but it's coming up and down like a roller coaster, turn by turn.
Oh dear me, there's so much coasting going on at the moment. There's a lot of fuel saving through this final lap. Satellite versus Pure Sims for the win here. Can they at least make it to the flag here? Daniel Craft needs to make sure he at least gets it to the flag. Look at how much lifting there is going on. Craft closes into turn 10. He dives it in far too deep there. He's not got the pace really. Is he out of fuel? Possibly. No, he's not. He's still just got out of camera shot for a couple of moments. There's only 2 corners to go here for Satellite Racing. There's a bit of traffic involved. Daniel Craft could well get the run out of the final corner and maybe steal this one towards the line. through the final turn after nearly 6 hours of racing. They come over the line and Satellite are going to take it. They're out of fuel pretty much. Pure Darling goes over the line. They're out of fuel as they cross the line, but they win in front of Pure Sims Esports and Daniel Kraft, who's going to clinch the championship. They finish 1 and 2 after 27 laps of a stint. Paul Darling has done the impossible. He's saved the fuel there, Ryan, and he's won the race for Satellite.
Yeah, how on earth they made it, and we've just enough fuel to make it to the end across the line is beyond me. But what I bet Paul Darling was feeling pretty tense on that final lap.
Absolutely, will have been feeling very tense indeed. This is a replay, and this is how close it was, Lorenzo. You said all along that they weren't quite going to make it. Well, I guess you were technically right in the end, since they did run out of fuel, but they made it with just enough.
Yeah, you can see right at the end of the turn, third gear, and
Yeah,
it starts to run out of fuel, literally at the line. So, and
yeah, Pure Sims weren't exactly
fuel.
Pure Sims weren't exactly comfortable either, were they? They were running out of fuel towards the end. Nobody. Well, that is true. Here's Daniel Kraft. He was closing in. He really was, and then slows right down. Kraft is, running out there and actually pretty much out in a very similar way. They both run out of fuel as they go over the line. What an end to that race. Nearly 6 hours of racing, and it all comes down to the very end. That was fantastic stuff between the two of them. As that's a big accident for somebody there, but there you are. What a race it was, and in the end, Satellite Racing held on 1.2 seconds in front of Pure Sims Esports. Private label Team Hype were third ahead of Impulse Racing. Apex Tech Racing rounding out the top 5, losing out on their big championship lead, I'm afraid. 5-Star Motorsport Blue finishing 6th ahead of Hellracers Tearshine. Fiercely Forward and Team RSO 8th and 9th ahead of PND Racing, despite their spin on the final lap. Round out the top 10 in the end. Moving down on Delta Sport, Alpine Stars Geodesic, Element Sim Racing, Kazar Sim Racing rounding out those who finished, and Phoenix Racing Esport weren't able to cross the line, I'm afraid. GTE, and it was GSR who won by 12.5 seconds in front of RSO, and then RSR to round out the podium. Ruben Bonga took the championship in the end with a late problem for Alpine Stars Geodesic, who finished in 6th. Element Sim Racing between those two cars in 5th. Phoenix Racing were next ahead of Team Huisingveld, who ruled all day really. Virtual Motorsport and Apex Tech Racing GT didn't make it to the end of their GTE machinery. Moving on down, neither did Samba Racing Team, retired just before half distance. Finally, GT3, and firstly with the pro category, Maniti Racing beat Impulse Racing. Those two, the only teams on the lead lap by the end. GSR were third ahead of 5-Star Motorsport. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing losing out on the championship, I'm afraid. Miguel Vigo taking that car over the line. Maxime Marriott recovering fairly well actually after their late disconnection, with Fiercely Forward. Then Bas Visser of Maniti Racing making it 2 wins in 2 different categories for that particular team. Impulse Racing Pro Car in the 8th. Then second in Pro-Am it was Torque Freak ahead of 49 Motorsport to round out your overall GT3 top 10. Moving on down, we have the Archer Brothers, who are going to be Pro-Am champions. World of Sim Racing, who picked up damage quite heavily, actually, throughout their race. Rusty Spatulers were next ahead of Real Pixel Motorsport. Kazar Sim Racing, 15th overall, ahead of Vector by RSR, involved in many an incident throughout the day. Sim Republic involved in a very important one as well. So Hellracers gluttony involved, didn't make it to the end of the race. Neither did Torque Freak Racing or Pure Sims Esports in the GT3 Pro category. Finally, Team 11, VRS Satellite Racing and Apex VR V2R Pro were not able to make it to the end. So, those are your results from that particular race. Let's try and figure out who we're going to interview first here, because there's quite a lot of teams who are here at the moment. I think, oh goodness, where should we start with these lot? At the moment, we haven't got. I'm going to try and get a race winner up here at least to start us off. So who should we go for first? We're just thinking out loud here for the moment. GSR GTE are here, aren't they? They're a class winner. So if you wouldn't mind, Lorenzo, first of all, we'll go with you. You wouldn't mind talking to the if he is still here. Talking to the
Hi.
GT3. Hello. Talking to Dominic Arndt of the GTE winners there for GSR.
Sure thing. First and foremost, Dominic, welcome and congratulations on that win. That win came with some hurdles to say the least. You guys started in the pole position, really good lap from Ogrodnik, but had some struggles during, I think, the early portion of the race, and you guys had to claw back every single little stint, and then the strategies just played out towards your way at the end of the day, and I believe the team is satisfied by it.
Yeah, that's really true. I mean, we were pretty lucky, to be honest. I had this one incident where I spun in a penultimate corner, hitting the gravel with the left rear, and then hitting the barriers, but we somehow managed to not have any damage there. So pretty lucky. And then we were, I think, about 20 seconds behind or so. And then we were thinking about, okay, we switched the strategy and do a double stint on our tires. And then hoping that we can save a stop. And then the pace card came perfectly. I mean, we made a stop, and then we were, I think, 1.6 seconds ahead of the leader. Always in danger that we were getting lapped, but somehow managed to drive away from the leaders again, and then the pace car came in, and then we got the lap back, so to say. And in the end, it all worked out. Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah, because that's the pit stop. You think you said it perfectly. It's kind of like helped you guys at the end of the day. Well, finally getting that P1, I think you guys probably wanted to from the start of the championship, was really promising. But if you have to put into words, how this first half of the championship was it for you guys?
I mean, the start was quite difficult. The first race wasn't really good. The last race, we were close behind the podium. But now finally to have the first win, that's really good, really satisfying. Although I have to say we had a bit of luck there as well.
Yeah, and then moving forward, before we let you go, Tobias, sorry, not Tobias, but I got Tobias in my head, Dominic. Where do you guys move forward? What track are you guys looking forward to see in the winter part of the season?
I personally really look forward to Watkins Glen because I really like that track. But will be difficult another 3 races in the next half of the season, so to say. But really looking forward to the races and also to the competition, which is really, really strong, to be honest. Was a lot of fun to drive, and I also have to say to all the drivers on track, I mean, probably you don't see that because you can't have the cameras everywhere. But so many cars on track, and the traffic was sometimes really, really horrendous, 3 wide, 4 wide, and of course there were some incidents. But I think the main part of the race was really, really clean, and that's really good from all the drivers.
Right on. And anybody want to give any shout-outs finally?
No, I have to thank my teammate, of course. He was really, really quick. So thanks to Tobias, and also to our team managers who were organizing everything around the event. So thanks to all of them.
Right on. Dominic, again, congratulations on the win, and can't wait what you guys do in the second half of the season.
Thank you very much, guys.
No problem. Back to you, Ewan.
Thanks very much, Lorenzo. Good to hear from the GTE class winners. We're going to bring in the overall winners now of satellite racing, all 3 of them. And I guess there's only one place to start here. We'll ask Paul Darling. And as I said, only one place to start. That is with the end of the race. A very nerve-wracking time for everybody on your team, I would imagine. But talk us through that last lap as you were trying to have enough fuel to get in towards the end. But you also had Pure Sims bearing down on you as well. How was it?
Yeah, that was extremely intense in the cockpit. Adam was giving me the fuel numbers every lap. I was always a little bit under, even heading into the final lap. So we knew it was going to be extremely close with them, and turned out to be a great battle at the end when we both basically ran out of fuel there coming out of the final corner.
It did indeed. How was your final stint generally? Because the people were falling by the wayside all of the time. Penalties were going on all of the time. How aware of everything were you going on? Because to be honest, we can see everything up here in the commentary box, and I was struggling to keep on top of everything. So how was it for you in the car, with people, pitting all of a sudden, just randomly, drive-throughs going on everywhere? How aware were you of the race situation?
Yeah, with Cy and Adam, it's a whole team effort here. So whenever we have people crew chiefing, it's always great keeping the driver aware of what was going on. So I had a pretty good idea of what our strategy was compared to everyone else. But I think it was just slow and steady for us. And when other people had issues, we were able to take advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we'll jump to Adam now, since you're here as well. Adam Crane from Satellite Racing as well. What was it like trying to feed all that information and watching on from a spectator's point of view as well? Must have been very nerve-wracking for you in that last stint, and very busy time for you as well.
Oh, for sure. There's definitely a helplessness associated with just sort of providing field numbers and gaps, and there's a different feeling when you're in the car, because you actually feel like you're doing something. It's very similar to what a spectator has to watching athletes play, how like hockey players just are calm, cool, and collected on the ice because they actually feel like they can impact the game. So it was definitely nerve-wracking for me, but I have all the confidence in the world in Satellite Racing and in Paul, who was in the car, as well as Sai, who was in it a little earlier, to get the job done, and that's absolutely exactly what they were able to do today, pulling off the win.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of, Sandra joins us as well. It came for an interview partway through the race as well. Things have changed quite dramatically since the last time we talked to you. Were you surprised about how the race unfolded after the second safety car? Were you surprised to find yourselves on the top spot of the podium?
It always feels like every time I step away from the computer to get something to drink or get something to eat, something always happens by the time I get back. So maybe I need to step away from the computer more often. But when I jumped out of my rig, we were third comfortably, and we were kind of waiting to see how the race would play out. Everybody was on the same strategy and stuff. I come back, we're in second, the leader has a penalty, and we're tight on fuel. So maybe like Adam did a great job coordinating the whole thing, and Paul did a great job in execution, because frankly, like, I had the easy part of the job, just kind of go fast in the middle of the race. But Paul had to do the fuel management, and Adam had to do the whole strategy. So it's great having teammates, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's worked out very well for you guys today. So thanks very much to all three of you for coming for an interview. Congratulations today, Adam Craig, Paul Darling, and also Syandra as well. Thanks very much for all three of you for joining us. And we'll see you in the new year for the next Endurance Series races. But for now, enjoy your victory and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
There we are. Satellite Racing and the number 64 team winning overall in this particular race. Now we're going to move on to GT3. Firstly with the GT3 Pro category, Tim Matsker, who's just preparing himself now. There we are. He's ready for us. So Ryan, if you wouldn't mind, we'll have a quick chat with the GT3 Pro winners.
Yeah, absolutely. Tim Matsker and Lucas Wunsch taking the win in the class. And Tim, it looked like you guys had a quiet race. You weren't really involved in any incidents from what we could see, but yeah, congratulations on the victory.
Thank you. As you said, we kind of focused on keeping it clean. We had a really good pace from the get-go. We're able to pull a big lead before the first safety car. Then we got a penalty with the pit entrance under the safety car, because we passed the car that stayed out, because the pit entrance is shorter. So it's on our end. Everyone knew about it, and we also knew about it. The driver just misjudged it, and I should have helped him as well. So quite a lot of my fault as well. That put us back. Obviously, we still had a decent strategy. Like everyone else at that point was pretty square in terms of that. And we just had to make our way through the pack again. It was very tricky to pass the Geo car. They tried extremely hard to not let that happen, and I thought there were a few situations where they intentionally tried to cause some contact, but obviously I don't have any proof. So it was very annoying though, that fight. It seemed like They were willing to do anything to keep us at bay. But we got past eventually, and then, well, we had a good lead again, and then another safety car, where we went a different route in terms of strategy to the other cars. We pitted, got fresh tires, and the others didn't. So we had more fuel and fresh tires, but lost track position. So we kind of had to make the way through the traffic again. Yeah, I witnessed the Geo car crash ahead of us with another car. Very hard fighting again, similar situations. And then I kind of stayed where I was, and with the better strategy we had compared to Impulse, we were able to, relatively easily overcut them at the end. And then that was pretty much our race summed up.
Yeah, this season so far, Ray, just looking back, looking at previous results, and so far this season, how do you think the seasons went? Is it going better than expected, or is there any areas that you think you and the team could improve on?
Yeah, there's of course areas we can improve on. But let's come back to the first question. It's not going better or worse than expected. Obviously, we signed up here to win. And we did now win the championship, both with the GTE and the GT3 car, which is very nice, the winter season. Obviously also then leading the championship going into the next 3 rounds. However, with IVRA, you don't have any guarantees. So even though we want to win and we think we have the potential to win, you never know. Strategy with the safety cars, keeping it clean with the traffic, and just executing is always very important. So we made some mistakes this season, driver errors, but also strategy calls that were wrong. I think today we kind of did what we could, except that one mistake we made with the penalty, which is on us, which we need to get better at. Unforced error. So we're happy to still win the championship. But there's certainly areas to improve on. Yes.
Well, congratulations on the class victory again, Tim, and also to Luca as well. Both of you done a great job, and we look forward to seeing you at the next race.
Thank you. Wish you a nice evening.
As that was the class winner, Tim Matska, joining us, and I believe up next we have got the last of the class winners.
We have indeed. BT3 Pro-Am guys are now going to be joining us, and or at least the winners are. Another Maniti Racing team after a very good day for those guys, I think it's fair to say. First of all, we'll talk to Ivo from Maniti Racing. It's been, I have to say, a good day for Maniti, all in all, considering the championship in GTE and GT3 Pro victory, GTE Pro Am victory. Just talk us through a little bit about your race and how you've been tackling this one, because it was certainly a complicated one for everybody, and it was a very difficult one. But just talk us a little bit through your race and what happened.
Well, thanks of all for everyone for being here. And keeping an eye on RaceSpot here. But what can I say? It was nail-biting towards the end. The whole race long, especially I was nail-biting at least. There's not much left. We had so much strong competition in the qualifying with the AM. We didn't know what to expect. And thank God our strategy for today was really on. What made the difference? Keeping the car clean throughout the stints, working the strategy, especially thanks to Marius, who kept calculating and kept going on, made us finally get into P1. And I must say, it feels really good finally to get a little bit of that taste, So I'm ready for the next season.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not too far away. Certainly, Bas Visser also as well joining us right now in the Mercedes on this occasion. Not the most popular of car choices, I have to say. Recently in iRace in GT3, the Mercedes hasn't been particularly the car of choice for many. But how has it been treating you so far this season, and particularly here at Barcelona?
Yeah, it was my favorite car, to be honest. But since the last update of the tire model, it isn't my favorite car anymore. But we stick with the Mercedes, of course. It has some strange oversteer suddenly, especially on the first two laps, and that's just strange. But on a long run, it was really good, really consistent. It's an easy car to drive, though. You only eat up the left front tire, but I think that's on more cars. And what was strange for me during this race is to give up the lead, the track position we had during the last safety car, and have to fight your way back to the front. That was just something strange, but Marius calculated it properly, and it gave us the advance at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Safety car restart's very chaotic indeed. You said Marius Janke, who was in the car at the time. Just talk us through a little bit, as you are in the slowest category. I guess everybody just bombing past you all the time. What is it like being in the car in one of these safety car restarts? Or at least, and I guess the situation is similar at the start of the race as well, just pure chaos, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it was pretty intense at the start. I think it also was pretty draining, to be honest, to have the first stint there. And also the guys who helped me really out with calling which amount of cars would come to us, because there in a lot of times you just by the Delta board you can't keep the overview of what's happening around you. So they really fed the crucial information throughout the stints, and we did this all then in the teamwork together to avoid every possible incident. And you already said, right, we came into the sessions, we only saw 3 teams with incredible pace from their AM drivers, which we're not able, we were from the start not able to match. And so, yeah, we kept close to the other teams, right, as it's key here in the league with the safety cars. Stayed in the lap, and in the end, yeah, us with this great performance, great pace, took it home for us. And yeah, I think in terms of calls, we made the right calls at the right time this race, and it paid off really nicely.
Absolutely, and it was a great drive from all 3 of you. So congratulations, Marius, Bas, and Ivo as well for the victory here today. And most of all, thanks for coming to join us for an interview as well. Congratulations and enjoy your victory tonight.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thanks for covering it.
Yeah, great coverage, and have a nice evening.
Yeah, thanks very much to all 3 of you. Maniti Racing, then, of the GT3 Pro-Am team, which has joined us there. We've spoken to all of the class winners now, so that will be it from us here at RaceSpotTV. It's been a fantastic evening of racing. We have thoroughly enjoyed it. I hope you have at home as well. My name's been Ewan O'Leary. I've been alongside Lorenzo Bonda and Ryan Walker for this final half of the race. Peter Mackay was with us for the first half as well. It's been another great day of IVRA competition, and we hope you join us again for more very soon here, broadcasted live on RaceSpotTV. But until the next broadcast from all of us here at RaceSpotTV, it is goodbye for now.